Section 21 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by phone. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. The Matter of the Nights, Part 3. The reader will bear with me while I run through the tales and add a few remarks to the notices given in the notes. The glance must necessarily be brief, however extensive be the theme. The admirable introduction follows, in all the texts and manuscripts known to me, the same main lines, but differs greatly in minor details, as will be seen by comparing Mr. Payne's translation with Lane's and mine. In the tale of the sage Douban appears the speaking head which is found in the Kamil. In ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥 and in the Kitab al-Uyun, M.C. Barbier de Maynard traces it back to an abbreviated text of al-Masudi. I would especially recommend to students the Porter and the Three Ladies of Baghdad, whose mighty orgy ends so innocently in general marriage. Lane blames it because it represents Arab ladies as acting like Arab courtesans, but he must have known that during his day the indecent frolic was quite possible in some of the highest circles of his beloved Cairo. To judge by the style and changes of person, some of the most archaic expressions suggest the hand of the Ravi or professional tale-teller. Yet as they are in all the texts they cannot be omitted in a loyal translation. The following story of the three apples perfectly justifies my notes concerning which certain carpers complain. What Englishman would be jealous enough to kill his cousin wife because a blackamoor in the streets boasted of her favors? But after reading what is annotated in Volume 1, 6, and purposely placed there to give the keynote of the book, he will understand the reasonable nature of the suspicion. And I may add that the same cause has commended these skunks of the human race to debauched women in England. The next tale, sometimes called The Two Wazirs, is notable for its regular and genuine drama intrigue, which, however, appears still more elaborate and perfected in other pieces. The richness of this oriental plot invention contrasts strongly with all European literatures except the Spaniard's, whose taste for the theatre determined his direction, and the Italian, which in Boccaccio's day had burrowed freely through Sicily from the east. And the remarkable deficiency lasted till the romantic movement dawned in France, when Victor Hugo and Alexander Dumas showed their marvelous power of faultless fancy, boundless imagination and scenic luxuriance, raising French poetry from the dead and not mortally wounding French prose. The Two Wazirs is followed by the gem of the volume, The Adventure of the Hunchback Jester, also containing an admirable surprise and a fine development of character, while its wild but natural simplicity and its humor are so abounding that it has echoed through the world to the farthest west. It gave to Addison the story of Al-Nashkar, and to Europe the term Barmecide Feast, from the Tale of Schacabac. The adventures of the corpse were known in Europe long before Galland, as shown by 3 Fabliaux in Barbazan. I have noticed that the barber's tale of himself is historical, and I may add that it is told in detail by al-Masudi. Chapter 94. Follows the tale of Nur al-Din Ali, and what Galland miscalls the Fair Persian, a brightly written historiette with not a few touches of true humor. Noteworthy are the slaver's address, the fine description of the Baghdad garden, the drinking party, the caliph's frolic, and the happy end of the hero's misfortunes. Its brightness is tempered by the gloomy tone of the tale which succeeds, and which has variants in the Bak-o-Bahar, a Hindustani version of the Persian tale of the Four Darwishes, and in the Turkish ℍ𝔀𝐻𝑍𝑖r, or Book of the 40 Viziers. Its dismal peripéties are relieved only by the witty indecency of eunuch ℍ𝔀𝐻𝑍𝑖r and the admirable humor of eunuch ℍ𝐻𝔀𝐻, whose half lie is known throughout the East. Here also the lover's agonies are piled upon him for the purpose of unpiling at last. The Oriental tale teller knows by experience that, as a rule, doleful endings don't pay. The next is the long romance of chivalry, King Omar bin al-Nu'man, etc., which occupies an eighth of the whole repertory and the best part of 2 volumes. Mr. Lane omits it because obscene and tedious, showing the license with which he translated; and he was set right by a learned reviewer, who truly declared that the omission of half a dozen passages out of 400 pages would fit it for printing in any language, and the charge of tediousness could hardly have been applied more unhappily. The tale is interesting as a picture of medieval Arab chivalry, and has many other notable points. For instance, the lines beginning "Allah holds the kingship" are a lesson to the Manichaeism of Christian Europe. It relates the doings of 3 royal generations, and has all the characteristics of Eastern art. It is a phantasmagoria of holy places, palaces, and harems; convents, castles, and caverns, here restful with gentle landscapes, and there bristling with furious battle pictures, and tales of princely prowess and knightly derring do. The characters stand out well. King Nu'man is an old lecher who deserves his death. The ancient Dame Zat al-Dawahi merits her title Lady of Calamities to her foes. Princess Abrizah appears as a charming Amazon, doomed to a miserable and pathetic end. Zau al-Makan is a wise and pious royalty. Nuzhat al-Zaman, though a longsome talker, is a model sister. The Wazir Dandan, a sage and sagacious counselor, contrasts with the chamberlain, an ambitious miscreant. Kanmakan is the typical Arab knight, gentle and brave, now managing the mouths of stubborn steeds, now practicing the proof of warlike deeds. And the kind-hearted, simple-minded stoker serves as a foil to the villains, the kidnapping Badawi and Ghazban the detestable negro. The fortunes of the family are interrupted by 2 episodes, both equally remarkable. Taj al-Muluk is the model lover whom no difficulties or dangers can daunt. In Aziz and Azizah we have the beau ideal of a loving woman. The writer's object was to represent a softy who had the luck to win the love of a beautiful and clever cousin, and the mad folly to break her heart. The poetical justice which he receives at the hands of women of quite another stamp leaves nothing to be desired. Finally, the plot of King Omar is well worked out, and the gathering of all the actors upon the stage before the curtain drops may be improbable, but is highly artistic. The long crusading romance is relieved by a sequence of 16 fabliaux, partly historiettes of men and beasts, and partly apologues proper, a subject already noticed. We have then the saddening and dreary love tale of Ali bin Bakkar, a Persian youth, and the Caliph's concubine Shams al-Nahar. Here the end is made doleful enough by the deaths of the 2 martyrs, who are killed off like Romeo and Juliet, a lesson that the course of true love is sometimes troubled, and that men as well as women can die of the so-called tender passion. It is followed by the long tale of Kamar al-Zaman, or Moon of the Age, the first of that name, the Kamar al-Zaman, whom Galland introduced into the best European society. Like the ebony horse, it seems to have been derived from a common source with Peter of Provence, and Cleomades and Clermont. and we can hardly wonder at its wide diffusion. The tale is brimful of life, change, movement, containing as much character and incident as would fill a modern 3-volumer, and the supernatural pleasantly jostles the natural. The ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥 and Maymunah, daughter of al-Dimiriyat, a renowned king of the Jann, being as human in their jealousy about the virtue of their lovers as any children of Adam, and so their metamorphosis to fleas has all the effect of a surprise. The troop is again drawn with a broad firm touch. Prince Charming, the hero, is weak and wilful, shifty and immoral, hasty and violent. His 2 spouses are rivals in abominations, as his sons, Amjad and Asad, are examples of a fraternal affection rarely found in half-brothers by sister wives. There is at least one fine melodramatic situation; and marvelous feats of indecency, a practical joke which would occur only to the canopic mind, emphasize the recovery of her husband by that remarkable blackguard, the Lady Budur. The interpolated tale of Ni'amah and Naomi, a simple and pleasing narrative of youthful amours, contrasts well with the boiling passions of the incestuous and murderous queens, and serves as a pause before the grand dénouement, when the parted meet, the lost are found, the unwedded are wedded, and all ends merrily as a 19th-century novel. The long tale of Ala al-Din, our old friend Aladdin, is wholly out of place in its present position. It is a counterpart of Ali Nur al-Din and Miriam the Girdle Girl; and the mention of the Shabandar or harbor master, the Kunzul or consul, the captain capitano, the use of cannon at sea and the choice of Genoa city, prove that it belongs to the 15th or 16th century, and should accompany Kamar al-Zaman II and Ma'aruf at the end of the Nights. Despite the lutist Zubaydah being carried off by the Jinn, the magic couch, a modification of Solomon's carpet, and the murder of the king who refused to Islamize, it is evidently a European tale, and I believe with Dr. Bakker that it is founded upon the legend of Charlemagne's daughter Emma and his secretary Egenhard, as has been noted in the counterpart. This quasi-historical fiction is followed by a succession of fabliaux, novelles, and historiettes, which fill the rest of the volume 4 and the whole of volume 5, till we reach the terminal story, The Queen of the Serpents. It appears to me that most of them are historical and could easily be traced. Not a few are in Al-Masudi. For instance, the grim Tale of Hatim of Tai is given bodily in meads of gold, and the 2 adventures of Ibrahim al-Mahdi with the barber surgeon, and the merchant's sister, are in his pages. The city of Lubtite embodies the legend of Don Rodrigo, last of the Goths, and may have reached the ears of Washington Irving. Many-columned Iram is held by all Muslims to be factual, and sundry writers have recorded the tricks played by Al-Ma'mun with the pyramids of Giza, which still show his handiwork. The germ of Isaac of Mosul is found in Al-Masudi, who names Buran the poetess, and Harun al-Rashid and the slave girl is told by a host of writers. Ali the Persian is a rollicking tale of fun from some Iranian jest book. Abu Muhammad hight Lazybones belongs to the cycle of Sinbad the Seaman, with a touch of Whittington and his cat; and Zumurrud, Smaragdine, in Ali Shar, shows at her sale the impudence of Miriam the Girdle Girl, and in bed the Fescennine device of the Lady Budur. The ruined man who became rich, etc., is historical, and Al-Masudi relates the coquetry of Mabuda the concubine. The historian also quotes 4 couplets, 2 identical with numbers 1 and 2 in the Nights, and adding, "Then see the slave who lords it o'er her lord, in lover privacy and public sight. Behold these eyes that one like Ja'afar saw. Allah on Ja'afar rains boons infinite. 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔍𝐍𝐍𝐻𝔍 is a love tale which has been translated into a host of Eastern languages, and the lovers of the Banu Ozra belong to al-Masúdi's Martyrs of Love, with the Ozrite love of Ibn Ghali. Harun and the Three Poets has given to Cairo a proverb which ℌ𝔀𝐻𝔍𝐻𝔍 renders, "The day obliterates the word or promise of the night," for "the promise of night is effaced by day, it suggests ℍ𝔀𝐻𝔍𝐻𝔍𝐻, for who o'er night obtained her grace, she can next day disown," etc. Harun and the Three Slave Girls smacks of Gargantua. "It belongs to me," said one. "'Tis mine," said another, and so forth. The Simpleton and the Sharper, like the Foolish Dominie, is an old Joe Miller in Hindu as well as Muslim folklore. ℍ𝔀𝐻𝔍𝐻𝔍𝐻 is The King, the Owl, and the Villages of al-Masudi, who also notices the Persian monarch's 4 seals of office, and Masrur the Eunuch and Ibn al-Karibi is from the same source as Ibn al-Maghazili the Reciter, and a eunuch belonging to the Caliph al-Mutazat. In the tale of Tawaddud we have the fullest development of the disputations and displays of learning then so common in Europe, test the admirable Crichton, and these were effected not only by Eastern tale-tellers, but even by sober historians. To us it is much like padding when Nuzhat al-Zaman fags her hapless hearers with a discourse covering 16 mortal pages; when the Wazir Dandan reports at length the cold speeches of the 5 high-bosomed maids and the Lady of Calamities, and when Wird Khan, in presence of his papa, discharges his patristic exercitations and heterogeneous knowledge. Yet al-Masudi also relates, at dreary extension, the disputation of the 12 sages in presence of Barmecide Yahya upon the origin, the essence, the accidents, and the omnis res of love; and in another place shows Honayn, author of the Book of Natural Questions, undergoing a long examination before the Caliph al-Wasik (Vathek), and describing, amongst other things, the human teeth. See also the Dialogue or Catechism of al-Hajjaj and Ibn al-Khiriyah in Ibn Khalikan. These disjecta membra of tales and annals are pleasantly relieved by the 7 voyages of Sinbad the Seaman. The Arabian Odyssey may, like its Greek brother, descend from a noble family, the Shipwrecked Mariner, a Coptic travel tale of the 12th dynasty, preserved on a papyrus at St. Petersburg. In its actual condition Sinbad is a fanciful compilation, like Defoe's Captain Singleton, borrowed from travellers' tales of an immense variety and extracts from al-Idrisi, al-Qazwini, and Ibn al-Wardi. Here we find the Polyphemus, the Pygmies, and the cranes of Homer and Herodotus; the escape of Aristomenes; the Plinian monsters well known in Persia; the magnetic mountain of St. Brennan (Brandanus); the aeronautics of Duke Ernest of Bavaria; and sundry cuttings from Moslem writers dating between our 9th and 14th centuries. The Shaykh of the Seaboard appears in the Persian romance of Camaralpa, translated by Franklin, all the particulars absolutely corresponding. The Odyssey is valuable because it shows how far eastward the medieval Arab had extended. Already in the ignorance he had reached China and had formed a center of trade at Canton. But the higher merit of the cento is to produce one of the most charming books of travel ever written, like Robinson Crusoe, the delight of children and the admiration of all ages. The hearty life and realism of Sinbad are made to stand out in strong relief by the deep melancholy which pervades the City of Brass, a dreadful book for a dreary day. It is curious to compare the doleful verses with those spoken to Caliph al-Mutawakkil by Abu al-Hassan Ali al-Masudi. We then enter upon the venerable Sinbad Nameh, the malice of women, of which, according to the Kitab al-Firist, there were two editions, a Sinbad al-Kabir and a Sinbad al-Sagir, the latter being probably an epitome of the former. This bundle of legends, I have shown, was incorporated with the Nights as an editor's addiction, and as an independent work it has made the round of the world. Space forbids any detailed notice of this choice collection of anecdotes for which a volume would be required. I may, however, note that The Wife's Device has its analogues in the Kata, in the Gesta Romanorum, and in Boccaccio, modified by La Fontaine to Richard Minutolo. It is quoted almost in the words of the Nights by the Sheikh al-Nafsavi. That most witty and indecent tale The Three Wishes has forced its way disguised as a babe into our nurseries. Another form of it is found in the Arab proverb, more luckless than Bassus (Camus), a fair Israelite who persuaded her husband, also a Jew, to wish that she might become the loveliest of women. Jehovah granted it, spitefully as Jupiter. The consequence was that her contumacious treatment of her mate made him pray that the beauty might be turned into a bitch, and the third wish restored her to her original state. The story of Judah is Egyptian to judge from its local knowledge, together with its ignorance of Morocco. It shows a contrast, in which Arabs delight, of an almost angelical goodness and forgiveness with a well-nigh diabolical malignity, and we find the same extremes in Abu Sir, the noble-minded barber, and the hideously inhuman Abu Qir. The excursion to Mauritania is artfully managed, and gives a novelty to the mise en scène. Gharib and Ajib belongs to the cycle of Antar and King Omar bin Numan. Its exaggerations make it a fine type of Oriental chauvinism, pitting the superhuman virtues, valor, nobility, and success of all that is Moslem, against the scum of the earth which is non-Moslem. Like the exploits of Friar John of the chopping knives, it suggests ridicule cast on impossible battles and tales of giants, paynims, and paladins. The long romance is followed by 13 historiettes, all apparently historical. Compare Hind, daughter of Al-Numan, and Isaac of Mosul and the Devil, with Al-Masudi 5, 365, and 6, 340. They end in 2 long detective tales, like those which M. Gaboriau has popularized, The Rogueries of Delilah and The Adventures of Mercury Ali, based upon the principle, one thief wots another. The former, who has appeared before, seems to have been a noted character. Al-Masudi says, "In a word, this Shaykh outrivaled in his rogueries and the ingenuities of his wiles, Dalilah, the crafty and other tricksters and coney catchers, ancient and modern." The tale of Ardashir lacks originality. We are now entering upon a series of pictures which are replicas of those preceding. This is not the case with that charming Undine, Gulnar the Sea-born, which, like Abdullah of the Land and Abdullah of the Sea, describes the vie intime of mermen and merwomen. Somewhat resembling Swift's inimitable creations, the Ħuym's for instance, they prove, amongst other things, that those who dwell in a denser element can justly blame and severely criticize the contradictory and unreasonable prejudices and predilections of mankind. Saif al-Muluk, the romantic tale of 2 lovers, shows by its introduction that it was originally an independent work, and it is known to have existed in Persia during the 11th century. This novella has found its way into every Moslem language of the East, even into Sindhi, which calls the hero Saifal. Here we again meet the Old Man of the Sea, or rather the Sheik of the seaboard, and make acquaintance with a Jinn whose soul is outside his body. Thus he resembled Hermotimos of Clazemune in Apollonius, whose spirit left his mortal frame à discrétion. The author, philanthropically remarking, "Knowest thou not that a single mortal is better, in Allah's sight, than 1,000 Jinn?" brings the wooing to a happy end, which leaves a pleasant savor upon the mental palate. Hassan of Bassorah is a master shoe tie on a large scale like Sinbad, but his voyages and travels extend into the supernatural and fantastic rather than the natural world. Though long, the tale is by no means wearisome, and the characters are drawn with a fine, firm hand. The hero with his hen-like persistency of purpose, his weeping, fainting, and versifying is interesting enough, and proves that "love can find out the way." The charming adopted sister, the model of what the feminine friend should be. The silly little wife who never knows that she is happy till she loses happiness. The violent and hard-hearted queen with all the cruelty of a good woman. And the manners and customs of Amazon land are outlined with a lifelike vivacity. 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔍𝐍𝐶𝔅, the next tale, is valuable as a study of Eastern life, showing how the fisherman emerges from the squalor of his surroundings, and becomes one of the Caliph's favorite cup companions. Ali Nur al-Din and King Jali'ad have been noticed elsewhere, and there is little to say of the concluding stories which bear the evident impress of a more modern date. Dr. Johnson thus sums up his notice of The Tempest. Whatever might have been the intention of their author, these tales are made instrumental to the production of many characters, diversified with boundless invention, and preserved with profound skill in nature. Extensive knowledge of opinions, and accurate observation of life. Here are exhibited princes, courtiers, and sailors, all speaking in their real characters. There is the agency of airy spirits and of earthy goblin, the operations of magic, the tumults of a storm, the adventures of a desert island, the native effusion of untold affection, the punishment of guilt, and the final happiness of those for whom our passions and reason are equally interested. We can fairly say this much and far more for our tales. Viewed as a tout ensemble, in full and complete form, they are a drama of Eastern life, and a dance of death made sublime by faith and the highest emotions, by the certainty of expiation and the fullness of atoning equity, where virtue is victorious, vice is vanquished, and the ways of Allah are justified to man. They are a panorama which remains ken speckle upon the mental retina. They form a phantasmagoria in which archangels and angels, devils and goblins, men of air, of fire, of water, naturally mingle with men of earth. Where flying horses and talking fishes are utterly realistic. Where king and prince meet fisherman and pauper, Lamia and cannibal. Where citizen jostles Badawi, eunuch meets knight, the Kazi hobnobs with the thief. The pure and pious sit down on the same tray with the bawd and the pimp. Where the professional religionist, the learned Koranist, and the strictest moralist consort with the wicked magician, the scoffer, and the debauchee poet like Abu Nowas. Where the courtier jests with the boor, and where the sweep is bedded with the noble lady. And the characters are finished and quickened by a few touches swift and sure as the glance of sunbeams. The work is a kaleidoscope where everything falls into picture. Gorgeous palaces and pavilions, grisly underground caves and deadly wolves, gardens fairer than those of the Hesperid, seas dashing with clashing billows upon enchanted mountains, valleys of the shadow of death, air voyages and promenades in the abysses of ocean, the duello, the battle and the siege, the wooing of maidens and the marriage rite, all the splendor and squalor, the beauty and baseness, the glamour and grotesqueness, the magic and the mournfulness, the bravery and the baseness of Oriental life are here. Its pictures of the three great Arab passions, love, war, and fancy, entitle it to be called blood, musk, and hashish. And still more, the genius of the storyteller quickens the dry bones of history, and by adding fiction to fact revives the dead past. The caliphs and the caliphate return to Baghdad and Cairo, whilst Asmodeus kindly removes the terrace roof of every tenement and allows our curious glances to take in the whole interior. This is perhaps the best proof of their power. Finally, the picture gallery opens with a series of weird and striking adventures, and shows as a tailpiece an idyllic scene of love and wedlock in halls before reeking with lust and blood. I have noticed in my foreword that the two main characteristics of the Knights are pathos and humor, alternating with highly artistic contrast, and carefully calculated to provoke tears and smiles in the coffee-house audience which paid for them. The sentimental portion mostly breeds a tender passion and a simple sadness. Such are the Badawi's dying farewell, the lady's broken heart on account of her lover's hand being cut off, the wazir's death, the mourner's song and the tongue of the case, the murder of Princess Abriza, with the babe sucking its dead mother's breast, and generally the last moments of good Muslims, which are described with inimitable terseness and naivete. The sad and the gay mingle in the character of the good Hammam stoker, who becomes Roy Crott, and the melancholy deepens in the tale of the mad lover. The blacksmith who could handle fire without hurt, the devotee prince, and the whole tale of Aziza, whose angelic love is set off by the sensuality and selfishness of her more fortunate rivals. A new note of absolutely tragic dignity seems to be struck in the sweep and the noble lady, showing the piquancy of sentiment which can be evolved from the common and the unclean. The pretty conceit of the lute is afterwards carried out in the song, which is a masterpiece of originality, and, in the Arabic, of exquisite tenderness and poetic melancholy, the wail over the past and the vain longing for reunion. And the very depths of melancholy, of majestic pathos and of true sublimity are reached in many-columned Iram and the City of Brass. The metrical part of the latter shows a luxury of woe. It is one long wail of despair which echoes long and loud in the hearer's heart. In my foreword I have compared the humorous vein of the comic tales with our northern wit, chiefly for the dryness and slyness which pervade it. But it differs in degree as much as the pathos varies. The staple article is ℍ𝔀𝔌𝔫𝔫𝔞𥐺, a peculiar banter possibly inherited from their pagan forefathers. Instances of this are found in the Cock and Dog, the eunuch's address to the cook, the wazir's exclamation, "Too little pepper," the self-communing of Judar, the hashish eater in Ali Shah, the scene between the brothers Wazir, the treatment of the gobbo, the water of Zemzem, and the eunuchs Bukait and Kafur. At times it becomes a masterpiece of fun, of rollicking Rabelaisian humor underlaid by the caustic mother wit of Sancho Panza, as in the orgy of the ladies of Baghdad, the holy ointment applied to the beard of Lucca the Knight, ℍ𝔀𝔌𝔫𝔞𥐺 Salomonem, and Ja'afar and the old Badawi, with its reminiscence of Chaffee King Amasis. This reaches its acme in the description of ugly old age. In the Three Wishes, the wickedest of satires on the alter sexes, in Ali the Persian, in the Lady and her 5 suitors, which corresponds and contrasts with the dully told story of 𝔅𝔌𝐻𝐍𝐍 and her four lovers of the ℍ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𥗏; and in the Man of Al Yaman, where we find the true Falstaffian touch. But there is sterling wit, sweet and bright, expressed without any artifice of words, in the immortal barbarous tales of its brothers, especially the second, the fifth, and the sixth. Finally, wherever the honest and independent old debauchee Abu Nowas makes his appearance, the fun becomes fescennine and Milesian. End of Section 21. Recording by phone.
Section 22 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amelia Chesley. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. The Manner of the Nights. And now, after considering the matter, I will glance at the language and style of the Nights. The first point to remark is the peculiarly happy framework of the Requiem, which I cannot but suspect set an example to the Decameron and its host of successors. The admirable introduction, a perfect mise en scène, gives the amplest raison d'être of the work, which thus has all the unity required for a great romantic Requiem. We perceive this when reading the contemporary Hindu work, the Katha Sarit Sagara, which is at once so like and so unlike the Nights. Here the preamble is insufficient, the whole is clumsy for want of a thread upon which the many independent tales and fables should be strung, and the consequent disorder and confusion tell upon the reader, who cannot remember the sequence without taking notes. As was said in my foreword, without the Nights no Arabian Nights. And now, so far from holding the pauses an intolerable interruption to the narrative, I attach additional importance to these pleasant and restful breaks introduced into long and intricate stories. Indeed, beginning again, I should adopt the plan of the Cal Edit, opening and ending every division with a dialogue between the sisters. Upon this point, however, opinions will differ, and the critic will remind me that the consensus of the manuscript would be wanting. The Bresla edit, in many places, merely interjects the number of the night without interrupting the tale. The manuscript in the Bibliothèque Nationale, used by Galland, contains only 282, and the Frenchman ceases to use the division after the 236th night, and in some editions after the 197th. A fragmentary manuscript, according to Scott, whose friend J. Anderson found it in Bengal, breaks away after night 29, and in the Wortley Montague the Sultan relents at an early opportunity, the stories, as in Galland, continuing only as an amusement. I have been careful to preserve the balanced sentences with which the tales open, the tautology and the prose rhyme serving to attract attention. For example, in days of yore and in times long gone, before there was a king, etc. In England, where we strive not to waste words, this becomes once upon a time. The closings also are artfully calculated, by striking a minor chord after the rush and hurry of the incidents, to suggest repose, and they led the most pleasurable of lives and the most delectable, till there came to them the destroyer of delights and the severer of societies, and they became as though they had never been. Place this by the side of the Boccaccio's favorite formula, 𝔅𝔌𝐻𝐿𝐴 e fune recoronato, et onorevolmente visse infino alla fine, molte volte goderono del loro amore, idio faccia noi goder del nostro. E così n'era su grossezza, si rimase e ancor visista. We have further docked this tale into "and they lived happily ever after." I cannot take up the Nights in their present condition without feeling that the work has been written down from the Ravi or Nakal, the conteur or professional storyteller, also called Kasas and Mada, corresponding with the Hindu Bhat or bard. To these men my learned friend Baron A. von Kremer would attribute the Mu'allaqat, vulgarly called the suspended poems, as being indited from the relation of the Ravi. Hence in our text the frequent interruption of the formula "Kal Aravi," quotes the reciter, "dice Torpino." Moreover, the Knights read in many places like a handbook or guide for the professional, who would learn them by heart, here and there introducing his gag and patter. To this business possibly we may attribute much of the ribaldry which starts up in unexpected places. It was meant simply to provoke a laugh. How old the custom is, and how unchangeable is Eastern life, is shown, a correspondent suggests, by the Book of Esther, which might form part of the Alf Layla. On that night, we read in chapter 6, part 1, could not the king sleep, and he commanded to bring the book of records of the chronicles, and they were read before the king. The Ravi would declaim the recitative somewhat in conversational style. He would intone the sarra or prose rhyme, and he would chant to the twanging of the rabab, a one-stringed viol, the poetical parts. Dr. Scott borrows from the historian of Aleppo a lifelike picture of the storyteller. He recites walking to and fro in the middle of the coffee-room, stopping only now and then when the expression requires some emphatical attitude. He is commonly heard with great attention, and not unfrequently in the midst of some interesting adventure, when the expectation of his audience is raised to the highest pitch, he breaks off abruptly and makes his escape, leaving both his hero or heroine and his audience in the utmost embarrassment. Those who happen to be near the door endeavour to detain him, insisting upon the story being finished before he departs, but he always makes his retreat good, and the auditors, suspending their curiosity, are induced to return at the same time next day to hear the sequel. He has no sooner made his exit than the company in separate parties fall to disputing about the characters of the drama, or the event of an unfinished adventure. The controversy by degrees becomes serious, and opposite opinions are maintained with no less warmth than if the fall of the city depended upon the decision. At Tangier, where a murder in a coffee-house had closed those hovels, pending a sufficient payment to the Pasha, and where during the hard winter of 1885-86 the poorer classes were compelled to puff their kaif (bhang, cannabis indica) and sip their black coffee in the muddy streets under a rainy sky, I found the Rawi active on Sundays and Thursdays, the market days. The favourite place was the Soko de Bara, or large bazaar, outside the town, whose condition is that of Suez and Beirut half a century ago. It is a foul slope, now slippery with viscous mud, then powdery with fetid dust, dotted with graves and decaying tombs, unclean booths, gargotes, and tattered tents, and frequented by women, mere bundles of unclean rags, and by men wearing the haik or bunus, a Franciscan frock, tending their squatting camels and chaffering over cattle for Gibraltar beef-eaters. Here the market people form a ring about the reciter, a stalwart man affecting little raiment besides a broad waist-belt into which his lower chiffons are tucked, and noticeable only for his shock hair, wild eyes, broad grin, and generally disreputable aspect. He usually handles a short stick, and when drummer and piper are absent he carries a tiny tom-tom, shaped like an hourglass, upon which he taps the periods. This 𝔅𝐻𝐿𝐸, as the Irish call him, opens the drama with extempore prayer, proving that he and the audience are good Muslims. He speaks slowly and with emphasis, varying the diction with breaks of animation, abundant action, and the most comical grimace. He advances, retires, and wheels about, illustrating every point with pantomime, and his features, voice, and gestures are so expressive that even Europeans who cannot understand a word of Arabic divine the meaning of his tale. The audience stands breathless and motionless, surprising strangers by the ingenuousness and freshness of feeling hidden under their hard and savage exterior. The performance usually ends with the embryo actor going round for alms and flourishing in air every silver bit, the usual honorarium being a few flus, that marvellous money of Barbary, big coppers worth 1/12 of a penny. All the tales I heard were purely local, but 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝐽𝐻 Bey, a young Osmanli domiciled for some time in Fez and ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥, assured me that the Knights are still recited there. Many travellers, including Dr. Russell, have complained that they failed to find a complete manuscript copy of the Knights. Evidently they never heard of the popular superstition which declares that no one can read through them without dying. It is only fair that my patron should know this. 𝐋𝐌𝐻𝔀𝐻𝐍𝐻𝔶 declares that the superstition dates from the 14th and 15th centuries, and he explains it in two ways. Firstly, it is a facetious exaggeration, meaning that no one has leisure or patience to wade through the long repertory. Secondly, the work is condemned as futile. When Egypt produced savants and legists like Ibn al-Hajjar, al-Aini, and al-Kastalani, to mention no others, the taste of the country inclined to dry factual studies and positive science. Nor, indeed, has this taste wholly died out. There are not a few who, like ℍ𝔅𝐻𝐿 Pasha, contend that the mathematic is more useful even for legal studies than history and geography, and at Cairo the chief of the educational department has always been an engineer, i.e. a mathematician. The Olema declared war against all futilities, in which they included not only stories, but also what is politely entitled authentic history. From this to the fatal effect of such lecture is only a step. Society, however, cannot rest without light literature, so the novel reading class was thrown back upon writings which had all the indelicacy and few of the merits of the Knights. Turkey is the only Moslem country which has dared to produce a regular drama, and to arouse the energies of such brilliant writers as Munif Pasha, statesman and scholar, Ekrem Bey, literato and professor, Kemal Bey, held by some to be the greatest writer in modern Osmanli land, and Abd al-Haq Hamid Bey, first secretary of the London Embassy. The theatre began in its ruder form by taking subjects bodily from the Knights, then it annexed its plays as we do, the novel having ousted the drama, from the French. And lastly it took courage to be original. Many years ago I saw Harun al-Rashid and the three Calendars with deerskins and all their properties de rigueur in the courtyard of Government House, Damascus, declaiming to the extreme astonishment and delight of the audience. It requires only to glance at the Knights for seeing how much histrionic matter they contain. In considering the style of the Knights, we must bear in mind that the work has never been edited according to our ideas of the process. Consequently, there is no just reason for translating the whole verbatim et literatum, as has been done by Torrens, Lane, and Payne in his Tales from the Arabic. This conscientious treatment is required for versions of an author like Camus, whose works were carefully corrected and arranged by a competent litterateur, but is not merited by the Knights as they now are. The ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥, the Bulaq, and the Beirut texts, though printed from manuscripts identical in order, often differ in minor matters. Many friends have asked me to undertake the work, but even if lightened by the aid of the sheikhs, munshis, and copyists, the labour would be severe, tedious, and thankless. Better leave the holes open than patch them with fancy work or with heterogeneous matter. The learned, indeed, as Lane tells us, being thoroughly dissatisfied with the plain and popular, the ordinary and vulgar note of the language, have attempted to refine and improve it, and have more than once threatened to remodel it, that is, to make it odious. This would be to dress up Robert Burns in plumes borrowed from Dryden and Pope. The first defect of the texts is in the distribution and arrangement of the matter, as I have noticed in the case of Sinbad the Seaman. Moreover, many of the earlier Knights are overlong, and not a few of the others are overshort. This, however, has the prime recommendation of variety. Even the vagaries of editor and scribe will not account for all the incoherences, disorder, and inconsequence, and for the vain iterations which suggest that the author has forgotten what he said. In places there are dead allusions to persons and tales which are left dark. For example, Volume 1, page 43, 57, 61, etc. The digressions are abrupt and useless, leading nowhere, while sundry pages are wearisome for excess of prolixity or hardly intelligible for extreme conciseness. The perpetual recurrence of mean colloquialisms and of words and idioms peculiar to Egypt and Syria also takes from the pleasure of the perusal. Yet we cannot deny that it has its use. This unadorned language of familiar conversation, in its day adapted for the understanding of the people, is best fitted for the Ravi's craft in the camp and caravan, the harem, the bazaar, and the coffee house. Moreover, as has been well said, the Nights is the only written halfway house between the literary and colloquial Arabic which is accessible to all, and thus it becomes necessary to the students who would qualify themselves for service in Moslem lands, from Mauritania to Mesopotamia. It freely uses Turkish words like katun and Persian terms as shabandar, thus requiring for translation not only a somewhat archaic touch, but also a vocabulary borrowed from various sources. Otherwise the effect would not be reproduced. In places, however, the style rises to the highly ornate, approaching the pompous. For example, the wazirial addresses in the tale of King Jaliad. The battle scenes, mostly admirable, are told with the conciseness of a despatch and the vividness of an artist, the two combining to form perfect word pictures. Of the Badia or euphuistic style, parleying euphemism, and of al-saj'a, the prose rhyme, I shall speak in a future page. The characteristics of the whole are naivety and simplicity, clearness and singular concision. The gorgeousness is in the imagery, not in the language. The words are weak, while the sense, as in the classical Scandinavian books, is strong. And here the Arabic differs diametrically from the florid exuberance and turgid amplifications of the Persian storyteller, which sound so hollow and unreal by the side of a chaster model. It abounds in formula, such as repetitions of religious phrases which are unchangeable. There are certain stock comparisons, as Lockman's wisdom, Joseph's beauty, Jacob's grief, Job's patience, David's music, and Miriam the virgin's chastity. The eyebrow is a nun, the eye a sad, the mouth a mim. A hero is more prudent than the crow, a better guide than the kata grouse, more generous than the cock, warier than the crane, braver than the lion, more aggressive than the panther, finer sighted than the horse, craftier than the fox, greedier than the gazelle, more vigilant than the dog, and thriftier than the ant. The cup boy is a sun rising from the dark underworld symbolized by his collar. His cheek mole is a crumb of ambergris. His nose is a scimitar girded at the curve. His lower lip is a jujube. His teeth are the Pleiades, or hailstones. His brow locks are scorpions. His young hair on the upper lip is an emerald. His side beard is a swarm of ants, or a lamb letter enclosing the roses or anemones of his cheek. The cup girl is a moon who rivals the sheen of the sun. Her forehead is a pearl set off by the jet of her idiot fringe. Her eyelashes scorn the sharp sword, and her glances are arrows shot from the bow of the eyebrows. A mistress necessarily belongs, though living in the next street, to the Wadi Liwa, and to a hostile clan of Badawin, whose blades are ever thirsting for the lover's blood, and whose malignant tongues aim only at the defilement of separation. Youth is upright as an aleph, or slender and bending as a branch of the ban tree, which we should call a willow wand. While age, crabbed and crooked, bends groundwards, vainly seeking in the dust his lost juvenility. As Baron Deslane says of these stock comparisons, the figurative language of Moslem poets is often difficult to be understood. The narcissus is the eye, the feeble stem of that plant bends languidly under its dower, and thus recalls to mind the languor of the eyes. Pearls signify both tears and teeth. The latter are sometimes called hailstones, from their whiteness and moisture. The lips are cornelians or rubies, the gums a pomegranate flower, The dark foliage of the myrtle is synonymous with the black hair of the beloved, or with the first down on the cheeks of puberty. The down itself is called the izar, or headstall of the bridle, and the curve of the izar is compared to the letters lam and nun. Ringlets trace on the cheek or neck the letter wa. They are called scorpions, as the Greek, either from their dark color or their agitated movements. The eye is a sword, the eyelids scabbards, the whiteness of the complexion camphor, and a mole or a beauty spot musk, which term denotes also dark hair. A mole is sometimes compared also to an ant creeping on the cheek towards the honey of the mouth. A handsome face is both a full moon and day. Black hair is night. The waist is a willow branch or a lance. The water of the face is self-respect. A poet sells the water of his face when he bestows mercenary praises on a rich patron. This does not sound promising, yet, as has been said of Arab music, the persistent repetition of the same notes in the minor key is by no means monotonous, and ends with haunting the ear, occupying the thought and touching the soul. Like the distant frog concert and chirp of the cicada, the creak of the water wheel and the stroke of hammers upon the anvil from afar, the murmur of the fountain, the sigh of the wind, and the plash of the wavelet, they occupy the sensorium with a soothing effect, forming a barbaric music full of sweetness and peaceful pleasure. End of section 22.
Section 23 of the Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeff Burke. The Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 10, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Social Condition. A. Al-Islam. I here propose to treat of the social condition which the Nights discloses, of Al-Islam at the earlier period of its development, concerning the position of women, and about the pornology of the great saga book. A. Al-Islam. A splendid and glorious life was that of Baghdad in the days of the mighty Caliph, when the capital had towered to the zenith of grandeur and was already trembling and tottering to the fall. The center of human civilization, which was then confined to Greece and Arabia, and the metropolis of an empire exceeding in extent the widest limits of Rome, it was essentially a city of pleasure, a Paris of the 6th century. The Palace of Peace, Dar al-Salam, worthy successor of Babylon and Nineveh, which had outrivaled Damascus, the smile of the prophet, and Kufa, the successor of Hira and the magnificent creation of Caliph Omar, possessed unrivaled advantages of site and climate. The Tigris-Euphrates Valley, where the fabled Garden of Eden has been placed, in early ages succeeded the Nile Valley as a great center of human development, and the prerogative of a central and commanding position still promises it, even in the present state of decay and desolation under the unspeakable Turk, a magnificent future when railways and canals shall connect it with Europe. The city of palaces and government offices, hotels and pavilions, mosques and colleges, kiosks and squares, bazaars and markets, pleasure grounds and orchards, adorned with all the graceful charms which Saracenic architecture had borrowed from the Byzantines, lay couched upon the banks of the Dijla Hidekel under a sky of marvelous purity, and in a climate which makes mere life a kaif, the luxury of tranquil enjoyment. It was surrounded by far-extending suburbs, like Rusafa on the eastern side, and villages like Baturanja, dear to the votaries of pleasure. With the roar of a gigantic capital mingled the hum of prayer, the trilling of birds, the thrilling of harp and lute, the shrilling of pipes, the witching strains of the professional alma, and the minstrel's lay. The population of Baghdad must have been enormous when the smallest number of her sons who fell victims to the Hulaku Khan in 1258 was estimated at 800,000, while other authorities more than double the terrible butcher's bill. Her policy and polity were unique. A well-regulated routine of tribute and taxation, personally inspected by the Caliph. A network of waterways, canaux d'arrosage. A noble system of highways, provided with viaducts, bridges, and caravansaries, and a postal service of mounted couriers enabled it to collect as in a reservoir the wealth of the outer world. The facilities for education were upon the most extended scale. Large sums from private as well as public sources were allotted to mosques, each of which, by the admirable rule of al-Islam, was expected to contain a school. These establishments were richly endowed and stocked with professors collected from every land between Khorasan and Morocco, and immense libraries attracted the learned of all nations. It was a golden age for poets and panegyrists, Quranists and literati, preachers and rhetoricians, physicians and scientists who, besides receiving high salaries and fabulous presents, were treated with all the honors of Chinese mandarins, and, like these, the humblest Muslim, fisherman or artisan, could aspire through knowledge or savoir-faire to the highest offices of the empire. The effect was a grafting of Egyptian and Old Mesopotamian, of Persian and Greco-Latin fruits, by long time deteriorated upon the strong young stock of Arab genius. And the result, as usual after such imping, was a shoot of exceptional luxuriance and vitality. The educational establishments devoted themselves to the three main objects recognized by the Muslim world: theology, civil law, and belles-lettres. And a multitude of trained counselors enabled the ruling powers to establish and enlarge that complicated machinery of government, at once concentrated and decentralized. A despotism often fatal to the wealthy, great but never neglecting the interests of the humbler lieges, which forms the beau ideal of Oriental administration. Under the chancellors of the empire, the qazis administered law and order, justice and equality, and from their decisions the poorest subject, Muslim or miscreant, could claim with the general approval of the lieges access and appeal to the Caliph, who, as imam or antistes of the faith, was high president of a court of cassation. Under wise administration, agriculture and commerce, the twin pillars of national prosperity, necessarily flourished. A scientific canalization, with irrigation works inherited from the ancients, made the Mesopotamian valley a rival of 𝔅𝔀🐑 the Black Land, and rendered cultivation a certainty of profit, not a mere speculation, as it must ever be to those who perforce rely upon the fickle rains of heaven. The remains of extensive mines prove that this source of public wealth was not neglected. Navigation laws encouraged transit and traffic, and ordinances for the fisheries aimed at developing a branch of industry which is still backward even during the 19th century. Most substantial encouragement was given to trade and commerce, to manufacture and handicrafts, by the flood of gold which poured in from all parts of the earth, by the presence of a splendid and luxurious court, and by the call for new arts and industries which such a civilization would necessitate. The crafts were distributed into guilds and syndicates under their respective chiefs, whom the government did not govern too much. These shabandars, muqaddams, and nakibs regulated several trades, rewarded the industrious, punished the fraudulent, and were personally answerable, as we still see at Cairo, for the conduct of their constituents. Public order, the sine qua non of stability and progress, was preserved. First, by the satisfaction of the lieges who, despite their characteristic turbulence, had few if any grievances, and secondly, by a well-directed and efficient police, an engine of statecraft which in the West seems most difficult to perfect. In the East, however, the wali or chief commissioner can reckon more or less upon the unsalaried assistance of society. The cities are divided into quarters, shut off one from other by night, and every Muslim is expected, by his law and religion, to keep watch upon his neighbors, to report their delinquencies, and, if necessary, himself to carry out the penal code. But in difficult cases, the guardians of the peace were assisted by a body of private detectives, women as well as men. These were called tawabun, the penitents, because like our Bow Street runners, they had given up an even less respectable calling. Their adventures still delight the vulgar, as did the Newgate calendar of past generations. And to this class we owe the tales of Calamity Ahmad, Delilah the Wily One, Saladin with the 3 chiefs of police, and Al-Malik al-Zahir with the 16 constables. Here and in many other places we also see the origin of that picaresque literature which arose in Spain and overran Europe, and which begat le moyen de parvenir. I need say no more on this heading. The civilization of Baghdad contrasting with the barbarism of Europe, then Germanic, the Knights itself being the best expositor. On the other hand, the action of the state religion upon the state, the condition of al-Islam during the reign of al-Rashid, its declension from the primitive creed, and its relation to Christianity and Christendom require a somewhat extended notice. In offering the following observations, it is only fair to declare my standpoints. 1. All forms of faith, that is, belief in things unseen, not subject to the senses, and therefore unknown and, in our present stage of development, unknowable, are temporary and transitory. No religion hitherto promulgated amongst men shows any prospect of being final or otherwise finite. 2. Religious ideas, which are necessarily limited, may all be traced home to the old seat of science and art, creeds and polity in the Nile Valley, and to this day they retain the clearest signs of their origin. 3. All so-called revealed religions consist mainly of 3 portions: a cosmogony more or less mythical, a history more or less falsified, and a moral code more or less pure. Al-Islam, it has been said, is essentially a fighting faith, and never shows to full advantage save in the field. The faith and luxury of a wealthy capital, the debauchery and variety of vices which would spring up therein, naturally as weeds in a rich fallow, and the cosmopolitan views which suggest themselves in a meeting place of nations, were sore trials to the primitive simplicity of the religion of resignation, the saving faith. Harun and his cousin wife, as has been shown, were orthodox and even fanatical, but the Barmecides were strongly suspected of heretical leanings, and while the many-headed showed itself, as usual, violent and ready to do battle about an azan call, the learned, who sooner or later leaven the masses, were profoundly dissatisfied with the dryness and barrenness of Mohammed's creed, so acceptable to the vulgar, and were devising a series of schisms and innovations. In the tale of Tawadud, the reader has seen a fairly extended catechism of the creed, din, the ceremonial observances, mazhab, and the apostolic practices, sunnat, of the Shafi school, which, with minor modifications, applies to the other 3 orthodox. Europe has by this time clean forgotten some tricks of her former bigotry, such as Mahomet, an idol, and Maomeri, a place of Muslim worship. Educated men no longer speak with Akli of the great impostor Mahomet, nor believe with the learned and violent Dr. Prideaux that he was foolish and wicked enough to dispossess certain poor orphans, the sons of an inferior artificer, the Banu Najjar. A host of books has attempted, though hardly with success, to enlighten popular ignorance upon a crucial point, namely, that the founder of al-Islam, like the founder of Christianity, never pretended to establish a new religion. His claims, indeed, were limited to purging the school of Nazareth of the dross of ages and of the manifold abuses with which long use had infected its early constitution. Hence, to the unprejudiced observer, his reformation seems to have brought it nearer the primitive and original doctrine than any subsequent attempts, especially the Judaizing tendencies of the so-called Protestant churches. The Meccan apostle preached that the Hanafiya, or Orthodox belief, which he subsequently named al-Islam, was first taught by Allah, in all its purity and perfection, to Adam, and consigned to certain inspired volumes now lost, and that this primal holy writ received additions in the days of his descendants, Shis, Seth, and Idris, Enoch, the founder of the Sabian, not Sabaean, faith. Here, therefore, al-Islam at once avoided the deplorable assumption of the Hebrews and the Christians, an error which has been so injurious to their science and their progress, of placing their first man in circa BC 4000, or somewhat subsequent to the building of the pyramids. The pre-Adamite races and dynasties of the Muslims remove a great stumbling block and square with the anthropological views of the present day. In process of time, when the Adamite religion demanded a restoration and a supplement, its pristine virtue was revived, restored, and further developed by the books communicated to Abraham, whose dispensation thus takes the place of the Hebrew Noah and his Noachidae. In due time, the Torah, or Pentateuch, superseded and abrogated the Abrahamic dispensation. The Zabur of David, a book not confined to the Psalms, reformed the Torah. The Injil, or Evangel, reformed the Zabur and was itself purified, quickened, and perfected by the Quran, which means the reading or the recital. Hence Locke, with many others, held Muslims to be unorthodox, that is, anti-Trinitarian Christians, who believe in the Immaculate Conception, in the Ascension, and in the divine mission of Jesus. And when Priestley affirmed that Jesus was sent from God, all Muslims do the same. Thus they are, in the main point of doctrine connected with the deity, simply Arians as opposed to Athanasians. History proves that the former was the earlier faith, which, though formally condemned in AD 325 by Constantine's Council of Nice, overspread the Orient beginning with Eastern Europe, where Ulfilas converted the Goths, which, extended into Africa with the Vandals, claimed a victim or martyr as late as in the 16th century, and has by no means died out in this our day. The Talmud had been completed a full century before Muhammad's time, and the Evangel had been translated into Arabic. Moreover, travel and converse with his Jewish and Christian friends and companions must have convinced the Meccan apostle that Christianity was calling as loudly for reform as Judaism had done. An exaggerated Trinitarianism, or rather tritheism, a fourth person and saint worship had virtually dethroned the deity, whilst Mariolatry had made the faith a religio muliebris, and superstition had drawn from its horrid fecundity an incredible number of heresies and monstrous absurdities. Even ecclesiastic writers draw the gloomiest picture of the Christian Church in the 4th and 7th centuries, and one declares that the kingdom of heaven had become a hell. Egypt, distracted by the bloodthirsty religious wars of Copt and Greek, had been covered with hermitages by a gens aeterna of semi-maniacal superstition. Syria, ever voracious of heresies, had allowed many of her finest tracts to be monopolized by monkeries and nunneries. After many a tentative measure, Mohammed seems to have built his edifice upon two bases: the unity of the Godhead and the priesthood of the Pater Familias. He abolished forever the Sacerdos Alter Christus, whose existence, as someone acutely said, is the best proof of Christianity, and whom all know to be its weakest point. The Moslem family, however humble, was to be the model in miniature of the state. And every father in al-Islam was made priest and pontiff in his own house, able unaided to marry himself, to circumcise, to baptize as it were, his children, to instruct them in the law, and canonically to bury himself. Ritual, properly so called, there was none. Congregational prayers were merely those of the individual en masse, and the only admitted approach to a sacerdotal order were the olema, or scholars learned in the legalistic, and the mullah, or schoolmaster. By thus abolishing the priesthood, Mohammed reconciled ancient with modern wisdom. Scito dominum, said Cato, pro tota familia rem divinam facere. No priest at a birth, no priest at a marriage, no priest at a death, is the aspiration of the present rationalistic school. The Meccan apostle wisely retained the compulsory sacrament of circumcision and the ceremonial ablutions of the Mosaic law, and the 5 daily prayers not only diverted man's thoughts from the world, but tended to keep his body pure. These 2 institutions had been practiced throughout life by the founder of Christianity, but the followers who had never seen him abolished them for purposes evidently political and propagandist. By ignoring the truth that cleanliness is next to godliness, they paved the way for such saints as Simon Stylites and Saba, who, like the lowest Hindu orders of ascetics, made filth a concomitant and an evidence of piety. Even now, English Catholic girls are at times forbidden by Italian priests a frequent use of the bath, as a sign post to the sin of luxury. Mohammed would have accepted the morals contained in the Sermon of the Mount much more readily than did the Jews from whom its matter was borrowed. He did something to abolish the use of wine, which in the East means only its abuse, and he denounced games of chance, well knowing that the excitable races of subtropical climates cannot play with patience, fairness, or moderation. He set aside certain sums for charity to be paid by every believer, and he was the first to establish a poor rate, zakat. Thus he avoided the shame and scandal of mendicancy, which, beginning in the Catholic countries of southern Europe, extends to Syria and as far east as Christianity is found. By these and other measures of the same import, he made the ideal Muslim's life physically clean, moderate, and temperate. But Mohammed, the mastermind of the age, had, we must own, a genuine prophetic power, a sinking of self in the divine not distinguishable in kind from the inspiration of the Hebrew prophets, especially in that puritanical and pharisaic narrowness which, with characteristic simplicity, can see no good outside its own petty pale. He had insight as well as outsight, and the 2 taught him that personal and external reformation were mean matters compared with elevating the inner man. In the purer faith, which he was commissioned to abrogate and to quicken, he found 2 vital defects equally fatal to its energy and to its longevity. These were, and are, its egoism and its degradation of humanity. Thus, it cannot be a pleroma. It needs a higher law. As Judaism promised the good Jew all manner of temporal blessings, issue, riches, wealth, honor, power, length of days, so Christianity offered the good Christian, as a bribe to lead a godly life, personal salvation and a future state of happiness, in fact, the kingdom of heaven, with an alternative threat of hell. It never rose to the height of the Hindu Brahmins and Lao Tse, the ancient teacher, of Zeno the Stoic, and his disciples, the noble Pharisees, who believed and preached that virtue is its own reward. It never dared to say, "Do good for good's sake." Even now, it does not declare with Cicero, "The sum of all of that what is right should be sought for its own sake, because it is right, and not because it is enacted." It does not even now venture to say with Philo Judaeus, "The good man seeks the day for the sake of the day, and the light for the light's sake. And he labors to acquire what is good for the sake of the good itself, and not of anything else. So far for the egotism, naive and unconscious, of Christianity, whose burden is, do good to escape hell and gain heaven. A no less defect in the school of Galilee is its low view of human nature. Adopting as sober and authentic history an Osirian Hebrew myth, which Philo and a host of rabbis explain away, each after his own fashion, Christianity dwells, lovingly as it were, upon the fall of man, and seems to revel in the contemptible condition to which original sin condemned him. Thus groveling before God, ad majorem Dei gloriam, to such a point was and is this carried, that the Synod of Dort declared, Infantes infidelium morientes, in infantia reprobatos esse statui mus. Nay, many of the Orthodox still hold a Christian babe dying unbaptized to be unfit for higher existence, and some have even created a limbo expressly to domicile the innocents, of whom is the kingdom of heaven. Here, if anywhere, the cloven foot shows itself and teaches us that the only solid stratum underlying priestcraft is one composed of LSD. And now I can never believe it, my Lord Bishop. We come to this earth ready damned, with the seeds of evil sown quite so thick at our birth, sings Edwin Arnold. We ask, can infatuation or hypocrisy, for it must be the one or the other, go farther? But the Adamical myth is opposed to all our modern studies. The deeper we dig into the earth's crust, the lower are the specimens of human remains which occur. And hitherto, not a single find has come to revive the faded glories of Adam, the goodliest man of men since born, his sons, the fairest of her daughters Eve. Thus Christianity, admitting like Judaism its own saints and santons, utterly ignores the progress of humanity, perhaps the only belief in which the wise man can take unmingled satisfaction. Both have proposed an originally perfect being with hyacinthine locks, from whose type all the subsequent humans are degradations, physical and moral. We, on the other hand, hold from the evidence of our senses that early man was a savage, very little superior to the brute, that during man's millions of years upon earth there has been a gradual advance towards perfection, at times irregular and even retrograde, but in the main progressive, and that a comparison of man in the 19th century with the caveman affords us the means of measuring past progress and of calculating the future of humanity. Mohammed was far from rising to the moral heights of the ancient sages. He did nothing to abate the egotism of Christianity. He even exaggerated the pleasures of its heaven and the horrors of its hell. On the other hand, he did much to exalt human nature. He passed over the fall with a light hand. He made man superior to the angels. He encouraged his fellow creatures to be great and good by dwelling upon their nobler, not their meaner side. He acknowledged, even in this world, the perfectibility of mankind, including womankind, and in proposing the loftiest ideal, he acted unconsciously upon the great dictum of chivalry, honneur oblige. His prophets were mostly faultless men, and, if the pure of Allah sinned, he sinned against himself. Lastly, he made Allah predetermine the career and fortunes, not only of empires, but of every created being, thus inculcating sympathy and tolerance of others, which is true humanity, and a proud resignation to evil as to good fortune. This is the doctrine which teaches the vulgar Muslim a dignity observed even by the blind traveler, and which enables him to display a moderation, a fortitude, and a self-command rare enough amongst the followers of the purer creed. Christian historians explain variously the portentous rise of al-Islam and its marvelous spread over vast regions, not only of pagans and idolaters, but of Christians. Prideaux disingenuously suggests that it seems to have been purposely raised up by God to be a scourge to the Christian Church for not living in accordance with their most holy religion. The popular excuse is by the free use of the sword. This, however, is mere ignorance. In Muhammad's day, and early al-Islam, only actual fighters were slain. The rest were allowed to pay the jizva, or capitation tax, and to become tributaries, enjoying almost all the privileges of Muslims. But even had forcible conversion been most systematically practiced, it would have afforded an insufficient explanation of the phenomenal rise of an empire which covered more ground in 80 years than Rome had gained in 800. During so short a time, the grand revival of monotheism had consolidated into a mighty nation, despite their eternal blood feuds, the scattered Arab tribes. A 6 years' campaign had conquered Syria, and a lustre or two utterly overthrew Persia, humbled the Greco-Roman, subdued Egypt, and extended the faith along northern Africa as far as the Atlantic. Within 3 generations, the Copts of Nile land had formally cast out Christianity, and the same was the case with Syria, the cradle of the Nazarene, and Mesopotamia, one of his strongholds, although both were backed by all the remaining power of the Byzantine Empire. Northwestern Africa, which had rejected the idolatro-philosophic system of pagan and imperial Rome, and had accepted, after lukewarm fashion, the Arian Christianity imported by the Vandals, and the Nicene mystery of the Trinity, hailed with enthusiasm the doctrines of the Koran, and has never ceased to be the most zealous in its Islam. And while Mohammedanism speedily reduced the limits of Christendom by 1/3, while throughout the Arabian, Saracenic, and Turkish invasions, whole Christian peoples embraced the monotheistic faith, there are hardly any instances of defection from the new creed, and, with the exception of Spain and Sicily, it has never been suppressed in any land where once it took root. Even now, when Mohammedanism no longer wields the sword, it is spreading over wide regions in China, in the Indian archipelago, and especially in Western and Central Africa, propagated only by self-educated individuals, trading travelers, while Christianity makes no progress and cannot exist on the Dark Continent without strong support from government. Nor can we explain this honorable reception by the licentiousness ignorantly attributed to al-Islam, one of the most severely moral of institutions, or by the allurements of polygamy and concubinage, slavery, and a wholly sensual paradise devoted to eating, drinking, and the pleasures of the sixth sense. The true and simple explanation is that this grand reformation of Christianity was urgently wanted when it appeared, that it suited the people better than the creed which it superseded, and that it has not ceased to be sufficient for their requirements, social, sexual, and vital. As the practical Orientalist, Dr. Leitner, well observes from his own experience, the Mohammedan religion can adapt itself better than any other, and has adapted itself to circumstances and to the needs of the various races which profess it, in accordance with the spirit of the age. Hence, I add, its wide diffusion and its impregnable position. The dead hand, stiff and motionless, is a forcible simile for the present condition of al-Islam, but it results from limited and imperfect observation, and it fails in the sine qua non of similes and metaphors, a foundation of fact. I cannot quit this subject without a passing reference to an admirably written passage in Mr. Palgrave's Travels, which is essentially unfair to al-Islam. The author has had ample opportunities of comparing creeds. Of Jewish blood and born a Protestant, he became a Catholic and a Jesuit, Père Michael Cohen, in a Syrian convent. He crossed Arabia as a good Muslim, and he finally returned to his premier amour, Anglicanism. But his picturesque depreciation of Mohammedanism, which has found due appreciation in more than one popular volume, is a notable specimen of special pleading, of the ad captandum in its modern and least honest form. The writer begins by assuming the arid and barren Wahhabism, which he had personally studied, as a fair expression of the saving faith. What should we say to a Muslim traveler who would make the Calvinism of the sourest Covenanter model genuine and ancient Christianity? What would sensible Muslims say to these propositions of Professor Maccovius and the Synod of Dort? Good works are an obstacle to salvation. God does by no means will the salvation of all men. He does will sin, and he destines men to sin as sin. What would they think of the inadmissible grace, the perseverance of the elect, the supralapsarian and the sublapsarian, and finally, of a deity, the author of man's existence, temptation, and fall, who deliberately preordains sin and ruin? Father Cohen carries out into the regions of the extreme his strictures on the one grand vitalizing idea of al-Islam. There is no God but God. And his deduction concerning the pantheism of force sounds unreal and unsound, compared with the sensible remarks upon the same subject by Dr. Badgers, who sees the abstruseness of the doctrine and does not care to include it in hard and fast lines, or to subject it to mere logical analysis. Upon the subject of predestination, Mr. Palgrave quotes, not from the Quran, but from the ahadis, or traditional sayings of the apostle. But what importance attaches to a legend in the Mishnah, or oral law, of the Hebrews utterly ignored by the written law? He joins the many in complaining that even the mention of the love of God is absent from Muhammad's theology, burking the fact that it never occurs in the Jewish scriptures, and that the genius of Arabic, like Hebrew, does not admit the expression. Worse still, he keeps from his reader such Quranic passages as, to quote no other, Allah loveth you and will forgive your sins. He pities Allah for having no son, companion, or counselor, and of course he must equally commiserate Jehovah. Finally, his views of the lifelessness of al-Islam are directly opposed to the opinions of Dr. Leitner and the experience of all who have lived in Muslim lands. Such are the ingenious but not ingenuous distortions of fact, the fine instances of the pathetic fallacy, and the noteworthy illustrations of the falsehood of extremes, which have engendered Mohammedanism a relapse, the worst form of monotheism, and which have been eagerly seized upon and further deformed by the authors of popular books, that is, volumes written by those who know little for those who know less. In al-Rashid's day, a mighty change had passed over the primitive simplicity of al-Islam, the change to which faiths and creeds, like races and empires and all things sublunary, are subject. The proximity of Persia and the close intercourse with the Greco-Romans had polished and greatly modified the physiognomy of the rugged old belief. All manner of metaphysical subtleties had cropped up, with the usual disintegrating effect, and some of these threatened even the unity of the Godhead. Musaylima and Karmat had left traces of their handiwork. The Mutazilites, separatists or secessors, actively propagated their doctrine of a created and temporal Quran. The Khariji or Ibazi, who rejects and reviles Abu Turab, Caliph Ali, contended passionately with the Shia, who reviles and rejects the other three successors. And these sectarians, favored by the learned, and by the Abbasides in their jealous hatred of the Ommiyads, went to the extreme length of the Ali Ilahi, the god-makers of Ali, whilst the Dari and the Zindiq, the Mundanist and the Agnoetic, proposed to sweep away the whole edifice. The Neoplatonism and Gnosticism, which had not essentially affected Christendom, found in al-Islam a rich fallow, and gained strength and luxuriance by the solid materialism and conservatism of its basis. Such were a few of the distracting and resolving influences which time had brought to bear upon the true believer, and which, after some half a dozen generations, had separated the several schisms by a wider breach than that which yawns between Orthodox, Romanist, and Lutheran. Nor was this scandal in al-Islam abated until the Tartar sword applied to it the sharpest remedy. End of section 23.
Section 24 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Social Condition. B. Woman. The next point I propose to consider is the position of womanhood in the Nights, so curiously at variance with the stock ideas concerning the Moslem home and domestic policy still prevalent not only in England but throughout Europe. Many readers of these volumes have remarked to me with much astonishment that they find the female characters more remarkable for decision, action, and manliness than the male, and are wonderstruck by their masterful attitude and by the supreme influence they exercise upon public and private life. I have glanced at the subject of the sex in all Islam to such an extent throughout my notes that little remains here to be added. Women, all the world over, are what men make them, and the main charm of Amazonian fiction is to see how they live and move and have their being without any masculine guidance. But it is the old ever-new fable, "Who drew the lion vanquished? 'Twas a man." The books of the ancients, written in that stage of civilization when the sexes are at civil war, make women even more in real life the creatures of their masters. Hence from the dawn of literature to the present day, the sex has been the subject of disappointed abuse and eulogy almost as unmerited. Ecclesiastes, perhaps the strangest specimen of an inspired volume the world has yet produced, boldly declares, "One upright man among 1,000 I have found, but a woman among all I have not found." Volume 7, 28. Thus confirming the pessimism of Petronius, "Femina nulla bona est, et si bona contigit ulla, nescio quo fato res male facta bona est." In the Psalms again, 30 verse 15, we have the old sneer at the three insatiables, hell, earth, and the parts feminine, os vulvi; and rabbinical learning has embroidered these and other texts, producing a truly hideous caricature. A hadith attributed to Mohammed runs, "They (women) lack wits and faith. When Eve was created, Satan rejoiced, saying, 'Thou art half of my host, the trustee of my secret, and my shaft wherewith I shoot and miss not.'" Another tells us, "I stood at the gate of heaven, and lo, most of its inmates were poor, and I stood at the gate of hell, and lo, most of its inmates were women." "Take care of the glass phials," cried the prophet to a camel guide singing with a sweet voice. Yet the Meccan apostle made, as has been seen, his own household produce two perfections. The blatant popular voice follows with such dictates as, "Women are made of nectar and poison," "Women have long hair and short wits," and so forth. Nor are the Hindus behindhand. Women has fickleness implanted in her by nature like the flashings of lightning. Katha, SS, 147. She is valueless as a straw to the heroic mind. 169. She is hard as adamant in sin, and soft as flour in fear. 170. And, like the fly, she quits camphor to settle on compost. 2:17. What dependence is there in the crowing of a hen? Women's opinions, says the Hindi proverb. Also, "a virgin with grey hairs," i.e., a monster, and "wherever wendeth a fairy face, a devil wendeth with her." The same superficial view of holding woman to be lesser and very inferior man is taken generally by the classics, and Euripides distinguished himself by misogyny, although he drew the beautiful character of Alcestis. Simonides, more merciful than Ecclesiastes, after naming his swine women, dog women, cat women, etc., ends the decade with the admirable bee woman, thus making 10% honest. In medieval or Germanic Europe, the doctrine of the Virgin Mother gave the sex a status unknown to the ancients except in Egypt, where Isis was the helpmate and completion of Osiris, in common parlance, the woman clothed with the sun. The kindly and courtly Palmerin of England, in whose pages "gentlemen may find their choice of sweet inventions, and gentlewomen be satisfied with courtly expectations," suddenly bursts out, "but in truth women are never satisfied by reason, being governed by accident or appetite." Chapter 49. The Knights, as might be expected from the emotional East, exaggerate these views. Women are mostly sectaries of the god ■ beings of impulse, blown about by every gust of passion, stable only in instability, constant only in inconstancy. The false ascetic, the perfidious and murderous crone, and the old hag procuress who pimps like ■Kulsum for mere pleasure in the luxury of sin, are drawn with an experienced and loving hand. Yet not the less do we meet with examples of the dutiful daughter, the model lover, matronly in her affection, the devoted wife, the perfect mother, the saintly devotee, the learned preacher, Univira the chaste widow, and the self-sacrificing heroic woman. If we find, Volume 3, 216, the sex described as "an offal cast by kites wherever they list," and the studied insults of Volume 3, 318, we also come upon an admirable sketch of conjugal happiness, Volume 7, 43, and, to mention no other, Shahryar's attestation to Shahrazad's excellence in the last charming pages of the Nights. It is the same with the ▍𝔀𝐻, whose praise and dispraise are equally enthusiastic. For example, women of good quality are guarded by their virtue, the sole efficient chamberlain, but the Lord himself can hardly guard the unchaste. Who can stem a furious stream and a frantic woman? 1 328. Excessive love in woman is your only hero for daring. 1 339. Thus fair ones, naturally feeble, bring about a series of evil actions which engender discernment and diversion to the world, but here and there you will find a virtuous woman who adorneth a glorious house as a streak of the moon arrayeth the breadth of the heavens. 1 346. So you see, King, honorable matrons are devoted to their husbands, and 'tis not the case that women are always bad. 2 624. And there is true wisdom in that even balance of feminine qualities advocated by our Hindi class book, the Toti Nama, or Parrot Volume. The perfect woman has 7 requisites. She must not always be merry, 1, nor sad, 2. She must not always be talking, 3, nor silently musing, 4. She must not always be adorning herself, 5, nor neglecting her person, 6. And 7, at all times she must be moderate and self-possessed. The legal status of womankind in all Islam is exceptionally high, a fact of which Europe has often been assured, although the truth has not even yet penetrated into the popular brain. Nearly a century ago one Mirza Abu Talib Khan, an almildar or revenue collector, after living 2 years in London, wrote an apology for, or rather a vindication of, his countrywomen, which is still worth reading and quoting. Nations are but superficial judges of one another. Where customs differ, they often remark only the salient distinctive points which, when examined, prove to be of minor importance. Europeans, seeing and hearing that women in the East are cloistered, as the Grecian matron was wont, and that wives may not walk out with their husbands, and cannot accompany them to balls and parties, moreover that they are always liable, like the ancient Hebrew, to the mortification of the sister wife, have most ignorantly determined that they are mere serviles, and that their lives are not worth living. Indeed, a learned lady, Miss Martineau, once visiting a harem, went into ecstasies of pity and sorrow because the poor things knew nothing of, say, trigonometry and the use of globes. Sonnini thought otherwise, and my experience, like that of all old dwellers in the East, is directly opposed to this conclusion. I have noted, Knight 962, that Mohammed, in the 5th year of his reign, after his ill-advised and scandalous marriage with his foster daughter Zaynab, established the hijab, or veiling of women. It was probably an exaggeration of local usage. A modified separation of the sexes, which extended and still extends even to the Badawi, must long have been customary in Arabian cities, and its object was to deliver the sexes from temptation, as the Quran says, 32:32, "Purer will this practice be for your hearts and their hearts." The women, who delight in restrictions which tend to their honour, accepted it willingly and still affect it. They do not desire a liberty, or rather a license which they have learned to regard as inconsistent with their time-honoured notions of feminine decorum and delicacy, and they would think very meanly of a husband who permitted them to be exposed, like ℌ𝔅𝔀𝐍𝐍𝐶, to the public gaze. As Zubyar Pasha, exiled to Gibraltar for another's treason, said to my friend, Colonel Buckle, after visiting quarters evidently laid out by a jealous husband, "We Arabs think that when a man has a precious jewel, 'tis wiser to lock it up in a box than to leave it about for any one to take." The Eastern adopts the instinctive, the Western prefers the rational method. The former jealously guards his treasure, surrounds it with all precautions, fends off from it all risks, and if the treasure go astray, kills it. The latter, after placing it in evidence upon an eminence in ball dress, with back and bosom bared to the gaze of society, a bundle of charms exposed to every possible seduction, allows it to take its own way, and if it be misled, he kills or tries to kill the misleader. It is a fiery trial, and the few who safely pass through it may claim a higher standpoint in the moral world than those who have never been sorely tried. But the crucial question is whether Christian Europe has done wisely in offering such temptations. The second and main objection to Moslem custom is the marriage system, which begins with a girl being wedded to a man whom she knows only by hearsay. This was the habit of our forebears not many generations ago, and it still prevails amongst noble houses in southern Europe, where a lengthened study of it leaves me doubtful whether the love marriage, as it is called, or wedlock with an utter stranger, evidently the two extremes, is likely to prove the happier. The sister wife is or would be a sore trial to monogamic races like those of northern Europe, where Kaya, all but the equal of Caius in most points mental and physical, and superior in some, not unfrequently proves herself the man of the family, the only man in the boat. But in the East, where the sex is far more delicate, where a girl is brought up in polygamy, where religious reasons separate her from her husband during pregnancy and lactation for 3 successive years, and where often enough, like the Mormon damsel, she would hesitate to "nigger it with a one-wife man," the case assumes a very different aspect, and the load, if burden it be, falls comparatively light. Lastly, the patriarchal household is mostly confined to the grandee and the Richard, whilst holy law and public opinion, neither of which can openly be disregarded, assign command of the household to the equal or first wife, and jealously guard the rights and privileges of the others. Mirza Abu Talib, the Persian prince, offers 6 reasons why "the liberty of the Asiatic women appears less than that of the Europeans," ending with, "I'll fondly place on either eye the man that can to this reply." He then lays down 8 points in which the Moslem wife has greatly the advantage over her Christian sisterhood, and we may take his first as a specimen. Custom, not contrary to law, invests the Mohammedan mother with despotic government of the homestead, slaves, servants, and children, especially the latter. She alone directs their early education, their choice of faith, their marriage, and their establishment in life; and in case of divorce, she takes the daughters, the sons going to the sire. She has also liberty to leave her home, not only for 1 or 2 nights, but for a week or a fortnight, without consulting her husband; and whilst she visits a strange household, the master and all males above 15 are forbidden the harem. But the main point in favor of the Moslem wife is her being a legal sharer. Inheritance is secured to her by Quranic law. She must be dowered by the bridegroom to legalize marriage, and all she gains is secured to her; whereas in England a Married Woman's Property Act was completed only in 1882, after many centuries of the grossest abuses. Lastly, Moslems and Easterns in general study and intelligently study the art and mystery of satisfying the physical woman. In my foreword I have noticed among barbarians the system of making men, that is, of teaching lads first arrived at puberty the nice conduct of the instrumentum paratum platandus avibus, a branch of the knowledge tree which our modern education grossly neglects, thereby entailing untold miseries upon individuals, families, and generations. The mock virtue, the most immodest modesty of England and the United States in the 19th century, pronounces the subject foul and fulsome. Society sickens at all details, and hence it is said abroad that the English have the finest women in Europe, and least know how to use them. Throughout the East such studies are aided by long series of volumes, many of them written by learned physiologists, by men of social standing, and by religious dignitaries high in office. The Egyptians especially delight in aphrodisiac literature, treating, as the Turks say, de la partie au-dessous de la taille; and from 1,500 to 2,000 copies of a new work, usually lithographed in cheap form, readily sell off. The Pudibund Lane makes an allusion to and quotes one of the most outspoken, a quarto of 464 pages, called the Halbat al-Kumayyat, or race course of the bay horse, a poetical and horsey term for grape wine. Attributed by D'Herbelot to the Qazi Shams al-Din Mohammed, it is wholly upon the subject of wassail and women, till the last few pages, when his reverence exclaims, "This much, O reader, I have recounted, the better thou mayest know what to avoid," and so forth, ending with condemning all he had praised. Even the divine and historian Jalal al-Din al-Siyuti is credited with having written, though the authorship is much disputed, a work entitled Kitab al-Izah fi Ilm al-Nikah, the Book of Exposition in the Science of Coition. My copy, a lithograph of 33 pages, undated, but evidently Cairene, begins with exclaiming, Alhamdolillah, laud to the Lord who adorned the virginal bosom with breasts, and who made the thighs of women anvils for the spear handles of men. To the same amiable theologian are also ascribed the Kitab Nawazir al-Ike fi al-Naik, Green Splendors of the Copts in Copulation, an abstract of the Kitab al-Wisha fi Fawid al-Nikah, Book of the Zone on Coition Boon. Of the abundance of pornographic literature we may judge from a list of the following 7 works given on the second page of the Kitab Rujuwa al-Shaykh ila Sabah fi il-Quwwat al-Ba, Book of the Age Rejuvenescence in the Power of Concupiscence. It is the work of Ahmad bin Sulaiman, surnamed Ibn Kamal Pasha. 1. Kitab al-Ba by al-Nahli. 2. Kitab al-Warzna al-Arais, Book of the Bridal and the Brides, by al-Jahiz. 3. Kitab al-Kiyan, Maiden's Book, by Ibn Hajib al-Numan. 4. Kitab al-Iza fi Asrar al-Nikah, Book of the Exposition on the Mysteries of Married Fruition. 5. Kitab Jami al-Liza, The Compendium of Pleasure, by Ibn Sasamani. 6. Kitab Barjan, Yarjan, wa Janahib. 7. Kitab al-Munakaha al-Mufataha fi Asnaf al-Jima wa Alati, Book of Carnal Copulation and the Institution into the Modes of Coition and its Instrumentation, by Aziz al-Din al-Masihi. To these I may add the Lizat al-Nisa, Pleasures of Women, a textbook in Arabic, Persian, and Hindustani. It is a translation and a very poor attempt, omitting much from, and adding not to, the famous Sanskrit work Anangaranga, Stage of the Bodiless One, i.e. Cupido, or Hindu Art of Love, Ars Amoris Indica. I have copies of it in Sanskrit and Marathi, Guzarti and Hindustani. The latter is an unpaged octavo of 66 pages, including 8 pages of most grotesque illustrations showing the various san, the figuri veneris or positions of copulation, which seem to be the triumphs of contortionists. These pamphlets lithographed in Bombay are broadcast over the land. It must not be supposed that such literature is purely and simply aphrodisiacal. The learned Sprenger, a physician as well as an Arabist, says, Al-Masudi, page 384, of a tractate by the celebrated Rhazes in the Leyden Library, "The number of curious observations, the correct and practical ideas, and the novelty of the notions of Eastern nations on these subjects, which are contained in this book, render it one of the most important productions of the medical literature of the Arabs." I can conscientiously recommend to the anthropologist a study of the Ketub al-Ba. End of section 24. Section 25 of the Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 10, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Social Condition. C. Pornography. Here it will be advisable to supplement what was said in my foreword concerning the terpoloquium of the Nights. Readers who have perused the 10 volumes will probably agree with me that the naive indecencies of the text are rather gaudis serii than prurience, and, when delivered with mirth and humour, they are rather the excrements of wit than designed for debauching the mind. Crude and indelicate, with infantile plainness, even gross, and, at times, nasty in their terrible frankness, they cannot be accused of corrupting suggestiveness or subtle insinuation of vicious sentiment. Theirs is a coarseness of language, not of idea. They are indecent, not depraved; and the pure and perfect naturalness of their nudity seems almost to purify it, showing that the matter is rather of manners than of morals. Such throughout the East is the language of every man, woman, and child, from prince to peasant, from matron to prostitute. All are as the naive French traveller said of the Japanese, Si grossier qu'ils ne savent nommer les choses que par leur nom. This primitive stage of language sufficed to draw from Lane and Burckhardt strictures upon the "most immodest freedom of conversation in Egypt," where, as all the world over, there are 3 several stages for names of things and acts sensual. First, we have the ℅𝔌𝔀𝔌, the popular term, soon followed by the technical and scientific, and lastly, the literary or figurative nomenclature, which is often much more immoral because more attractive, suggestive, and seductive than the raw word. And let me observe that the highest civilization is now returning to the language of nature. In La Glue of Monsieur 𝔅𝔌𝔍𝔌𝔍𝔌, a triumph of the realistic school, we find such archaic expressions as la pété, putain, faut-tu aller si ℍ𝔀𝐌𝐷, un facétus pétarde, tu te faut-tu, etc., et vilain bougre, and so forth. To those critics who complain of these raw vulgarisms and puerile indecencies in the Nights, I can reply only by quoting the words said to have been said by Dr. Johnson to the lady who complained of the naughty words in his dictionary. "You must have been looking for them, madame." But I repeat, there is another element in the Nights, and that is one of absolute obscenity utterly repugnant to English readers, even the least prudish. It is chiefly connected with what our neighbours call le vice contre nature, as if anything can be contrary to nature which includes all things. Upon this subject I must offer details, as it does not enter into my plan to ignore any theme which is interesting to the Orientalist and the anthropologist. And they, methinks, do abundant harm, who, for shame or disgust, would suppress the very mention of such matters. In order to combat a great and growing evil deadly to the birth rate, the mainstay of national prosperity, the first requisite is careful study. As Albert Bostoat, Bishop of Ratisbon, rightly says, "Quia malum non evitatum nisi cognitum, ideo necesse est cognoscere in mundicium coitus et multa alla qui docentur in isto libro." Equally true are Professor Montezaga's words, "Cacher la platesse de cour humain au nom de la pudeur, c'est n'est au contraire qu'hypocrisie ou peur." The late Mr. Grote had reason to lament that when describing such institutions as the far-famed of Thebes, the sacred band annihilated at Chæronea, he was compelled to a reticence which permitted him to touch only the surface of the subject. This was inevitable under the present rule of Kant in a book intended for the public. But the same does not apply to my version of the Nights, and I now proceed to discuss the matter sérieusement, honnêtement, historiquement, to show it in decent nudity, not in suggestive fig-leaf or fil de vigne. Section 26
of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elsie Selwyn. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10 by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 26, Social Condition D. Pederasty, Part 1. The Execralibus Familia Pathicorum first came before me by a chance of earlier life. In 1845, when Sir Charles Napier had conquered and annexed Sind, despite a faction, mostly venal, which sought favour with the now defunct Court of Directors to the Honourable East India Company, the veteran began to consider his conquest with a curious eye. It was reported to him that Karachi, a townlet of some 2,000 souls and distant not more than a mile from camp, supported no less than 3 lupinages, or borders, in which not women but boys and eunuchs, the former demanding nearly a double price, lay for hire. Being then the only British officer who could speak Sindhi, I was asked indirectly to make inquiries and to report upon the subject, and I undertook the task on express condition that my report should not be forwarded to the Bombay government, from whom supporters of the conqueror's policy could expect scant favour, mercy, or justice. Accompanied by a munshi, Mirza Mohammed Hossain of Shiraz, and habited as a merchant, Mirza Abdullah the Bushiri, passed many an evening in the townlet, visited all the pornea, and obtained the fullest details, which were duly dispatched to the government house. But the devil's brother presently quitted Sind, leaving in his office my unfortunate official. This found its way, with sundry other reports, to Bombay, and produced the expected result. A friend in Secretariat informed me that my summary dismissal from the service had been formally proposed by one of Sir Charles Napier's successors, whose decease compels me to parcere sepulto. But this excess of outraged modesty was not allowed. Subsequent inquiries in many and distant countries enabled me to arrive at the following conclusions. 1. There exists what I shall call a sotatic zone, bounded westwards by the northern shores of the Mediterranean, northern latitude 43, and by the southern, northern latitude 30. Thus, the depth would be 780 to 800 miles, including meridional France, the Iberian Peninsula, Italy, and Greece, with the coast regions of Africa from Morocco to Egypt. 2. Running eastward, the sotatic zone narrows, embracing Asia Minor, Mesopotamia and Chaldea, Afghanistan, Sind, the Punjab, and Kashmir. 3. In Indochina, the belt begins to broaden, enfolding China, Japan, and Turkestan. 4. It then embraces the South Sea Islands in the New World, where, at the time of its discovery, sotatic love was, with some exceptions, an established racial institution. 5. Within the sotatic zone, the vice is popular and endemic, held at the worst to be a mere peccadillo, whilst the races to the north and south of the limits here defined practice it only sporadically amid the opprobrium of their fellows, who, as a rule, are physically incapable of performing the operation, and look upon it with the liveliest disgust. Before entering into topographical details concerning pederasty, which I hold to be geographical and climatic, not racial, I must offer a few considerations of its cause and origin. We must not forget that the love of boys has its noble sentimental side. The Platonists and pupils of the Academy, followed by the Sufis or Muslim Gnostics, held such affection pure as ardent to the beau ideal, which united in the man's soul the creature with the Creator. Professing to regard youths as the most cleanly and beautiful objects in this phenomenal world, they declared that by loving and extolling the chef d'oeuvre, corporeal and intellectual, of the demiurgus, disinterestedly and without any admixture of carnal sensuality, they are paying the most fervent adoration to the causa causans. They add that such affection, passing as it does the love of women, is far less selfish than fondness for and admiration of the other sex, which, however innocent, always suggests sexuality. And Easterners add that the devotion of the moth to the taper is purer and more fervent than the bulbul's love for the rose. Amongst the Greeks of the best ages, the system of boy favorites was advocated on considerations of morals and politics. The lover undertook the education of the beloved through precept and example, while the two were conjoined by a tie stricter than the fraternal. Hieronymus, the peripatetic, strongly advocated it because the vigorous disposition of youths and the confidence engendered by their association often led to the overthrow of tyrannies. Socrates declared that, quote, a most valiant army might be composed of boys and their lovers, for that of all men they would be most ashamed to desert one another. End quote. And even Virgil, despite the foul flavor of formosum pastor cordon, could write, Nisus amore pio pueri. The only physical cause for the practice which suggests itself to me, and that must be owned to be purely conjectural, is that within the sotatic zone there is a blending of the masculine and female temperaments, a crassus which elsewhere occurs only sporadically, hence the male feminisme, whereby the man becomes patiens as well as agens, and the woman a tribade, a votary of mascula Sappho, queen of frictrices or rubbers. Professor Amantangaza claims to have discovered the cause of this pathological love, this perversion of the erotic sense, one of the marvelous list of amorous vagaries which deserve not prosecution but the pitiful care of the physician and the study of the psychologist. According to him, the nerves of the rectum and the genitalia, in all cases closely connected, are abnormally so in the Pathic, who obtains by intromission the venereal orgasm, which is usually sought through the sexual organs. So amongst women there are tribads who can procure no pleasure except by foreign objects introduced a posteriori. Hence his threefold distribution of sodomy: 1, peripheric or anatomical, caused by an unusual distribution of the nerves in their hyperaesthesia; 2, luxurious, with love a tergo, is preferred on account of the narrowness of the passage; and 3, the psychical. But this is evidently superficial. The question is what causes this neuropathy, this abnormal distribution and condition of the nerves. As Prince Bismarck finds a moral difference between the male and female races of history, so I suspect a mixed physical temperament affected by the manifold subtle influences massed together in the world climate. Something of the kind is necessary to explain the fact of this pathological love extending over the greater portion of the habitable world, without any apparent connection of race or media, from the polished Greek to the cannibal Tupi of the Brazil. Walt Whitman speaks of the ashen-gray face of onanists, the faded colors, the puffy features, and the unwholesome complexion of the professed pederast, with his peculiar cathetic expression, indescribable but once seen, never forgotten, stamp the breed, and Dr. G. Adolf is justified in declaring, quote, "Alle Gewohnheitspederasten erkennen sich einander schnell, oft mit einem Thick." End quote. This has nothing in common with the feminisme, which betrays itself in the Pathic by womanly gait, regard, and gesture. It is something sui generic, and the same may be said of the color and look of the young priest who honestly refrains from women and their substitutes. Dr. Tardieu, in his well-known work Etude médico-légales sur les attentats aux mœurs, and Dr. Adolf note a peculiar infundibuliform disposition of the after, and a smoothness and want of folds even before any abuse has taken place, together with special forms of the male organs in confirmed pederasts. But these observations have been rejected by Casper, Hoffmann, Brouardel, and Dr. John H. Henry Coutange. Notes sur la sodomie, Lyon, 1880. And it is a medical question whose discussion would here be out of place. The origin of pederasty is lost in the night of ages, but its historique has been carefully tracked by many writers, especially Viret, Rosenbaum, and M.H.E. Meyer. The ancient Greeks, who, like the modern Germans, invented nothing but were great improvers of what other races invented, attributed the formal apostolate of sodotism to Orpheus, whose stigmata was worn by the Thracian women. Omnem quae refugerat Orpheus femineam venerem, ille etiam Thracum populis fuit auctor amorem in teneres transfere mares, citraque juventam aetatis breve ver, et primos carpere flores. Ovid, Metamorphoses, Book 10, lines 79 to 85. Euripides proposed Laus, father of Oedipus, as the inaugurator, whereas Timaeus declared that the fashion of making favorites of boys was introduced into Greece from Crete, for Malthusian reasons, said Aristotle. Politics, Book 2, line 10, attributing it to Minos. Herodotus, however, knew far better, having discovered it, too, circa 80, that the Orphic and Bacchic rites were originally Egyptian. But the father of history was a traveler and an annalist rather than an archaeologist, and he tripped in the following passage, 1 circa 135, quote, "As soon as they, the Persians, hear of any luxury, they instantly make it their own, and hence, among other matters, they have learned from the Hellens a passion for boys." End quote. Quote, "Unnatural lust," end quote, says modest Rawlinson. Plutarch, De Malignitate Herodoti, 13, asserts with much more probability that the Persians used eunuch boys according to the Mos Graecae, long before they had seen the Grecian main. And the holy books of the Hellenes, Homer and Hesiod, dealing with the heroic ages, there is no trace of pederasty, although in a long subsequent generation Lucian suspected Achilles and Patroclus, as he did Orestes and Pylades, Theseus and Pirithous. Homer's praises of beauty are reserved for the feminines, especially his favorite Helen. but the Dorians of Crete seem to have commended the abuse to Athens and Sparta and subsequently imported it into Tarentum, Agrigentium, and other colonies. Ephorus in Strabo 10:4-21 gives a curious account of the violent abduction of beloved boys by the lover, of the obligations of the ravisher to the favorite, and of the marriage ceremonies which lasted 2 months. See also Plato, Laws 1, circa 8, Servius, ad Aeneid 10:325, informs us, quote, De cretensibus accepimus, quod in amore puerorum intemperantes fuerant, quod postea in lacones et in totium Graecum translatum est. End quote. The Cretians, and afterward their apt pupils, the Chalcidians, held it disreputable for a beautiful boy to lack a lover. Hence Zeus, the national Doric god of Crete, loved Ganymede, Apollo, another Dorian deity, loved Hyacinth, and Hercules, a Doric hero who grew to be a sun god, loved Hylas and a host of others. Thus Crete sanctified the practice by the examples of the gods and demigods, but when legislation came, the subject had qualified itself for legal limitation, and as such was undertaken by Lycurgus and Solon, according to Xenophon. Lacedaemonians, Book 2, 13, who draws a broad distinction between the honest love of boys and dishonest Greek lust. They both approved of pure pederastia, like that of Harmodius and Aristogiton, but forbade it with Serviles, because degrading to a free man. Hence the love of boys was spoken of like that of women. Plato, Phaedrus, Republica 6, circa 19. Xenophon, Symposium 4:10. Example, quote, There was once a boy, or rather a youth, of exceeding beauty, and he had very many lovers. End quote. This is the language of Hafiz and Saadi. Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides were allowed to introduce it upon the stage, for, quote, Many men were as fond of having boys for their favorites as women for their mistresses, and this was a frequent fashion in many well-regulated cities of Greece. End quote. Poets like Alcaeus, Anacreon, Agathon, and Pindar affected it, and Theognis sang of a, quote, beautiful boy in the flower of his youth. End quote. The statesmen Aristides and Themistocles quarreled over Stesilaus of Teos, and Pisistratus loved Charmus, who first built an altar to puerile Eros, while Charmus loved Hippias, son of Pisistratus. Demosthenes, the orator, took into keeping a youth called Gnasion, greatly to the indignation of his wife. Xenophon loved Cleinias and Autolycus, Aristotle, Hermias, Theodectes, and others, Empedocles, Pausanias, Epicurus, Pythocles, Aristippus, Euthycides, and Zeno, with his Stoics, had a philosophic disregard for women, affecting only pederastia. A man in Athenaeus 4, circa 40, left in his will that certain youths he had loved should fight like gladiators at his funeral, and Charlicles and Lucian abuses Callicratidas for his love of sterile pleasures. Lastly, there was the notable affair of Alcibiades and Socrates, the sanctus paederasta, being violamente subcon, julama subsine, when under the mantle. Non semper sine plaga ab eo surrexit. Athenaeus 5, circa 13. Declares that Plato represents Socrates as absolutely intoxicated with his passion for Alcibiades. The ancients seem to have held the connection impure, or Juvenal would not have written inter Socraticos notissima fossa Sinailos, followed by Firmicus 7:14, who speaks of Socratici Paidicones. It is the modern fashion to doubt the pederasty of the master of Hellenic Sophrosine, the Christian before Christianity, but such a worldwide term as Socratic love can hardly be explained by the lucus a non lucendo theory. We are overapt to apply our 19th century prejudices and prepossessions to the morality of the ancient Greeks, who would have specimened such squeamishness and Attic salt. The Spartans, according to Agnon the academic, confirmed by Plato, Plutarch, and Cicero, treated boys and girls in the same way before marriage, hence Juvenal, 11-173, used Lacedaemonius for a Pathic, and other writers apply it to a Tribade. After the Peloponnesian War, which ended in BC 404, the use became merged in the abuse. Yet some purity must have survived even amongst the Boeotians, who produced the famous Narcissus, described by Ovid, Metamorphoses, Book 3, 339, multi ilium juvenes, multae ℍ𝔀𝐻𝑅𝑒 puellae, nulli ilium juvenes, nullae tetigere puellae. For Epaminondas, whose name is mentioned with 3 beloveds, established the holy regiment composed of mutual lovers, testifying the majesty of Eros and preferring to a discreditable life of a glorious death. Philip's redactions on the fatal field of Chaeronea form their fittest epitaph. At last the Athenians, according to Aeschines, officially punished sodomy with death, but the threat did not abolish bordels of boys like those of Karachi, the Pornea or Pornobosquea, where slaves in pueri venales stood, as the term was, near Pnyx, the city walls, in a certain tower, also about Lycabettus, and paid a fixed tax to the state. The pleasures of society in civilized Greece seem to have been sought chiefly in the heresies of love, heteresis and sododism. It is calculated that the French of the 16th century have 400 names for the parts genital and 300 for their use in coition. The Greek vocabulary is not less copious, and some of its pederastic terms, of which Meyer gives nearly 100, and its nomenclature of pathologic love are curious and picturesque enough to merit quotation. To live the life of Abron, the Argive, i.e. that of a Pathic or passive lover, the Agathonian song, Aeschyrogia equals dishonest love, also called akolasia, akrasia, aurenokoitia, etc., Alkinoan youths or non-conformists, and curte ceranda plus aequo operate juventus. Allegomenos, the unspeakable, as the pederast was termed by the Council of Ancyra, also the Agrios, Apolaustos, and Akolastos, Androgyni, of whom Ansonius wrote epigram 68:15, ecce ego sum factis femina de puero. Badas and badizain equals clunes turquens, also batalos equals katamite. Katapagos, katapagosine equals puerarius, and katadactylium, from dactylium, the ring, used in the sense of Nerissus, but applied to the corollarium puerile. Syneidos, the active lover, derived either from his kinetics or quasi, equals dogmatist, also spatulocynidus, lascivia fluens equals a fair Ganymede, Chalkidasane, from Chalkis in Euboea, a city famed for love a posteriori, mostly applied to le léchement des testicles by children. Clazomenae equals the buttocks, also a sotatic disease, so called from the Ionian city devoted to Aversa Venus, also used of a Pathic, et tergo femina pube vir est. Ambasio coitas, probably a link boy at marriages, also a nightcap drunk before bed, and lastly an effeminate, one who perambulavit omnium cubilia, Catullus. See Encolpius's pun upon the Ambascite and Satyricon, chapter 4, Epipedeus, the carnal assault. Gaeton, literally the neighbor, the beloved of Encolpius, which has produced the French giton, equals bardache, Italian bardacasia, from the Arab baradaj, a captive, a slave. The augmented form is polygaeton. Hippias, tyranny of, when the patient, woman or boy, mounts the agent. Aristophanes, Vespasian, 502. So also Cletazine equals peccare supurne, or equium agitere supurnum of Horace. Machtheria, depravity with boys. paedica, whence paedicare, active, and paedicari, passive. So, in the Latin poet Penelopes primam didonis prima sequatur et primam cani syllaba prima remi. Pathakos, a passive like malakos, malakos mollis vascilius, malachio, trimalchio, Petronus, malta, maltha, and in Horace. Satyricon, Book 2, line 25. Malthinius tunicius de missis ambulat. Praxis equals the malpractice. Pagissima equals buttockry, because most actives end within the nates, being too much excited for further intromission. Phnikisare, Greek, the cunelingere in tempore menstrum, quia hoc vitiam in finica generate solebat. Also, erumer in miel. Ficisendare denot actum per canes commissium quando lambunt cunos vel testiculos suetones. Also applied to pollution of childhood. Samorium flores. Erasmus, Proverbs 23, alluding to the androgenic prostitutions of Samos. Siphonisare, Greek, from Siphones, hod Siphonte island, equals digito podicam fodere a prurigenimum restinguendam, says Aramis. See Mirabeau Erotica Biblion Annoscopi. Thripsis equals the rubbing. Parastia had in Greece, I have shown, its noble and ideal side. Rome, however, borrowed her malpractices, like her religion and polity, from those ultra-material Etruscans, and debauched with a brazen face. Even under the Republic, Plautus, Cassina, Book 2, line 21, makes one of his characters exclaim in an utmost sang-froid, quote, "Ultro te amator apage te a dorso meo," end quote. With increased luxury the evil grew, and Livy notices 39:13 at the Bacchanalia, plura virorum inter sese quam feminarum stupra. There were individual protests, for example, S.Q. Fabius Maximilius Servilianius, consul UC 612, punished his son for dubia castitas, and a private soldier, C. Plotius, killed his military tribune, Q. Lucius, for unchaste proposals. The Lex Scatinia, popularly derived from the Scatinius, the tribune, and of doubtful date, B.C. 226, attempted to abate the scandal by fine, and the Lex Julia by death, but they were trifling obstacles to the flood of infamy which surged in with the empire. No class seems then to have disdained these sterile pleasures. L'on t'achoit alors à cette espèce de mot une note d'infamie, comme un pays de crescente, says Bale under Anacreon. The great Caesar, the Synodius Calvus of Catullus, was the husband of all the wives and the wife of all the husbands in Rome. Suetonius, chapter 3. And his soldiers sang in his praise. Gaius Caesar, subeget Nicomedes Caesarem, Suetonius, C.S. 69, whence his sobriquet Fornix Bithynicus. Of Augustus the people chanted, Videsne ut Sinaidos orbem digito temperet. Tiberius, with his Piscisculi and Greges extoleretorum, invented the symplegium, or nexus of serari, agentes et patientes, in which the sphinthriae, literally women's bracelets, were connected in a chain by the bond of flesh. Seneca Quaestiones Naturales. Of this refinement, which in the earlier part of the 19th century was renewed by sundry Englishmen at Naples, Ausonius wrote epigram 119, 1. Res uno in lecto, stuprum duo perpetiuntur. And Martial had said, 1243, quo simplegmate quinque copulentur, qua plures teniantur a catena, etc. Ausonius recounts of Caligula he so lost patience that he forcibly entered the priest Lepidus before the sacrifice was completed. The beautiful Nero was formerly married to Pythagoras or Doryphoros, and afterwards took to wife Sporus, who was first subjected to castration of a peculiar fashion. He was then named Sabina after the deceased spouse and claimed queenly honors. The Othones, or Trajani Pathici, were famed. The great Hadrian openly loved Antonius, and the wild debaucheries of Heliogalbus seem only to have amused instead of disgusting the Romans. Uranopolis allowed public lupanaria, where adults and meritori pueri, who began their career as early as 7 years, stood for hire. The inmates of these kauponi wore sleeved tunics and dalmatics like women. As in modern Egypt, Pathic boys, we learn from Catullus, haunted the public baths. Debauchees had signals like Freemasons, whereby they recognized one another. The Greek schemathene was made by closing the hand to represent the scrotum and raising the middle finger as if to feel whether a hen had eggs. Hence the Athenians called it katapaigon, or sodomite, and the Romans digitus impucidus, or infamous, the medical finger of Rabelais and the Chiromantists. Another sign was to scratch the head with the minimus, digitulo caput scabere, Euenus 9:133. The prostitution of boys was first forbidden by Domitian, but St. Paul a Greek had formerly expressed his abomination of levice, Romans 1:26, 1 Corinthians 6:8, and we may agree with Grotius de Veritas 2, circa 13, that early Christianity did much to suppress it. At last the Emperor Theodosius punished it with fire as a profanation, because sacrosanctum esse debetur hospitum virilis animae. In the pagan days of imperial Rome, her literature makes no difference between boy and girl. Horace naively says, Satyricon, Book 2, line 118, Ancilla aut verna es praesto puer, and with Hamlet, but in a dishonest sense, man delights me not, nor women neither. Similarly, the Spaniard Martial, who is a mine of such pederastic allusions, 1146, sive pueri aristit sive puella tibi. That marvelous Satyricon which unites the wit of Molere with the debaucheries of Pyrrhon, whilst the writer has been described like Rabelais as purissimus in impuritate, is a kind of triumph of pederasty. Gaeton, the hero, a handsome, curly-pated hobbledehoy of 17, with his calinerie and wheedling tongue, is courted like one of the secur sextus. His lovers are inordinately jealous of him, and his desertion leaves deep scars upon the heart. But no dialogue between man and wife in extremis could be more pathetic than in the scene where shipwreck is imminent. Elsewhere everyone seems to attempt his neighbor. A man alte succintus assails assaltos. Lycus, the Tartine skipper, would force Inculpius, and so forth. Yet we have the neat and finished touch. Chapter 7, quote, The lamentation was very fine, the dying man having manumitted his slaves, albeit his wife wept, not as though she loved him. How were it had he not behaved to her so well? End quote. Erotic Latin glossaries give some 90 words connected with pederasty, and some which speak with Roman simplicity are peculiarly expressive. Averse Venus alludes to women being treated as boys, hence Martial, translated by Pyrrhon, addresses Mistress Martial, 10:44, teque puta cunos juxor habere duos. The capillatus or comatas is also called calamistratus, the darling curled with crisping irons, and he is an effeminatus, i.e. qui muliebria patitur, or a delicatus, slave or eunuch for the use of the draucus pueriarus, boy lover, or dominus. Mart 11:71. The divisor is so called for his practice hilas di verde, or caedere, something like Martial's cacere mentulam, or Juvenal's hesternae occurrere caenae, facere wicibus, Juvenal 7:238, incestare se in vecum, or mutum facere plautis. Trinimus, Book 2, line 437, is described as a puerile vice, in which the two take turns to be active and passive. They are also called gemilli and fratres. equal compares in paedicatium, elicita libido is praepostere seu postica Venus, and is expressed by the picturesque phrase indicare seu incurvare aliquam. De palitus de velere pilos glaber laevis and nates pervelere are allusions to the sotatic toile. The fine distinction between demittere and dejicere caput are worthy of a glossary, while pathica puella, puera, putus, pulipremo pusio, pagiaca, sacra, quadrupus, sacarbius, and smerdalius explain themselves. From Rome, the practice extended far and wide to her colonies, especially the Provincia, now called province. Athenaios 12:26 charges the people of Massilia with, quote, acting like women out of luxury, end quote, and he cites the saying, quote, may you sail to Massilia, end quote, as if it were another Corinth. Indeed, the whole Celtic race is charged with levice by Aristotle, Politica, Book 2, line 66, Strabo 4:199, and Diodorus Siculus 5:32. Roman civilization carried pederasty also to northern Africa, where it took firm root, while the Negro and Negroid races to the south ignored the erratic perversion, except where imported by foreigners into such kingdoms as Bornu and Hausa. And old Mauritania, now Morocco, the Moors proper are notable sodomites. Muslims, even of saintly houses, are permitted openly to keep catamites, nor do their disciplines think worse of their sanctity for such license. In one case, the English wife failed to banish from the home that horrid boy. Yet pederasty is forbidden by the Koran. In chapter 4:20 we read, quote, and if two men among you commit the crime, then punish them both, end quote, the penalty being some hurt or damage by public reproach, insult, or scourging. There are 4 distinct references to Lot and the Sodomites in chapters 7, line 78, 11, lines 77 through 84, 26, 160 to 174, and 29, lines 28 to 35. In the first, the prophet commissioned to the people says, quote, proceed ye to a fulsome act wherein no creature hath foregone ye, verily ye come to men in lieu of women lustfully, end quote. We have then an account of the reign which had made an end of the wicked, and this judgment on the cities of the plain is repeated with more detail in the second reference. Here the angels, generally supposed to be 3, Gabriel, Michael, and Raphael, appeared to Lot as beautiful youths, a sore temptation to the sinners, and the godly man's arm was straightened concerning his visitors, because he felt unable to protect them from the erotic vagaries of his fellow townsmen. He therefore shut his doors, and from behind them argued the matter. Presently the riotous assembly attempted to climb the wall, when Gabriel, seeing the distress of his host, smote them on the face with one of his wings, and blinded them so that all moved off crying for aid, and saying that Lot had magicians in his house. Hereupon the cities which, if they ever existed, must have been fellow villages, were uplifted. Gabriel thrust his wing under them and raised them so high that the inhabitants of the lower heaven, the lunar sphere, could hear the dogs barking and the cocks crowing. Then came the rain of stones. There were clay pellets baked in hellfire, streaked white and red, or having some mark to distinguish them from the ordinary, and each bearing the name of its destination, like the missiles which destroyed the host of Abrahat al-Ashram. Lastly, the cities were turned upside down and cast upon earth. These circumstantial unfacts are repeated at full length in the other 2 chapters, but rather as an instance of Allah's power than as a warning against pederasty, which Muhammad seems to have regarded with philosophic indifference. The general opinion of his followers is that it should be punished like fornication unless the offenders make a public act of penitence. But here, as in adultery, the law is somewhat too clement, and will not convict unless 4 credible witnesses swear to have seen Remen Re. I have noticed, Volume 1, 211, the vicious opinion that the Jilman or Wuldan, the beautiful boys of paradise, the counterparts of Horus, will be lawful catamites to the true believers in a future state of happiness. The idea is nowhere countenanced in Al-Islam, and although I have often heard debauches refer to it, the learned look upon the assertion as scandalous. End of section 26. Section 27 of the Book of the ℌ𝔴 Nights and a Night, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elsie Selwyn. The Book of the ℌ𝔴 Nights and a Night, Volume 10, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Social Condition D, Pederasty, Part 2. As in Morocco, so the vice prevails throughout the old regencies of Algiers, Tunis, and Tripoli, and all the cities of the South Mediterranean seaboard, whilst it is unknown to the Nubians, the Berbers, and the wilder tribes dwelling inland. Proceeding eastward, we reach Egypt, that classical region of all abominations, which, marvellous to relate, flourished in closest contact with men leading the purest of lives, models of moderation and morality, of religion and virtue. Amongst the ancient 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝐿𝐻𝐿 was part and portion of the ritual, and was represented by two male partridges alternatively copulating. Interpretations in Priapi Karm 17. The evil would have gained strength by the invasion of Cambyses, B.C. 524, whose armies, after the victory over 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥, settled in the Nile Valley and held it, despite sundry revolts, for some 190 years. During these 6 generations, the Iranians left their mark upon Lower Egypt, and especially, as the late Rogers Bey proved, upon the Fayum, the most ancient delta of the Nile. Nor would the evil be diminished by the Hellenes, who, under Alexander the Great, liberator and savior of Egypt, B.C. 332, extinguished the native dynasties, the love of the Macedonian for Bagoas the eunuch being a matter of history. From that time, and under the rule of the Ptolemies, the morality gradually decayed. The canopic orgies extended into private life, and the debauchery of the men was equaled only by the depravity of the women. Neither Christianity nor al-Islam could effect a change for the better, and social morality seems to have been at its worst during the past century, when Sannini traveled, A.D. 1717. The French officer, who is thoroughly trustworthy, draws the darkest picture of the widely spread criminality, especially of the bestiality and the sodomy, chapters 15, which formed the, quote, delight of the Egyptians, end quote. During the Napoleonic conquest, Joubert, in his letter to General Bruy, page 19, says, Les Arabes et les Mamelouks ont traité quelques-uns de nos prisonniers comme sacrés traités. Dit-on Alcibiade, il fallait périr ou y passer. Old Anglo-Egyptians still chuckle over the tale of Said Pasha and Monsieur de Roussenaire, the high-dried and highly respectable consul general for the Netherlands, who was solemnly advised to make the experiment active and passive before offering his opinion upon the subject. In the present age, extensive intercourse with Europeans has produced not a reformation but a certain reticence amongst the upper classes. They are as vicious as ever, but they do not care for displaying their vices to the eyes of mocking strangers. Syria and Palestine, another ancient focus of abominations, borrowed from Egypt and exaggerated the worship of androgynic and hermaphrodite deities. Plutarch de Isidé notes that the old Nilotes held the moon to be of male-female sex, the men sacrificing to Luna and the women to Lunis. Isis also was a hermaphrodite, the idea being that Aether, or air, the lower heavens, was the menstruum of generative nature, and Damascus explained the tenet by the all-fruitful and prolific powers of the atmosphere, hence the fragment attributed to Orpheus, the song of Jupiter, air. All things from Jove descend. Jove was a male, Jove was a deathless bride. For men call air of twofold sex, the Jove. Julius Permicus relates that, quote, the Assyrians and part of the Africans along the Mediterranean seaboard hold air to be the chief element and adore its fanciful figure, a magnata figura, consecrated under the name of Juno or the Virgin Venus. Their companies of priests cannot duly serve her unless they effeminate their faces, smooth their skins, and disgrace their masculine sex by feminine ornaments. You may see men in their very temples amid general groans, enduring miserable dalliance, and becoming passives like women, viros muliebria pati, and they expose with boasting and ostentation the pollution of the impure and immodest body." End quote. Here we find the religious significance of eunuchry. It was practiced as a religious rite by the ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥, or Gallus, the castrated votary of Rhea or Bona Mater, in Phrygia called Cybele, self-mutilated but not in memory of Aeetes, and by a host of other creeds. Even Christianity, as sundry texts show, could not altogether cast out the old possession. Here, too, we have an explanation of sotatic love in its second stage, when it became, like cannibalism, a matter of superstition. Assuming a nature-implanted tendency, we see that, like human sacrifice, it was held to be the most acceptable offering to the god, goddess, in the orgia or sacred ceremonies, a something set apart for peculiar worship. Hence in Rome, as in Egypt, the temples of Isis, ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥 Aisea kai sacraria lunae, was centers of sodomy, and the religious practice was adopted by the grand priestly castes from Mesopotamia to Mexico and Peru. We find the earliest written notices of the vice in the mythical destruction of the Pentapolis, Genesis 19, Sodom, Gomorrah, Amira, the cultivated country, Adama, Zeboim, and Zoar or Bela. The legend has been amply embroidered by the rabbis who made the Sodomites do everything à l'envers, e.g., if a man were wounded, he was fined for bloodshed and was compelled to feed the offender, and if one cut off the ear of a neighbor's ass, he was condemned to keep the animal till the ear grew again. The Jewish doctors declare the people to have been a race of sharpers with rogues for magistrates, and thus they justify the judgment which they read literally. But the traveler cannot accept it. I have carefully examined the lands at the north and at the south of that most beautiful lake, the so-called Dead Sea, whose tranquil loveliness, backed by the grand plateau of Moab, is an object of admiration to all save patients suffering from the strange disease, "holy land on the brain," But I found no traces of craters in the neighborhood, no signs of volcanism, no remains of meteoric stones. The asphalt which named the water is mineralized vegetable washed out of the limestones, and the sulfur and salt are brought down by the Jordan into a lake without issue. I must therefore look upon the history as a myth which may have served as a double purpose. The first would be to deter the Jew from the Malthusian practice of his pagan predecessors, upon whom obliquity was thus cast, as far resembling the scandalous and absurd legend which explains the names of the children of Lot by Phini and Thama as Moab, the water or semen of the father, and Ammon as mother's son, that is, bastard. The fable would also account for the abnormal fissure containing the lower Jordan and the Dead Sea, which the late Sir R.I. Murchison used wrong-headedly to call a, volcano of depression, This geological feature that cuts off the river basin from its natural outlet, the Gulf of Eloth, Akbar, must date from myriads of years before they were, cities of the plains, But the main object of the ancient lawgiver O Sarsip, Moses, or the Mosedai, was doubtless to discountenance a perversion prejudicial to the increase of population, and he speaks with no uncertain voice. Whoso layeth with a beast shall surely be put to death. Exodus 22:19. If a man lie with mankind as he lieth with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination. They shall surely be put to death. Their blood shall be upon them. Leviticus 20:13, where verses 15 through 16 threaten with death men and women who live with beasts. Again, there shall be no whore of the daughters of Israel, nor a sodomite of the sons of Israel. Deuteronomy 22:5. The old commentators on the Sodom myth are most unsatisfactory, e.g. Parkhurst, S.V. Kadesh. From hence we may observe the peculiar propriety of this punishment of Sodom and the neighboring cities. By their sodomitical impurities, they meant to acknowledge the heavens as the cause of fruitfulness independently upon and in opposition to Jehovah. Therefore Jehovah, by raining upon them not genial showers but brimstone from heaven, not only destroyed the inhabitants, but also changed all that country, which was before as the garden of God, into brimstone and salt that is not sown nor beareth, neither any grass groweth therein." It must be owned that to this Pentapolis was dealt very hard measure for religiously and diligently practicing a popular rite, which a host of cities even in the present day, as Naples and Shiraz, to mention no others, affect for simple luxury and affect with impunity. The myth may probably reduce itself to very small proportions. A few Fella villages destroyed by a storm, like that which drove Brennus from Delphi. The Hebrews entering Syria found it religionized by Assyria and Babylonia, whence Akkadian Ishtar had passed west and become Ashtoreth, Ashtaroth, or Asherah. The Anitis of Armenia, the Phoenician Astarte, and the Greek Aphrodite, the great moon goddess, who was queen of heaven and love. In another phase she was Venus Melita, the procreatrix, in Chaldaic Mauludata, and in Arabic Moawalida, she who bringeth forth. She was worshipped by men habited as women, and vice versa, for which reason in the Torah, Deuteronomy 25, the sexes are forbidden to change dress. The male prostitutes were called Kadesh the holy, the women being Kadesha, and doubtless gave themselves up to great excesses. Eusebius de Vita Constanti 3, circa 55, describes a school of impurity at Aphek, where women and, "men who were not men," practiced all manner of abominations in honor of the demon Venus. Here the Phrygian symbolism of Cabellian Attis had become the Syrian Baal Tammuz and Astarte, and the Grecian Dionea and Adonis, the anthropomorphic forms of the two greater lights. The site Apheka, now Wadi al-Afik, on the route from Beirut to the Cedars, is a glen of wild and wondrous beauty, fitting framework for the loves of goddess and demigod, and the ruins of the temple destroyed by Constantine contrast with nature's work. The glorious fountain, Splendidior Withro, which feeds the river Ibrahim, and still at times Adonis runs purple to the sea. The Phoenicians spread this androgynic worship over Greece. We find the consecrated servants and votaries of Corinthian Aphrodite called Hierodauli, Strabo 8:6, who aided the 10,000 courtesans in gracing the Venus temple. From this excessive luxury arose the proverb popularized by Horace. One of the headquarters of the cult was Cyprus, whereas Servius relates, ad Aeneid 632, stood the simulacra of a bearded Aphrodite, with feminine body and costume, sceptered and mitred like a man. The sexes, when worshipping it, exchanged habits, and here their virginity was offered in sacrifice. Herodotus 1, circa 199, describes this defloration at Babylon, but sees only the shameful part of the custom, which was a mere consecration of a tribal rite. Everywhere girls before marriage belong either to the father or to the clan, and thus the maiden paid the debt due to the public before becoming private property as a wife. The same usage prevailed in ancient Armenia and parts of Ethiopia, and Herodotus tells us that a practice very much like the Babylonian, "is found also in certain parts of the island of Cyprus." It is noticed by Justin 18, circa 5, and probably explains the "sucketh Benoth," or damsels' booths, which the Babylonians bands planted to the cities of Samaria. The Jews seem very successful to have copied the abominations of their pagan neighbors, even in the matter of the dog. In the reign of wicked Rehoboam, BC 975, "there were also sodomites in the land, and they did according to all the abominations of the nations, which the Lord cast out before the children of Israel." 1 Kings 14:20. The scandal was abated by zealous King Asa, BC 958, whose grandmother was high priestess of Priapus, Princeps, and Sacris Priapi. He took away the sodomites out of the land. 1 Kings 15:12. Yet the prophets were loud in their complaints, especially the so-called Isaiah, BC 760, "Except the Lord of hosts had left to us a very small remnant, we should not have been as Sodom," 1:9. And strong measures were required from good King Josiah, BC 641, who amongst other things, break down the houses of the Sodomites that were by the house of the Lord, where the women wove hangings for the grove." 2 Kings 23:7. The bordels of boys, pueris alienis ad ℍ𝔂𝔂 appear to have been near the temple. Syria has not forgotten her old praxis. At Damascus I found some noteworthy cases amongst the religious of the great Amawi Mosque. As for the Druses, we have Burckhart's authority, Travels in Syria, etc., page 202, "Unnatural propensities are very common amongst them," The Satatic zone covers the whole of Asia Minor and Mesopotamia, now occupied by the "unspeakable Turk," a race of born pederasts. In the former region, we first notice a peculiarity of the feminine figure, the mammae inclinatae, iacentes et panosae, which prevails over all this part of the belt, whilst the women to the north and south have, with local exceptions, the mammae stantes of the European Virgin. Those of Turkey, Persia, Afghanistan, and Kashmir lose all the fine curves of the bosom, sometimes even before the first child, and after it the hemispheres take the form of bags. This cannot result from climate only. The women of Maratha land, inhabiting a damper and hotter region than Kashmir, are noted for fine, firm breasts even after parturition. The vice, of course, prevails more in the cities and towns of Asiatic Turkey than in the villages, yet even these are infected, while the nomad Turkomans contrast badly in this point with the gypsies, those Badawin of India. The Kurd population is of Iranian origin, which means that the evil is deeply rooted. I have noted in the Nights that the great and glorious Saladin was a habitual pederast. The Armenians, as their national character is, will prostitute themselves for gain, but prefer women to boys. Georgia supplied Turkey with catamites, whilst Circassia sent concubines. In Mesopotamia, the barbarous invader has almost obliterated the ancient civilization, which is antedated only by the Nilotic. The mysteries of old Babylon nowhere survive save in certain obscure tribes like the Mandaeans, the devil worshippers, and the Ali Ilahi. Entering Persia, we find the reserve of Armenia, and despite Herodotus, I believe that Iran borrowed her pathologic love from the peoples of the Tigris-Euphrates Valley and not from the then insignificant Greeks. But whatever may be its origin, the corruption is now bred in the bone. It begins in boyhood, and many Persians account for it by paternal severity. Youths arrive at puberty, find none of the facilities with which Europe supplies fornication. Onanism is to a certain extent discouraged by circumcision, and meddling with the father's slave girls and concubines would be risking cruel punishment if not death. Hence they use each other by turns, a puerile practice known as alish takish, the Latin facere vicibus, or mutum facere. Temperament, media, and atavism recommend the custom to the general, and after marrying and begetting heirs, paterfamilias return to the Ganymede. Hence, all the odes of Hafiz are addressed to youths, as proved by such Arabic exclamations as afaka la equals ala asin the masculine. The object is often fanciful, but it would be held coarse and immodest to address an imaginary girl. An illustration of the penchant is told at Shiraz concerning a certain Mujahid, the head of the Shia creed, corresponding with a prince archbishop in Europe. A friend once said to him, "There is a question I would fain address to your eminence, but I lack the daring to do so." "Ask and fear not," replied the divine. "It is this, O Mujahid. Figure thee in a garden of roses and hyacinths, with the evening breeze waving the cypress heads, a fair youth of 20 sitting by thy side, and the assurance of perfect privacy. What, prithee thee, would be the result?" The holy man bowed the chin of doubt upon the collar of meditation, and too honest to lie, presently whispered, "Allah defend me from such temptation of Satan." Yet even in Persia, men have not been wanting who have done their utmost to uproot the vice. In the same Shiraz, they speak of a father who, finding his son in flagrant delicte, put him to death like Brutus or Link of Galway. Such isolated cases, however, can effect nothing. Chardin tells us that houses of male prostitution were common in Persia, whilst those of women were unknown. The same is the case in the present day, and the boys are prepared with extreme care by diet, baths, depilation, unguents, and a host of artists and cosmetics. Levis is looked upon at most as a peccadillo, and its mention crops up in every jest book. When the Isfahan man mocked 𝔅𝔀𝐍𝐍𝐶 by comparing the bald pates of Shirazian elders to the bottom of a lota, a brass cup with a wide neck opening used in the hammam, the witty poet turned its aperture upwards and thereto likened the well-abused podex of an Isfahani youth. Another favorite piece of Shirazian chaff is to declare that when an Isfahan father would set up his son in business, he provides him with a pound of rice, meaning that he can sell the result as compost for the kitchen garden, and with the price buy another meal, hence the saying, 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝐿𝐴, the soil at the lettuce root. The Isfahanis retort with the name of a station or halting place between the two cities where, under presence of making travelers stow away their riding gear, many a Shirazi had been raped. Hence, 𝔂𝐻 تَكُلْتُ بِبَارٍ, carry within the saddle and saddlecloth. A favorite Persian punishment for strangers caught in the harem or janaikiyum is to strip and throw them and expose them to the embraces of the grooms and negro slaves. I once asked a Shirazi how penetration was possible if the patient resisted with all the force of the sphincter muscle. He smiled and said, we Persians know a trick to get over that. We apply a sharpened tent peg to the crupper bone, os ▼𝔀𝐻𝐍𝐍𝐶, and knock till he opens." A well-known missionary to the East during the last generation was subjected to this gross insult by one of the Persian prince-governors, whom he had infuriated by his conversion mania. In his memoirs he alludes to it by mentioning his dishonored person, but English readers cannot comprehend the full significance of the confession. About the same time, Shah Nasser, governor of Bushire, a man famed for facetious blackguardism, used to invite European youngsters serving in the Bombay Marine and ply them with liquor till they were insensible. Next morning the middies mostly complained that the champagne had caused a curious irritation and soreness in la parse-posse. The same Eastern Scrogian would ask his guests if they had ever seen a man-cannon, a demi-top, and on their replying to the negative, a gray-bearded slave was dragged in, blaspheming and struggling with all his strength. He was presently placed on all fours and firmly held by the extremities. His bag trousers were let down, and a dozen peppercorns were inserted anno suo. The target was a sheet of paper held at a reasonable distance. The match was applied by a pinch of cyan to the nostrils. The sneeze started the grape shoot, and a number of hits on the butt decided the bets. We can hardly wonder at the loose conduct of Persian women perpetually mortified by marital pederasty. During the unhappy campaign of 1856 to 1857, in which, with the exception of a few brilliant skirmishes, we gained no glory, Sir James Outram in the Bombay army showing how badly they could work, there was a formal outburst of the harems, and even women of princely birth could not be kept out of the officers' quarters. The cities of Afghanistan and Sind are thoroughly saturated with Persian vice, and the people sing, "Kadrikus abuan danad, Kadrikun ra Kabuli." The worth of kunyat the Afghan knows, Kabul prefers, the other chose. The Afghans are commercial travelers on a large scale, and each caravan is accompanied by a number of boys and lads, almost in woman's attire, with cold eyes and robed cheeks, long tresses and henna'd fingers and toes, riding luxuriously in 𝔅𝐻𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿 or camel panniers. They are called ■kuchi, safari, or traveling wives, and the husbands trudge patiently by their sides. In Afghanistan also a frantic debauchery broke out amongst the women when they found incubi who were not pederasts, and the scandal was not the most insignificant cause of the general rising at Kabul, November 1841, and the slaughter of 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥, Bernays, and other British officers. Resuming our way eastward, we find the Sikhs and the Muslims of the Punjab much addicted to the vice, although the Himalayan tribes to the north and those lying south, the Rajputs and the Marathas, ignore it. The same may be said of the Kashmirians, who add another kappa to the Triakakista Cappadoclans, Cretans, and Cilistians. The proverb says, "Agar kathe imardum uftad as in si jins kam geri, eki Afghan dovum sindi 𝐋𐌀𐌍�������🍐🍐 Though of men there be famine, yet shun these three Afghan, Sindhi, and rascally Kashmiri. M. Louis Deville describes the infamies of Lahore and Lucknow, where he found men dressed as women with flowing locks under crowns of flowers, imitating the feminine walk and gestures, voice and fashion of speech, and ogling their admirers with all the coquetry of bayanderes. Victor Jacquemin's Journal des Voyages describes the pederasty of Ranjit Singh, the Lion of the Punjab, and his Pathet Gulab Singh, whom the English inflicted upon Kashmir as ruler by way of paying for his treason. Yet the Hindus, I repeat, hold pederasty in abhorrence, and are as much scandalized by being called Gandamara, anus beater, or Gandu, anuser, as Englishmen would be. During the years 1843 to 1844, my regiment, almost all Hindu sepoys of the Bombay Presidency, was stationed at a purgatory called Bandar Gahara, a sandy flat with a scatter of verdigris green milk bush some 40 miles north of Karachi, the headquarters. The dirty heap of mud and mat hovels, which represented the adjacent native village, could not supply a single woman, yet only one case of pederasty came to light, and that after a tragical fashion some years afterward. A young Brahmin had connection with a soldier comrade of low caste, and this had continued till in an unhappy hour the pariah patient ventured to become the agent. The latter, in Arab, al-fa'il, the doer, is not an object of contempt, like al-maf'ul, the done, and the high caste sepoy, stung by remorse and revenge, loaded his musket and deliberately shot his paramour. He was hanged by court-martial at Hyderabad, and, when his last wishes were asked, he begged in vain to be suspended by the feet, the idea being that his soul, polluted by exiting below the waist, would be doomed to endless transmigrations through the lowest forms of life. Beyond India, I have stated, the sotatic zone begins to broaden out, embracing all China, Turkestan, and Japan. The Chinese, as far as we know them in the great cities, are omnivorous and omnipotentes. They are the chosen people of debauchery, and their systemic bestiality with ducks, goats, and other animals is equaled only by their pederasty. 𝔅𝔀𝐻 and Orloff Torrey, Voyages in Chine, notice the public houses for boys and youths in China and Japan. Mirabeau, l'Anadrina, describes the tributism of their women in hammocks. When Pekin was plundered, the harems contained a number of balls a little larger than the old musket bullet, made of thin silver with a loose pellet of brass inside something like a grellet. These articles were placed by the women between the labia, and an up and down movement on the bed gave a pleasant titillation when nothing better was to be procured. They have every artifice of luxury, aphrodisiacs, erotic perfumes, and singular applications. Such are the pills which, dissolved in water and applied to the glans penis, cause it to throb and swell. So, according to Amerigo Vespucci, American women could artificially increase the size of their husbands' parts. The Chinese bracelet of caoutchouc, studded with points, now takes the place of the harrison, or annulus haristus, which was bound between the glans and prepuce of the penis succodynes. That imitation of the arbor vitae, or sorter cosmu, which the Latins called phallus and fascinium, the French godemiche, and the Italians passatempo and diletto, whence our dildo, every kind abounds, varying from a stuffed French letter to a cone of ribbed horn, which look like an instrument of torture. For the use of men, they have the merkin, a heart-shaped article of thin skin stuffed with cotton and slit with an artificial vagina, 2 tapes at the top and 1 below lash it to the back of a chair. The erotic literature of the Chinese and Japanese is highly developed, and their illustrations are often facetious as well as obscene. All are familiar with that of the strong man who by a blow with his enormous phallus shivers a copper pot, and the ludicrous contrast of the high-membered whites who land in the Isle of Women and presently escape from it wrinkled and shriveled, true domine de litles. Of Turkestan we know little, but what we know confirms my statement. Mr. Schuler, in his Turkestan 132, offers an illustration of a bakhta, Persian bakhsheshe, catamite, quote, or singing boy surrounded by his admirers, end quote. Of the Tartars, Master Purchas laconically says, 419, They are addicted to sodomy or buggery, The learned casuist, Dr. Thomas Sanchez the Spaniard, had, says 𝔅𝔀𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿, to decide a difficult question concerning the sinfulness of a peculiar erotic perversion. The Jesuits brought home from Manila a tailed man whose movable prolongation of the os coccygis measured from 7 to 10 inches. He had placed himself between 2 women, and joined one naturally, while the other used his tail as a penis succedaneus. The verdict was incomplete sodomy and simple fornication. For the islands north of Japan, the sodomitical sea and the nail of Tyne thrust through the prepuce to prevent sodomy. See Libris 2, Chapter 4 of Master Thomas Cowdish's Circumnavigation, and Volume 6 of Pinkerton's Geography, translated by 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥. End of section 27. Section 28 of the Book of the ℌ𝔞𝐸𝐻 and a Night, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elsie Selwyn. The Book of the ℌ𝔞𝐸𝐻 and a Night, Volume 10, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Social Condition D, Pederasty, Part 3. Passing over to America, we find that the Sotadic Zone contains the whole hemisphere from Bering Strait to Magellan's. This prevalence of maladies astonishes the anthropologist, who is apt to consider pederasty the growth of luxury and the especial product of great and civilized cities, unnecessary and therefore unknown to simple savagery, where the births of both sexes are about equal, and female infanticide is not practiced. In many parts of the New World, this perversion was accompanied by another depravity of taste, confirmed cannibalism. The forests and campos abounded in game from the deer to the pheasant-like Penelope, and the seas and rivers produce an unfailing supply of excellent fish and shellfish. Yet the Brazilian Tupis preferred the meat of man to every other food. A glance at Mr. Bancroft proves the abnormal development of sodomy amongst the savages and barbarians of the New World. Even his half-frozen Hyperboreans, possess all the passions which are supposed to develop most freely under a milder temperature, 158. The voluptuousness and polygamy of the North American Indians, under a temperature of almost perpetual winter, is far greater than that of the most sensual tropical nations. Barton's British Colonies 3, 524. I can quote only a few of the most remarkable instances. Of the ℍ𝔀𝐻𝐿𝐼 of Kodiak Island and the Thinklets, we read 1, 81-82, The most repugnant of all their practices is that of male concubinage. A Kadiak mother will select her handsomest and most promising boy and dress and rear him as a girl, teaching him only domestic duties, keeping him at women's work, associating him with women and girls, in order to render his effeminacy complete. Arriving at the age of 10 or 15 years, he is married to some wealthy man who regards such a companion as a great acquisition. These male concubines are called ℍ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥, or Chopins. The authorities quoted being Holmberg, Lansdorff, Billing, Corus, Lusansky, and Marchand. The same is the case in Nootka Sound in the Aleutian Islands, where, male concubinage obtains throughout, but not to the same extent as among the ℍ𝔀𝐻𝐿𝐼. The objects of unnatural affection have their beards carefully plucked out as soon as face hair begins to grow, and their chins are tattooed like those of the women. In California, the first missionaries found the same practice, the youths being called Joya, Bancroft 1, 415, and the authorities Pelon, Crespi, Boscana, Mofras, Torquemada, Duflot, and Fogs. The Comanches unite incest with sodomy, 1, 515. In New Mexico, according to R. Legui, Ribas, and other authors, male concubinage prevails to a great extent. These loathsome semblances of humanity, whom to call beastly were a slander upon beasts, dress themselves in the clothes and perform the functions of women, the use of weapons being denied them. 1, 585. Pederasty was systematically practiced by the people of Cuba, Carreta, and other parts of Central America, the Chaquiques and some of the headmen keep harems of youths who, as soon as destined for the unclean office, were dressed as women. They went by the name of 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔍𝐿, and were hated and detested by the good wives. 1 733 to 774. Of the Nahua nations, Father Pierre de Gan, alias de Musa, writes, En cet nombre de prat, n'avait point de femme, sed eorum loco pueros quibus abutebantur. Ce péché était si commun dans ces pays que, je n'eus vu, tous étaient infectés. Ils y étaient si adonnés que même les enfants de 6 ans s'y livraient. Tel nom, campagne, voyage, série. 1 Tom 10, page 197. Among the Mayas of Yucatan, Las Casas declares that the great prevalence of unnatural lust made parents anxious to see their progeny wedded as soon as possible. Kingsborough Mexican Anthology 8, 135. In Vera Paz, a god called by some Chin or by others Cavial and Maran, taught it by committing the act with another god. Some fathers gave their sons a boy to use as a woman, and if any other approached this pathik, he was treated as an adulterer. In Yucatan, images were found by Bernal Diaz, proving the sodomitical propensities of the people. Bancroft 5, 198. De Pau, Recherches philosophiques sur les Américains, London, 771, has much to say about the subject in Mexico generally. In the northern provinces, men married youths who dressed like women were forbidden to carry arms. According to Gomara, there were at Taumepais houses of male prostitution, and from Diaz and others we gather that the pecado nefando was the rule. Both in Mexico and in Peru it might have caused, if it did not justify, the cruelties of the conquistadores. Pederasty was also general throughout Nicaragua, and the early explorers found it amongst the indigenes of Panama. We have authentic details concerning Levis in Peru and its adjacent lands, beginning with Cieza de Leon, who must be read in the original or in the translated extracts of Purchas, volume 5, 942, etc., not in the cruelly castrated form preferred by the Council of the 𝔅𝔀𝐿𝐿 Society. Speaking of the New Granada Indians, he tells us that, quote, at Old Port, Puerto Viejo, in Puna, the devil so far prevailed in their beastly devotions that there were boys consecrated to serve in the temple, and at the times of their sacrifices and solemn feasts, the lords and principal men abused them to that detestable filthiness, end quote, i.e. performed their peculiar worship. Generally in the hill countries, the devil, under the show of holiness, had introduced the practice. For every temple or chief house of adoration kept 1 or 2 men or more which were attired like women, even from the time of their childhood, and spake like them, imitating them in everything. With these, under pretext of holiness and religion, principal men on principal days had commerce. Speaking of the arrival of the giants at Point Santa Elena, Cieza says, Chapter 52, they were detested by the natives because in using their women they killed them, and their men also in another way. All the natives declare that God brought upon them a punishment proportioned to the enormity of their offense. When they were engaged together in their accursed intercourse, a fearful and terrible fire came down from heaven with a great noise, out of the midst of which there issued a shining angel with a glittering sword, wherewith, at one blow, they were all killed, and the fire consumed them. There remained a few bones and skulls which God allowed to bide unconsumed by the fire as a memorial of this punishment. In the 𝔅𝔀𝐿𝐿 Society's Bowdlerization, we read of the Tumbes Islanders being, quote, very vicious, many of them committing the abominable offense, end quote. Page 24. Also, quote, if by the advice of the devil any Indian commit the abominable crime, it is thought little of, and they call him a woman, end quote. In chapters 52 and 58 we find exceptions. The Indians of Huancabamba, quote, although so near the people of Puerto Viejo and Guayaquil, do not commit the abominable sin, end quote, and the Serranos, or island mountaineers, as sorcerers and magicians, inferior to the coast peoples, were not so much addicted to sodomy. The royal commentaries of the Incas show that the evil was of a comparatively modern growth. In the early period of Peruvian history, the people considered the crime unspeakable. If a Cuzco Indian, not of Imperial blood, angrily addressed the term pederast to another, he was held infamous for many days. one of the generals having reported to the Inca 𝑋𝔀𝐻𝔀𝐻𝔀𝐻𝔀𝐻 that there were some sodomites, not in all the valleys, but one here and one there, quote, nor was it habit of all the inhabitants, but only of certain persons who practiced it privately, end quote, the ruler ordered that the criminals should be publicly burnt alive and their houses, crops, and trees destroyed. Moreover, to show his abomination, he commanded that the whole village should be so treated if one man fell into this habit. Libris 3, Chapter 13. Elsewhere we learn, quote, there were sodomites in some provinces, though not openly nor universally, but some particular men, and in secret. In some parts they had them in their temples, because the devil persuaded them that the gods took great delight in such people, and thus the devil acted as a traitor to remove the veil of shame that the Gentiles feel for this crime, and to accustom themselves to commit it in public and in common. End quote. During the times of the conquistadores, male concubinage had become the rule throughout Peru. At Cusco, we are told by Nuno de Guzman in 1530, quote, the last which was taken and which fought most courageously was a man in the habit of a woman, which confessed that from a child he had gotten his living from that filthiness, for which I caused him to be burned. End quote. V.F. Lopez draws a frightful picture of pathologic love in Peru. Under the reigns which followed that of Inti Capac Amari, the country was attacked by invaders of a giant race coming from the sea. They practiced pederasty after a fashion so shameless that the conquered tribes were compelled to fly. Page 271. Under the pre-Imperial Amauta, or priestly dynasty, Peru had lapsed into savagery, and the kings of Cusco preserved only the name. Toutes ces hontes, toutes ces misères provenaient des douze vices infâmes. La bestialité et la sodomie, la femme surtout était enfoncée, des voix la nature frustrée de tous ses devoirs. Ils pleuraient ensemble en leur réunion sur le misérable état dans lequel elles étaient tombées, sur le mépris avec lequel elles étaient traitées. Le monde était renversé. Les hommes s'y aimaient étaient jaloux les uns des autres. Ils cherchaient, mais en vain, les moyens de remédier au mal. Ils employaient des herbes et des recettes diaboliques qui leur ramenaient bien quelques individus, mais ne pouvaient arrêter les progrès incessants du vice. Cet état de choses constitue un véritable Moyen-Âge, qui enrage l'establishment du gouvernement des Incas. Page 277. When Sinchi Rocco the 95th of Montesinos and the 91st of Garcilaso became Inca, he found morals at the lowest ebb. Ni la prudence de l'Inca, ni les lois sévères qu'il avait promulguées, n'y avaient pu extirper entièrement le péché contre nature. Il reprit avec une nouvelle violence, et les femmes en firent si jalouses qu'un grand nombre d'elles torrent leurs maris. Les devins et les sorciers passaient leur journée à fabriquer, avec certaines herbes, des compositions magiques qui rendaient fous ceux qui en manquaient, et les femmes en faisaient prendre, soit dans les aliments, soit dans la chicha, à ceux dont elles étaient jalouses. Page 291. I have remarked that the Tupi races of the Brazil were infamous for cannibalism and sodomy, nor could the latter be only racial, as proved by the fact that colonists of pure Lusitian blood followed in the path of the savages. Sir Antonio Augusto da Costa Aguiar is outspoken upon this point, quote, a crime which in England leads to the gallows, and which is the very measure of abject depravity, passes with impunity amongst us by the participating in it of almost all or many, de quasi todos o de muitos. Ah, if the wrath of heaven were to fall by way of punishing such crimes, delictos, more than one city of this empire, more than a dozen, would pass into the category of the Sodoms and Gomorrhians. End quote. Page 30. Till late years, pederasty in the Brazil was looked upon as a peccadillo, the European immigrants following the practice of the wild men who were naked but not, as Columbus said, quote, clothed in innocence, end quote, One of Her Majesty's consuls used to tell a tale of the hilarity provoked in a fashionable assembly by the open declaration of a young gentleman that his mulatto patient had suddenly turned upon him, insisting upon becoming agent. Now, however, under the influences of improved education and respect for the public opinion of Europe, pathologic love amongst the Luso-Brazilians have been reduced to the normal limits. Outside the satanic zone, I have said, le vice is sporadic, not endemic. Yet the physical and moral effect of great cities where puberty, they say, is induced earlier than in country sites, has been the same in most lands, causing modesty to decay and pederasty to flourish. The Badawi Arab is wholly pure of le vice. Yet Sana'a, the capital of Al-Yaman, and other centers of population have long been, and still are, thoroughly infected. History tells us of 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥, tyrant of Arabia Felix, in AD 478, who used to entice young men into his palace and cause them after use to be cast out of the windows. This unkindly ruler was at last poniarded by the youth Zerash, known from his long ringlets as 𝔂𝔂𝐻𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𥗌. The Negro race is mostly untainted by sodomy and tribadism. Yet João dos Santos, found in Kakongo of West Africa, certain quote, Djibouti, which are men attired like women and behave themselves womanly, ashamed to be called men, are also married to men and esteem the unnatural damnation and honor. End quote. Madagascar also delighted in dancing and singing boys dressed as girls. In the empire of Dahomey, I noted a corps of prostitutes kept for the use of the Amazon soldieresses. North of the Sutatic zone, we find local but notable instances. Master Christopher Burrow describes on the western side of the Volga, quote, a very fine stone castle called by the name Uyak, and adjoining to the same a town called by the Russes Sodom, which was swallowed into the earth by the justice of God for the wickedness of the people. End quote. Again, although as a rule Christianity has steadily opposed pathologic love both in writing and preaching, there have been remarkable exceptions. Perhaps the most curious idea was that of certain medical writers in the Middle Ages. Quote, usis et amplexus pueri bene temperatus salutaris medicinae. End quote. Tardieu. Béarnaud, this is, under Weyer, the infamous book of Giovanni della Casa, Archbishop of Benevento, quote, de laudibus sodomae, end quote, vulgarly known as Capítulo del Forno. The same writer refers under 6d4 to the report that the Dominican order, which systematically decried le vice, had presented a request to the Cardinal di Santa Lucia that sodomy might be lawful under 3 months per annum, June to August, and that the cardinal had underwritten the petition, quote, be it done as they demand, end quote. Hence the Faida Venus of Battista Mantovano. Bale rejects the history for a curious reason, venery being colder in summer than in winter, and quotes the proverb, Humans que n'ont pas de pour embrasser et bien boire. But in the case of a celibate priesthood, such scandals are inevitable. Witness the famous Jesuit epitaph, Sigit un Jesuit, etc. In our modern capitals, London, Berlin, and Paris, for instance, the vice seems subject to periodical outbreaks. For many years, also, England sent her pederasts to Italy, and especially to Naples, whence originated the term il vizio inglese. It would be invicious to detail the scandals which of late years have startled the public in London and Dublin. For these, the curious will consult the police reports. Berlin, despite her strong devour of Phariseeism, Puritanism, and chauvinism in religion, manners, and morals, is not a whit better than her neighbors. Dr. Gaspar, a well-known authority on the subject, adduces many interesting cases, especially in old Count 𝔅𝐻𝐿 and his 6 accomplices. Amongst his many correspondents, one suggested to him that not only Plato and Julius Caesar, but also Winckelmann and Platon belonged to the society, and he had found it flourishing in Palmero, La Louvre, the Scottish Highlands, and St. Petersburg, to name only a few places. Frederick the Great is said to have addressed these words to his nephew. Je puis vous assurer par mon expérience personnelle que ce plaisir est peu agréable à cultiver. This suggests the popular anecdote of Voltaire and the Englishman who agreed upon a experience and found it far from satisfactory. A few days afterward, the latter informed the sage of Ferney that he had tried it again and provoked the exclamation, quote, once a philosopher, twice a sodomite. End quote. The last revival of the kind in Germany is a society at Frankfurt and its neighborhood, self-styled 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔫𝔫𝔞𥂂, in opposition, I suppose, to 𝔅𝔀𝔻𝔫𝔂 of A. Belot. Paris is by no means more depraved than Berlin and London, but whilst the latter hushes up the scandal, Frenchmen do not. Hence we see a more copious account of it submitted to the public. For France of the 17th century, consult the Histoire de la prostitution chez tous les peuples du monde and La France devenue italienne, a treatise which generally follows L'histoire amoureuse des Gaules by Bussy, Comte de Raboutin. The headquarters of male prostitution were then in Champfleury, i.e. Champ de Fleurs, the privileged rendezvous of low courtesans. In the 18th century, Quand le Français à tête folle, as Voltaire sings, invented the term péché philosophique. There was a temporary recrudescence, and after the death of Pitousset de Murobert, March 1779, his Apologie de la secte alexandrine was published in L'Espion Anglais. In those days, the Allée des Veuves and the Champs-Élysées had a fief réservé des hypocrites, veuves, in the language of Sodom being the maîtresse sans titre, the favorite youth. At the decisive moment of monarchical decomposition, Mirabeau declares that pederasty was réglementée, and adds, le goût des pédérastes quoique moins en voie que du temps de Henri III, the French Heliogalbus, sous la reine duquel les hommes se provoquent mutuellement sous les portiques du Louvre, fait des progrès considérables. On sait que cette ville, Paris, est un chef d'œuvre de police. En conséquence, il y a du lieu public autorisé à cet effet. Les jeunes gens qui se destinaient à la profession vont soigneusement enclasser, car le système réglementaire s'étend jusque-là, on les examine. Ceux qui pouvaient être chiants et patients, couverts bio, vermeils, bien faits, potelés, sont réservés pour les grands seigneurs, ou se font payer très cher par les évêques et les financiers. Ceux qui sont privés de leurs testicules ou en termes de là, car notre langue est plus chaste que nos murs, qui n'ont pas le poids des tyrans, mais qui donnent et reçoivent, forment la seconde classe. Ils vont en chair, parce que les femmes nuisent, tandis qu'ils servent aux hommes. Ceux qui ne sont plus susceptibles d'érection, tant ils sont usés, quoiqu'ils aient tous ces organes nécessaires au plaisir, s'inscrivent comme patients purs, et composent la troisième classe. Mais ceux qui procèdent à ces plaisirs vérifient leur impuissance pour cet effet. On les place tout nus sur un matelas, ouvert par la moitié inférieure. Du fil les caresses de l'émir, pendant qu'une troisième frappe doucement, avec des sorties naissances les chaises de désirer vénériens. Après un quart d'œuvre de cétacés, on le introduit dans le anis une poivron rouge, qui causait une irritation considérable, un peu sur les échevelures produites par les sorties. De la moutarde fine des coups de bec, et l'on passait le gland en confre. Ceux qui résistaient à ce preuve, et ne donnent aucun signe d'érection, servent comme patients à un tiers d'épée seulement. The Restoration and the Empire made the police more vigilant in matters of politics than of mortals. The favorite club, which had its mot de passe, was in the Rue Donnier, Old Quarter St. Thomas de Louvre, and the house was a hotel of the 17th century. 2 street doors on the right for the male gynaecium, and the left for the female, opened at 4 p.m. in winter and 8 p.m. in summer. A decoy lad, charmingly dressed in women's clothes with big haunches and a small waist, promenaded outside, and this continued till 1896, when the police put down the house. Under Louis Philippe, the conquest of Algiers had evil results. According to Marquis de Boisset, he complained without of moors arabes in French regiments, and declared that the result of the African wars was an effroyable débordement pédérastique. even as the verole resulted from the Italian campaigns of that age of passion, the 16th century. From the military, the flou spread to civilian society, and the vice took such expansion and intensity that it may be said to have been democratized in cities and large towns, at least so we gather from the Dossier des agissements des pédérastes, a general gathering of les 100 congrégations des glorieux pédérastes, was held in the old Petite Rue des Marais, where, after the theatre, many resorted under pretext of making water. They ranged themselves along the walls of a vast garden, and exposed their potassies. Bourgeois, richards, and nobles came with full purses, touched the part which most attracted them, and were duly followed by it. At the Allée des Veuves, the crowd was dangerous from 7 to 8 p.m. No policemen or ronds de non dared venture in there. Cords were stretched from tree to tree, and armed guards drove away strangers, amongst whom, they say, was once Victor Hugo. This nuisance was at length suppressed by the municipal administration. The empire did not improve morals. Balls of sodomites were held at number 8, Place de la Madeleine, where, on January 2nd, 64, some 150 men met, all so well dressed as women that even the landlord did not recognize them. There is also a club for sotatic debauchery called the Sinbad and the Dragons de l'Impératrice. They copied the imperial toilette and kept it in the general wardrobe, hence vers l'Impératrice, meant to be used carnally. The site, a splendid hotel in the Allée des Veuves, was discovered by the Procureur General, who registered all the names, but as these belonged to not a few senators and dignitaries, the emperor wisely quashed these proceedings. The club was broken up on July 16th, 64. During the same year, La Petite Revue, edited by Monsieur Loredan Larky, son of the general, printed an article, Les Échappées de Sodome. It discusses the letter of Monsieur Castagnari to the Progrès de Lyon, and declares that the vice had been adopted by plusieurs corps de troupes. For its latest developments as regards the chantage of the Dante Pathics, the reader will consult the last issues of Dr. Tardou's well-known Etude. He declares that the servant class is most infected, and that the vice is commonest between the ages of 15 and 25. The pederasty of the knights may briefly be disturbed into 3 categories. The first is the funny form, as the unseemly practical joke of masterful Queen Boudour, Volume 3, 300 to 306, and not the less hearty jest of the slave princess Zumurrud, Volume 4, 226. The second is the grimmest and most earnest phase of the perversion, for instance where Abu Nowas debauches the 3 youths, Volume 5, 64, 69, whilst in the third form it is wisely and learnedly discussed, to be severely blamed by the Sheikha, or reverend woman, Volume 5, 154. To conclude this part of my subject, the éclaircissement des obscanités. Many readers will regret the absence from the Knights of that modesty which distinguishes Amadis de Gaul, whose author, when leaving a man and a maid together, says, quote, "And nothing shall be here related, for these and such like things, which are conformable neither to good conscience or nature, man ought in reason lightly to pass over, holding them in slight esteem as they deserve." End quote. Nor have we less respect for Palmerin of England, who, after a risque scene, declares, quote, "Herein is no offence offered to the wise by wanton speeches or encouragement to the loose by lascivious matter." End quote. But these are not Oriental ideas, and we must e'en take the Eastern as we find him. He still holds, quote, "Naturala non sunt turpia," end quote, together with, quote, "Mundus omnia munda," end quote. And as Bacon assures us, the mixture of a lye cloth add to pleasure, so the Arab enjoys the startling and lively contrast of extreme virtue and horrible vice placed in juxtaposition. Those who have read through these 10 volumes will agree with me that the proportion of offensive matter bears a very small ratio to the mass of the work. In an age saturated with cant and hypocrisy, here and there a venal pen will mourn over the pornography of the knights, dwell upon the ethics of dirt and the garbage of the brothel, and will lament the wanton dissemination of ancient and filthy fiction. This self-constituted censor morum reads Aristophanes and Plato, Horace and Virgil, perhaps even Martial and Petronius, because, quote, "veiled in the decent obscurity of a learned language," end quote, he allows as men ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥, but he is scandalized at stumbling blocks much less important in plain English. To be consistent, he must begin by Bowdlerizing not only the classics, which boys' and youths' minds and memories are soaked and saturated at schools and colleges, but also Boccaccio and Chaucer, Shakespeare and Rabelais, Burton, Sterne, Swift, and a long list of works which are yearly reprinted and republished without a word of protest. Lastly, why does not this inconsistent Puritan purge the Old Testament of its allusions to human ordure and the putenda, to carnal copulation and impudent whoredom, to adultery and fornication, to onanism, sodomy and bestiality? But this he will not do, the whited sepulchre. To the interested critic of the Edinburgh Review, read 335 of July 1886, I return my warmest thanks for his direct and deliberate falsehoods. Lies are one-legged and short-lived, and venom evaporates. It appears to me that when I show to such men so respectable and so impure a landscape of magnificent prospects, whose vistas are adored with every charm of nature and art, they point their unclean noses at a little heap of muck here and there lying in a field corner. End of section 28.
Section 29 of the Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by phone. The Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 10, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. On the prose rhyme and the poetry of the nights. A. The Sajja. According to the promise in my foreword, I here proceed to offer a few observations concerning the Sajja, or rhymed prose, and the Shir, or measured sentence, that is, the verse of the night. The former has in composition, metrical or unmetrical, three distinct forms. Sajja mutawazzi, parallel. The most common is when the ending words of sentences agree in measure, assonance, and final letter, in fact are full rhyme. Next is Sajja mutaraf, the affluent, when the periods, hemistichs, or couplets end in words whose terminal letters correspond, although differing in measure and number. And thirdly, Sajja muwazana, equilibrium, is applied to the balance which affects words corresponding in measure but differing in final letters. Al-Sajja, the fine style or style fleuri, also termed al-Badi'a, or euphuism, is the basis of all Arabic euphony. The whole of the Quran is written in it, and the same is the case with the maqamat of al-Hariri and the prime masterpieces of rhetorical composition. Without it, no translation of the Holy Book can be satisfactory or final, and where it is not, the assemblies becomes the prose of prose. Thus universally used, the assonance has necessarily been abused, and its excess has given rise to the saying al-Sajj fajja, prose rhymes a pest. English translators have, unwisely I think, agreed in rejecting it, while Germans have not. Mr. Preston assures us that rhyming prose is extremely ungraceful in English and introduces an air of flippancy. This was certainly not the case with Friedrich Rückert's version of the great original, and I see no reason why it should be so, or become so in our tongue. Torrance declares that the effect of the irregular sentence with the iteration of a jingling rhyme is not pleasant in our language. He therefore systematically neglects it, and gives his style the semblance of being scamped with the object of saving study and trouble. Mr. Payne deems it an excrescence born of the excessive facilities for rhyme afforded by the language, and of Eastern delight in antitheses of all kinds, whether of sound or of thought, and aiming elaborately at grace of style, he omits it wholly, even in the Proverbs. The weight of authority was against me, but my plan compelled me to disregard it. The dilemma was simply either to use the Sajja or to follow Mr. Payne's method and arrange the disjecta membra of the original in their natural order; that is, to remodel the text. Intending to produce a faithful copy of the Arabic, I was compelled to adopt the former, and still hold it to be the better alternative. Moreover, I question Mr. Payne's dictum that the Seja form is utterly foreign to the genius of English prose, and that its preservation would be fatal to all vigor and harmony of style. The English translator of Palmerin of England, Anthony Munday, attempted it in places with great success, as I have before noted; and my late friend Edward Eastwick made artistic use of it in his Gulistan. Had I rejected the Cadence of the Cooing Dove, because un-English, I should have adopted the balanced periods of the Anglican marriage service, or the essentially English system of alliteration, requiring some such artful aid to distinguish from the vulgar recitative style the elevated and classical tirades in the Nights. My attempt has found with reviewers more favor than I expected; and a kindly critic writes of it: "These melodious fray meets, these little eddies of song set like gems in the prose, have a charming effect on the ear. They come as dulcet surprises, and mostly recur in highly wrought situations, or they are used to convey a vivid sense of something exquisite in nature or art. Their introduction seems due to whim or caprice, but really it arises from a profound study of the situation, as if the tale-teller felt suddenly compelled to break into the rhythmic strain." End of section 29. Recording by phone. Section 30 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by phone. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. On the Prose Rhyme and the Poetry of the Nights. B. The Verse, Part 1. The sheer or metrical part of the Nights is considerable, amounting to not less than 10,000 lines, and these I could not but render in rhyme, or rather in monorhyme. This portion has been a bugbear to translators. De Sacy noticed the difficulty of the task. Lane held the poetry untranslatable, because abounding in the figure tajnis, or paranomasia or paragram, of which there are 7 distinct varieties, not to speak of other rhetorical flourishes. He therefore omitted the greater part of the verse as tedious, and through the loss of measure and rhyme, generally intolerable to the reader. He proved his position by the bald literalism of the passages which he rendered in truly prosaic prose, and succeeded in changing the facies and presentment of the work. For the sheer, like the saja, is not introduced arbitrarily; and its unequal distribution throughout the Nights may be accounted for by rule of art. Some tales, like Omar bin al-Numan and Tawaddud, contain very little because the theme is historical or realistic; whilst in stories of love and courtship as that of Rose in Hood, the proportion may rise to 1/5 of the whole. And this is true to nature. Love, as Addison said, makes even the mechanic, the British mechanic, poetical, and Joe Hume of material memory once fought a duel about a fair object of dispute. Before discussing the verse of the Nights it may be advisable to enlarge a little upon the prosody of the Arabs. We know nothing of the origin of their poetry, which is lost in the depths of antiquity, and the oldest bards of whom we have any remains belong to the famous epoch of the war al-Basus, which would place them about A.D. 500. Moreover, when the Muse of Arabia first shows she is not only fully developed and mature, she has lost all her first youth, her beauté du diable, and she is assuming the characteristics of an age beyond middle age. No one can study the earliest poetry without perceiving that it results from the cultivation of centuries, and that it has already assumed that artificial type and conventional process of treatment which presages inevitable decay. Its noblest period is included in the century preceding the apostolate of Mohammed, and the oldest of that epoch is the prince of Arab songsters, ℍ𝔀𝔌𝔀𝔌𝔀𝔌, the wandering king. The Christian fathers characteristically termed poetry vinum daemonorum. The stricter Muslims called their bards enemies of Allah, and when the Prophet, who hated verse and could not even quote it correctly, was asked who was the best poet of the peninsula, he answered that the man of Al-Kais, that is, the worshipper of the Priapus idol, would usher them all into hell. Here he only echoed the general verdict of his countrymen who loved poetry and, as a rule, despised poets. The earliest complete pieces of any volume and substance saved from the wreck of old Arabic literature and familiar in our day are the 7 Qasidas, purpose odes or tendence elegies, which are popularly known as the gilded or the suspended poems. And in all of these we find, with an elaboration of material and formal art which can go no further, a subject matter of trite imagery and stock ideas which suggest a long ascending line of model ancestors and predecessors. Scholars are agreed upon the fact that many of the earliest and best Arab poets were, as Mohammed boasted himself, unalphabetic, or rather could neither read nor write. They addressed the ear and the mind, not the eye. They spoke verse, learning it by rote and dictating it to the Ravi, and this reciter again transmitted it to the musician whose pipe or zither accompanied the minstrel's song. In fact, the general practice of writing began only at the end of the 1st century after the Flight. The rude and primitive measure of Arab song, upon which the most complicated system of meters subsequently arose, was called al-Rajaz, literally the trembling, because it reminded the highly imaginative hearer of a pregnant she-camel's weak and tottering steps. This was the carol of the camel driver, the lover's lay and the warrior's chaunt of the heroic ages, and its simple, unconstrained flow adapted it well for extempore effusions. Its merits and demerits have been extensively discussed amongst Arab grammarians, and many, noticing that it was not originally divided into hemistichs, make an essential difference between the Shahryar who speaks poetry and the Rajis who speaks Rajaz. It consisted, to describe it technically, of iambic dipodia, the first 3 syllables being optionally long or short. It can generally be read like our iambs, and, being familiar, is pleasant to the English ear. The dipodia are repeated either twice or thrice. In the former case Rajaz is held by some authorities, as al-Aqfash, Sa'id ibn Masada, to be mere prose. Although Labid and Antar composed in iambics, the first qasida or regular poem in Rajaz was by al-Aghlab al-Ajibi X Muhammad. The Alfiya grammar of Ibn Malik is in Rajaz Muzdawi, the hemistichs rhyming and the assonance being confined to the couplet. Al-Hariri also affects Rajaz in the 3rd and 5th assemblies. So far Arabic meter is true to nature. In impassioned speech, the movement of language is iambic. We say I will, not I will. For many generations, the sons of the desert were satisfied with nature's teaching, the fine perceptions and the nicely trained ear of the bard needing no aid from art. But in time came the inevitable prosodist under the formidable name of Abu Abd al-Rahman al-Khalil 𝔅𝔀𝔌𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀 of the Farahidi, of the Farahid sept, al-Azdi, of the Azd clan, al-Yamadi, of the Yamad tribe, popularly known as al-Khalil ibn Ahmad al-Basri, of Basra, where he died at 68, scanning verses, they say, in A.H. 170, is 786 to 87 A.D. Ibn Khalikan relates on the authority of Hamza al-Isfahani how this father of Arabic grammar and discoverer of the rules of prosody invented the science as he walked past a coppersmith's shop on hearing the strokes of a hammer upon a metal basin. Two objects devoid of any quality which could serve as a proof and an illustration of anything else than their own form and shape, and incapable of leading to any other knowledge than that of their own nature. According to others, he was passing through the fuller's bazaar at Basra when his ear was struck by the dak-dak (Arabic letters) and the dakak-dakak (Arabic letters) of the workmen. In these two onomatopoetics we trace the expression which characterizes the Arab tongue. All syllables are composed of consonant and vowel, the latter long or short as b and b, or of a voweled consonant followed by a consonant, as bal, bao, Arabic. The grammarian, true to the traditions of this craft which looks for all poetry to the Badawi, adopted for metrical details the language of the desert. The distic, which amongst Arabs is looked upon as one line, he named bait, writing place, tent or house, and the hemistic misra, the one leaf of a folding door. To this scenic simile all the parts of the verse were more or less adapted. The meters, our feet, were called arkan, the stakes and stays of the tent. The syllables were usul, or roots divided into three kinds. The first, or sabab, the tent rope, is composed of two letters, a voweled and a quiescent consonant, as lam. The watad, or tent peg, of three letters, is of two varieties. The majmu, or united, a foot in which the two first consonants are moved by vowels, and the last is jasmated or made quiescent by akapope as lakad. And the mafruk, or disunited, when the two moved consonants are separated by one jasmated, as kabla. And lastly the fasila, or intervening space, applied to the main pole of the tent, consists of four letters. The meters were called buhur, or seas, plural of bar, also meaning the space within the tent walls, the equivoque alluding to pearls and other treasures of the deep. Al-Khalil, the systematizer, found in general use only 5 daira, circles, classes of groups of meter. And he characterized the harmonious and stately measures, all built upon the original rajas, as al-tawil, the long, al-kamil, the complete, al-wafir, the copious, al-basit, the extended, and al-kafif, the light. These embrace all the mu'alakat and the hamasa, the great anthology of Abu Tamam, but the crave for variety and the extension of foreign intercourse had multiplied once, and Al-Khalil deduced from the original 5 daira, 15, to which Al-Aqfash, died A.D. 830, added a 16th, Al-Kabab. The Persians extended the number to 19. The first 4 were peculiarly Arab, the 14th, the 15th, and 17th peculiarly Persian, and all the rest were Arab and Persian. Arabic meter so far resembles that of Greece and Rome, that the value of syllables depends upon the quantity or position of their consonants, not upon accent as in English and the Neo-Latin tongues. Al-Khalil was doubtless familiar with the classic prosody of Europe, but he rejected it as unsuited to the genius of Arabic, and like a true Eastern Gelehrte, he adopted a process devised by himself. Instead of scansion by pyrrhics and spondies, iambs and trochees, anapests and similar simplifications, he invented a system of weights, wuzun. Of these there are 9 memorial words used as quantitative signs, all built upon the root fal, which has rendered such notable service to Arabic and Hebrew grammar, and varying from the simple fa'al, in Persian fa'ul, to the complicated متفاعلون, Anapest plus a yam. Thus the prosodist would scan the Shahnameh of Firdausi as fa'ulun, 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 fa'al. These weights also show another peculiarity of Arabic verse. In English we have few, if any, spondees. The Arabic contains about 3 longs to 1 short. Hence its gravity, stateliness, and dignity. But these longs again are peculiar, and sometimes strike the European ear as shorts, thus adding a difficulty for those who would represent Oriental meters by Western feet, ictus, and accent. German Arabists can register an occasional success in such attempts; Englishmen, none. My late friend Professor Palmer of Cambridge tried the tour de force of dancing on 1 leg instead of 2, and notably failed. Mr. Lyell also strove to imitate Arabic meter, and produced only prose bewitched. Mr. Payne appears to me to have wasted trouble in observing the exterior form of the stanza, the movement of the rhyme, and, as far as possible, the identity in number of the syllables composing the baits. There is only 1 part of his admirable version concerning which I have heard competent readers complain, and that is the metrical, because here and there it sounds strange to their ears. I have already stated my conviction that there are 2 and only 2 ways of translating Arabic poetry into English. One is to represent it by good heroic or lyric verse, as did Sir William Jones. The other is to render it after French fashion, by measured and balanced prose, the little sister of poetry. It is thus, and thus only, that we can preserve the peculiar cachet of the original. This old word Oriental song is spirit-stirring as a blast of that dread horn, albeit the words be thin. It is heady as the golden wine of Libanus, to the tongue water and brandy to the brain, the clean contrary of our 19th century effusions. Technically speaking, it can be vehicled only by the verse of the Old English ballad, or by the prose of the Book of Job. And Badawi poetry is a perfect expositor of Badawi life, especially in the good and gladsome old pagan days ere al-Islam, like the creed which it abolished, overcast the minds of men with its dull gray pall of realistic superstition. They combined to form the marvelous picture, those contrasts of splendor and squalor amongst the sons of the sand. Under airs pure as ether, golden and ultramarine above, and melting over the horizon into a diaphanous green which suggested a resection of Kaf, that unseen mountain wall of emerald, the so-called desert, changed face twice a year, now brown and dry as summer dust, then green as hope, beautified with infinite verdure and broad sheetings of rainwater. The vernal and autumnal shiftings of camp, disruptions of homesteads and partings of kith and kin, friends and lovers, made the life many-sided as it was vigorous and noble, the outcome of hardy frames, strong minds, and spirits breathing the very essence of liberty and independence. The day began with the dawn drink, generous wine bought with shining ore, poured into the crystal goblet from the leather bottle swinging before the cooling breeze. The rest was spent in the practice of weapons, in the favorite arrow game, known as al-maisar, gambling, which at least had the merit of feeding the poor, in racing for which the Badawin had a mania, and in the chase, the foray, and the fray, which formed the serious business of his life. And how picturesque the hunting scenes! The greyhound, like the mare, of purest blood; the falcon cast at francolin and coney; the gazelle standing at gaze; the desert ass scudding over the ground waves; the wild cows or bovine antelopes browsing with their calves, and the ostrich chickens flocking round the parent bird. The musamara, or night talk round the campfire, was enlivened by the lute girl and the glee man, whom the austere prophet described as roving distraught in every vale, and whose motto in the Horatian vein was, "Today we shall drink, tomorrow be sober, wine this day, that day work." Regularly, once a year, during the 3 peaceful months when war and even blood revenge were held sacrilegious, the tribes met at Uqad (Okaz) and other fairsteads, where they held high festival, and the bards strave in song and prided themselves upon doing honor to women and to the successful warriors of their tribe. Brief, the object of Arab life was to be free, to be brave, to be wise, while the endeavors of other peoples was and is to have wealth, to have knowledge, to have a name, and while moderns make their epitome of life to be, to do, and to suffer. Lastly, the Arab's end was honorable as his life was stirring. Few Bedouin had the crowning misfortune of dying the straw death. The poetical forms in the Nights are as follows. The Misra, or hemistic, is half the bait, which, for want of a better word, I have rendered couplet. This, however, though formally separated in manuscripts, is looked upon as one line, one verse. Hence a word can be divided, the former part pertaining to the first, and the latter to the second moiety of the distich. As the Arabs ignore blank verse, when we come upon a rhymeless couplet, we know that it is an extract from a longer composition in monorhyme. The Kita is a fragment, either an occasional piece or more frequently a portion of a ghazal, ode, or qasida, elegy, other than the matla, the initial bite with rhyming distichs. The ghazal and qasida differ mainly in length. The former is popularly limited to 18 couplets. The latter begins at 15 and is of indefinite number. Both are built upon monorhyme, which appears twice in the first couplet and ends all the others. For example, AA plus BA plus CA, etc. Nor may the same assonance be repeated, unless at least 7 couplets intervene. In the best poets, as in the old classic verse of France, the sense must be completed in one couplet and not run on to a second. And as the parts cohere very loosely, separate quotation can generally be made without injuring their proper effect. A favorite form is the rubai or quatrain, made familiar to English ears by Mr. Fitzgerald's masterly adaptation of 𝔌𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥. The movement is generally AA plus BA, but it also appears as AB plus CB, in which case it is a kita or fragment. The murabba, testratychs or fourfold song, occurs only once in the Nights, Volume 1, 98. It is a succession of double bites or of 4 lined stanzas rhyming AA plus BC plus DC plus EC. In strict form, the first 3 hemistichs rhyme with one another only, independently of the rest of the poem, and the fourth with that of every other stanza. For example, AA plus AB plus CB plus DB. The muqammas, cinquains or pentastichs, Night 964, represents a stanza of 2 distichs and a hemistich in monorhyme, the 5th line being the bob or burden. Each succeeding stanza affects a new rhyme, except in the 5th line, for example, AAAAB plus CCCCB plus DDDDB, and so forth. The muval is a simple popular song in 4 to 6 lines. Specimens of it are given in the Egyptian grammar of my friend, the late Dr. Wilhelm Spitta. The muasha, or ornamented verse, has 2 main divisions. One applies to our acrostics, in which the initials form a word or words. The other is a kind of musadas, or sexteens, which occurs once only in the Nights, 937. It consists of 3 couplets or 6-line strophes. All the hemistichs of the first are in monorhyme. In the second and following stanzas, the 3 first hemistichs take a new rhyme, but the 4th resumes the assonance of the first set, and is followed by the 3rd couplet of number 1, serving as bob or refrain. For example, AAAAAA plus BBBAAA plus CCCAAA, and so forth. It is the most complicated of all the measures and is held to be of Morisco or Hispano-Moorish origin. Mr. Lane, Lex, lays down, on the lines of 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥, 1 476, etc., and other representative literati, as our sole authorities for pure Arabic, the precedents in following order. First of all ranks the Jahili, ignoramus, of the ignorance. These pagans left hemistichs, couplets, pieces, and elegies which once composed a large corpus and which is now mostly forgotten. Hamad al-Ravija, the reciter, a man of Persian descent, died A.H. 160 is 777 A.D., who first collected the Mu'allaqat, once recited by rote in a séance before Caliph al-Walid 2,000 poems of pre-Mohammedan bards. After the Jahili stands the Muqaddam or Muhadrim, the spurious, because half pagan, half Muslim, who flourished either immediately before or soon after the preaching of Mohammed. The Islami, or full-blooded Moslem, at the end of the 1st century A.H. equals 720 A.D., began the process of corruption in language, and lastly he was followed by the Muwallad of the 2nd century, who fused Arabic with non-Arabic, and in whom purity of diction disappeared. I have noticed that the versical portion of the Nights may be distributed into 3 categories. First are the olden poems, which are held classical by all modern Arabs. Then comes the medieval poetry, the effusions of that brilliant throng which adorned the splendid court of Harun al-Rashid, and which ended with al-Hariri, died A.H. 516. And lastly are the various pièces de circonstance suggested to editors or scribes by the occasion. It is not my object to enter upon the historical part of the subject. A mere sketch would have neither value nor interest, whilst the finished picture would lead too far. I must be contented to notice a few of the most famous names. Of the pre-Islamites we have Abi bin Zayd al-Ibadi, the celebrated poet of 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𥂂, 188. Nabighat, the full-grown, al-Zubyani, who flourished at the court of al-Numan in A.D. 580 to 602, and whose poem is compared with the Suspendeds, and al-Mutalamis, the pertinacious satirist, friend and intimate with Tarafa of the prize poem. About Muhammad's day we find Imr al-Qais, with whom poetry began, to end with Zu al-Rumah, Amru bin Madi Karab al-Zubaydi Labid, Kab ibn Zuhair, the father one of the Mu'allaqat poets, and the son author of the Burda or mantle poem. See Volume 4, 115. And Abbas bin Mirdas, who lampooned the Prophet and had his tongue cut out, that is, received a double share of booty from Ali. In the days of Caliph Omar, we have Alqama bin Olata, followed by Jamil bin Mamar of the Banu Ozra, died A.H. 82, who loved Azza. Then came al-Qutayr, the dwarf, Ironis, the lover of Butaina, who was so lean that birds might be cut to bits with her bones. The latter was also a poetess, Ibn Khal 187, like Hind bin al-Numan, who made herself so disagreeable to al-Hajjaj, died A.H. 95. Jarir al-Qatafa, the noblest of the Islami poets in the 1st century, is noticed at full length by Ibn Khalikan, 294, together with his rival in poetry and debauchery, Abu Firas Hammam, or Humaym bin Ghalib al-Farazdak, the Tamimi, the Umayyad poet, without whose verse half Arabic would be lost. He exchanged satires with Jarir, and died 40 days before him, A.H. 110. Another contemporary, forming the poetical triumvirate of the period, was the debauched Christian poet al-Aqtal al-Taglibi. They were followed by al-Abbas al-Ansari, whose witty lampoons banished him to Dalak Island in the Red Sea. Died A.H. 179, equals 795 A.D. by Bashar ibn Burd and by Yunus ibn Habib, died AH 182. The well-known names of the Harun cycle are Al-Asmai, rhetorician and poet, whose epic with Antar for hero is not forgotten, died AH 216. Isaac of Mosul, Ishaq bin Ibrahim of Persian origin, Al-Utbi the poet, died AH 228, Abu al-Abbas al-Rakashi, Abu al-Atahiyya, the lover of Utbah, Muslim bin al-Walid al-Ansari, Abu Tamam of Tay, compiler of the Hamasa, died AH 230, Muwalad of the first class, says Ibn Khalikan, 1392. The famous or infamous Abu Nawaz, Abu Musab, Ahmad ibn Ali, who died in AH 242. The satirist Dibil al-Khuzai, died AH 246, and a host of others quos nunc poscibere lungum est. They were followed by al-Batori, the poet, died AH 286, the royal author Abdullah ibn al-Mutaz, died AH 315, Ibn Abad the Sahib, died AH 334, Mansur al-Halaj the martyred Sufi, the Sahib ibn Abad, Abu Faras al-Hamdani, died AH 357, al-Nami, died AH 399, who had many encounters with that model chauvinist al-Mutanabi, nicknamed al-Mutanabi the Wide Awake, killed AH 354. Al-Manazi of Manajirt, died 427, al-Tugrai, author of the Lamiyat al-Ajam, died AH 375, al-Hariri, the model rhetorician, died AH 516, al-Hajiri al-Irbili of Arbela, died AH 632, Baha al-Din al-Sinjari, died AH 622, al-Khatib or the scribe, died AH 656, Abdun al-Andalusi the Spaniard, our 12th century, and about the same time al-Nawaji, author of the Halbat al-Kumayt, or Race Course of the Bay Horse, poetical slang for wine. Of the third category, the pièces d'occasion, little need be said. I may refer readers to my notes on the dog rules in volume 2, 34, 35, 56, 179, 182, 186, and 261, in volume 5, 55, and in volume 8, 50. Having a mortal aversion to the details of Arabic prosody, I have persuaded my friend Dr. 𝔅𝔌𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥 to undertake in the following pages the subject as far as concerns the poetry of the Nights. He has been kind enough to collaborate with me from the beginning, and to his minute lexicographical knowledge I am deeply indebted for discovering not a few blemishes which would have been nuts to the critic. The learned Arabist's notes will be highly interesting to students. Mine are intended to give a superficial and popular idea of the Arab's verse mechanism. The principle of Arabic prosody, called Aruz, pattern standard, or Ilm al-Aruz, science of the Aruz, insofar resembles that of classical poetry, as it chiefly rests on metrical weight, not on accent, or in other words, a verse is measured by short and long quantities, while the accent only regulates its rhythm. In Greek and Latin, however, the quantity of the syllables depends on their vowels, which may be either naturally short or long, or become long by position, that is, if followed by two or more consonants. We all remember from our school days what a fine string of rules had to be committed to and kept in memory before we were able to scan a Latin or Greek verse without breaking its neck by tripping over false quantities. In Arabic, on the other hand, the answer to the question what is metrically long or short is exceedingly simple, and flows with stringent cogency from the nature of the Arabic alphabet. This, strictly speaking, knows only consonants, harf, plural huruf. The vowels which are required, in order to articulate the consonants, were at first not represented in writing at all. They had to be supplied by the reader, and are not improperly called motions, harakat, because they move or lead on, as it were, one letter to another. They are 3 in number: a, fatha; I, kasra; u, zama, originally sounded as the correspondent English vowels in bat, bit, and but respectively, but in certain cases modifying their pronunciation under the influence of a neighboring consonant. When the necessity made itself felt to represent them in writing, especially for the sake of fixing the correct reading of the Koran, they were rendered by additional signs, placed above or beneath the consonant, after which they are pronounced, in a similar way as it is done in some systems of English shorthand. A consonant followed by a short vowel is called a moved letter, muharaka. A consonant without such vowel is called resting or quiescent, sakina, and can stand only at the end of a syllable or word. And now we are able to formulate the one simple rule, which determines the prosodical quantity in Arabic. Any moved letter, as ta, li, mu, is counted short. Any moved letter followed by a quiescent one, as taf, thun, mus, that is, any closed syllable beginning and terminating with a consonant and having a short vowel between, forms a long quantity. This is certainly a relief in comparison with the numerous rules of classical prosody, proved by not a few exceptions, which, for instance, in Dr. Smith's Elementary Latin Grammar, fill 8 closely printed pages. End of section 30. Recording by phone. Section 31 of the Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by phone. The Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 10, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. On the prose rhyme and the poetry of the nights. B. The verse. Part 2. Before I proceed to show how from the prosodical unities, the moved and the quiescent letter, first the metrical elements, then the feet, and lastly the meters are built up, it will be necessary to obviate a few misunderstandings, to which our mode of transliterating Arabic into the Roman character might give rise. The line, "Love in my heart they lit and went their ways," Volume 1, 232, runs in Arabic, 𝐋𝐌𝐍𝐍𝐿𝐵𝑉 ℌ 179. Here, according to our ideas, the word akamu would begin with the short vowel a, and contain 2 long vowels a and u. According to Arabic views, neither is the case. The word begins with alif, and its second syllable ka closes in alif after fada, a, in the same way as the third syllable mu closes in the letter vav, w, after zama, u. The question therefore arises, what is alif? It is the first of the 28 Arabic letters, and has through the medium of the Greek alpha nominally entered into our alphabet, where it now plays rather a misleading part. Curiously enough, however, Greek itself has preserved for us the key to the real nature of the letter. In the initial a is preceded by the so-called spiritus lens, apostrophe, a sign which must be placed in front or at the top of any vowel beginning a Greek word, and which represents that slight aspiration or soft breathing almost involuntarily uttered, when we try to pronounce a vowel by itself. We need not go far to find how deeply rooted this tendency is, and to what exaggerations it will sometimes lead. Witness the gentleman, who, after mentioning that he had been visiting his "favorite haunts" on the scenes of his early life, was sympathetically asked how the dear old ladies were. This spiritus lens is the silent H of the French and the English honor, corresponding exactly to the Arabic hamza, whose mere prop the alif is, when it stands at the beginning of a word. A native Arabic dictionary does not begin with Bab al-Alif, gate or chapter of the Alif, but with Bab al-Hamza. What the Greeks call alpha, and have transmitted to us as a name for the vowel a, is in fact nothing else but the Arabic hamza alif, moved by fadha, that is, bearing the sign for a at the top, just as it might have the sign zama superscribed to express you, or the sign kasra subjoined to represent I. In each case the hamza alif, although scarcely audible to our ear, is the real letter and might fitly be rendered in transliteration by the above-mentioned silent h, wherever we make an Arabic word begin with a vowel not preceded by any other sign. This latter restriction refers to the sign ', which in Sir Richard Burton's translation of the Nights, as frequently in books published in this country, is used to represent the Arabic letter in whose very name ℔ it occurs. The ℔ is described as produced by a smart compression of the upper part of the windpipe and forcible emission of breath, imparting a guttural tinge to a following or preceding vowel sound. But it is by no means a mere guttural vowel, as Professor Palmer styles it. For Europeans, who do not belong to the Israelic dispensation, as well as for Turks and Persians, its exact pronunciation is most difficult, if not impossible to acquire. In reading Arabic from transliteration for the purpose of scanning poetry, we have therefore in the first instance to keep in mind that no Arabic word or syllable can begin with a vowel. Where our mode of rendering Arabic in the Roman character would make this appear to be the case, either hamza, silent h, or ℔, represented by the sign ', is the real initial, and the only element to be taken in account as a letter. It follows as self-evident corollary that wherever a single consonant stands between two vowels, it never closes the previous syllable, but always opens the next one. Our word akamu, for instance, can only be divided into the syllables a, properly ha, ka, mu, never into ak, a, mu, or ak, u. It has been stated above that the syllable ka is closed by the letter alif after fadha, in the same way as the syllable mu is closed by the letter vav, and I may add now, as the word fi is closed by the letter ya, y. To make this perfectly clear, I must repeat that the Arabic alphabet, as it was originally written, deals only with consonants. The signs for the short vowel sounds were added later for a special purpose, and are generally not represented even in printed books, for example in the various editions of the Nights, where only quotations from the Koran or poetical passages are provided with the vowel points. But among those consonants there are three, called weak letters, huruf al-ilah, which have a particular organic affinity to these vowel sounds: the guttural hamza, which is akin to a, the palatal ya, which is related to I, and the labial lav, which is homogeneous with u. Where any of the weak letters follows a vowel of its own class, either at the end of a word or being itself followed by another consonant, it draws out or lengthens the preceding vowel and is in this sense called a letter of prolongation, harf al-mad. Thus, bearing in mind that the hamza is in reality a silent h, the syllable ka might be written k-a-h, similarly to the German word sa, where the h is not pronounced either, but imparts a lengthened sound to the a. In like manner mu and fi are written in Arabic muw and fiy respectively, and form long quantities not because they contain a vowel long by nature, but because their initial muharaka is followed by a sakina, exactly as in the previously mentioned syllables taf, fun, mus. In the Roman transliteration, akamu forms a word of 5 letters, two of which are consonants, and three vowels. In Arabic, it represents the combination h, a, k, a, hm, u, w, consisting also of 5 letters, but all consonants, the intervening vowels being expressed in writing either merely by superadded external signs, or more frequently, not at all. Metrically, it represents 1 short and 2 long quantities, long, short, short, forming in Latin a trisyllable foot, called bachias, and in Arabic a quinquiliteral rukn, pillar, or juz, part, portion, the technical designation for which we shall introduce presently. There is one important remark more to be made with regard to the hamza. At the beginning of a word it is either conjunctive, hamzat al-wazl, or disjunctive, hamzat al-kat. The difference is best illustrated by reference to the French so-called aspirated h, as compared with the above-mentioned silent h. If the latter, as initial of a noun, is preceded by the article loses its vowel, and ignoring the silent h altogether, is read with the following noun almost as one word. Le homme becomes l'homme, pronounced l'homme, as le ami becomes l'ami. This resembles very closely the Arabic hamza wazl. If, on the other hand, a French word begins with an aspirated h, as for instance héros, the article does not drop its vowel before the noun, nor is the h sounded as in the English word hero, but the effect of the aspirate is simply to keep the two vowel sounds apart, so as to pronounce le héros with a slight hiatus between, and this is exactly what happens in the case of the Arabic hamza kat. With regard to the wazn, however, Arabic goes a step further than French. In the French example, quoted above, we have seen it is the silent h and the preceding vowel which are eliminated. In Arabic, both the hamza and its own haraka, that is, the short vowel following it, are supplanted by their antecedent. Another example will make this clear. The most common instance of the hamza wazl is the article al, for hal, the Hebrew hal, where it is moved by fada. But it has this sound only at the beginning of a sentence or speech, as in alhamdu at the head of the fatiha, or in Allahu at the beginning of the 3rd surah. If the two words stand in grammatical connection, as in the sentence praise be to God, we cannot say alhamdu li Allahi, but the conjunction, wazn, between the dative particle li and the noun which it governs must take place. According to the French principle, this junction would be effected at the cost of the preceding element, and li Allahi would become lalahi. In Arabic, on the contrary, the castrated l of the particle takes the place of the following fathated hamza, and we read lillahi instead. Proceeding in the fatiha, we meet with the verse Iyaka nabudu wa iyaka nasta'inu. Thee do we worship and of thee do we ask aid. Here the hamza of iyaka, properly hiyaka with silent h, is disjunctive, and therefore its pronunciation remains the same at the beginning and in the middle of the sentence, or to put it differently, instead of coalescing with the preceding va into vayaka, the two words are kept separate by the hamza, reading vaiyaka, just as it was the case with the French le héros. If the conjunctive hamza is preceded by a quiescent letter, this takes generally kasra. Talat al-layla, the night was longsome, would become talati al-layla. If, however, the quiescent letter is one of prolongation, it mostly drops out altogether, and the haraka of the next preceding letter becomes the connecting vowel between the two words, which in our parlance would mean that the end vowel of the first word is shortened before the elided initial of the second. Thus, fi al-bayti, in the house, which in Arabic is written F-I-Y-H-A-L-B-A-Y-T-I, and which we transliterate fi el-bayti is in poetry read fil-bayti, where we must remember that the syllable fil, in spite of its short vowel, represents a long quantity, because it consists of a moved letter followed by a quiescent one. Fil would be overlong and could, according to Arabic prosody, stand only in certain cases at the end of a verse, that is, in pause, where a natural tendency prevails to prolong a sound. The attentive reader will now be able to fix the prosodical value of the line quoted above with unerring security. For metrical purposes it syllabifies into 𝐋𝐌𝐍𝐍𝐶𝔅𝔀𝐌, containing 3 short and 8 long quantities. The initial unaccented a is short, for the same reason why the syllables da and wa are so, that is, because it corresponds to an Arabic letter, the hamza or silent h, moved by fada. The syllables ka, fi, bi, sa, ru are long for the same reason why the syllables mul, vaj, kal are so, that is, because the accent in the transliteration corresponds to a quiescent Arabic letter, following a moved one. The same simple criterion applies to the whole list, in which I give in alphabetical order the first lines and the meter of all the poetical pieces contained in the Mak edition, and which will be found at the end of this volume. This appendix is not included in this text. The prosodical unities, then, in Arabic are the moved and the quiescent letter, and we are now going to show how they combine into metrical elements, feet, and meters. 1. The metrical elements, usul, are 1. The sabab, which consists of 2 letters and is either kafif, light, or sakil, heavy. A moved letter followed by a quiescent, that is, a closed syllable, like the aforementioned taf, thun, mus, to which we may now add fa, i, u, form a sabab kafif, corresponding to the classical long quantity. 2 moved letters in succession, like mute, ala, constitute a sabab sakil, for which the classical name would be pyrrhic. As in Latin and Greek, they are equal in weight and can frequently interchange, that is to say, the sabab kafif can be evolved into a sakil by moving its second harf, or the latter contracted into the former by making its second letter quiescent. 2. The watad, consisting of 3 letters, one of which is quiescent. If the quiescent follows the 2 moved ones, the watad is called majmu, collected or joined, as fau, mafa, ilun, and it corresponds to the classical iambus. If, on the contrary, the quiescent intervenes or separates between the 2 moved letters, as in fai, latu, tafi, the watad is called mafruk, separated, and has its classical equivalent in the trochee. The fasila, containing 4 letters, that is, 3 moved ones followed by a quiescent, and which, in fact, is only a shorter name for a sabab sakil followed by a sabab kafif, as mute plus fa, or ala plus tun, both of the measure of the classical anapest. 2. These 3 elements, the sabab, watad, and fasila, combine further into feet arkan, plural of rukn, or ajza, plural of juz, 2 words explained supra page 236. The technical terms by which the feet are named are derivatives of the root fal, to do, which, as the student will remember, serves in Arabic grammar to form the awzan or weights, in accordance with which words are derived from roots. It consists of the 3 letters fa, f, ain, apostrophe, lam, l, and, like any other Arabic root, cannot strictly speaking be pronounced, for the introduction of any vowel sound would make it cease to be a root and change it into an individual word. The above fal, for instance, where the initial tha is moved by fada, a, is the infinitive or verbal noun to do, doing. If the ein is also moved by fada, we obtain fa'al, meaning in colloquial Arabic, he did. The classical or literary form would be fa'ala. Pronouncing the first letter with sama, you, the second with kasra, I, that is, fu'il, we say it was done. Ziyada, letters of increase, to the original radicals, we say it was done, classically fu'ila. Many more forms are derived by prefixing, inserting or subjoining certain additional letters, called huruf al-ziyada, letters of increase, to the original radicals. Fa'il, for instance, with an alif of prolongation in the first syllable, means doer. Maf'ul, where the quiescent fa is preceded by a fathated mim, m, and the zammated ein followed by a lengthening vav, means done. Mufa'ala, where, in addition to a prefixed and inserted letter, the feminine termination a is subjoined after the lam, means to do a thing reciprocally. Since these and similar changes are with unvarying regularity applicable to all roots, the grammarians use the derivatives of fa'al as model forms for the corresponding derivations of any other root, whose letters are in this case called its fa, ein, and lam. From a root, for example, which has kaf, k, for its first letter, or fa, ta, t, for its second letter, or I, and ba, b, for its third letter, or lam, fal would be kad, to write, writing. Fa'al would be katab, he wrote. Fu'il would be kutib, it was written. Fa'il would be katib, writer, scribe. Maf'ul would be maktub, written, letter. Mufa'ala would be mukataba, to write reciprocally, correspondence. The advantage of this system is evident. It enables the student, who has once grasped the original meaning of a root, to form scores of words himself, and in his readings to understand hundreds, nay thousands of words, without recourse to the dictionary, as soon as he has learned to distinguish their radical letters from the letters of increase, and recognizes in them a familiar root. We cannot wonder, therefore, that the inventor of Arabic prosody readily availed himself of the same plan for his own ends. The tafil, as it is here called, that is, the representation of the metrical feet by current derivatives of fal, has in this case, of course, nothing to do with the etymological meaning of those typical forms. But it proves none the less useful in another direction. In simply naming a particular foot it shows at the same time its prosodical measure and character, as will now be explained in detail. We have seen, supra page 236, that the word akamu consists of a short syllable followed by two long ones, and consequently forms a foot, which the classics would call Bacchius. In Latin, there is no connection between this name and the metrical value of the foot. We must learn both by heart. But if we are told that its tafil in Arabic is faulun, we understand at once that it is composed of the watat majmu fa'u and the sabab kafif lun, and as the watat contains three, the sabab two letters, it forms a quinquiliteral foot or juz kamazi. In combining into feet, the watat has the precedence over the sabab and the fasila, and again the watat majmu over the watat mafruk. Hence the prosodists distinguish between aja asliya, or primary feet, from asl, root, in which this precedence is observed, and aja fariya, or secondary feet, from far is branch, in which it is reversed. The former are four in number. 1. Fa'ulun, consisting, as we have just seen, of a watat majmu followed by a sabab kafif, is the Latin Bacchius. 2. mafa'ilun, that is, vatad majmu followed by two sabab kafif, is the Latin epitratus primus. 3. Mufa'alatun, that is, vatad majmu followed by fasila, is the Latin iambus followed by anapest. 4. Fa'ilatun, that is, vatad mafruk followed by two sabab kafif, is the Latin epitratus secundus. The number of the secondary feet increases to 6, for as numbers 2 and 4 contain two sabab, they branch out into two derived feet each, according to both sabab or only one changing place with regard to the vatad. They are 5. Fa'ilun, that is, sabab kafif followed by vatad majmu, is the Latin creticus. The primary fa'ulun becomes by transposition lun fa'u. To bring this into conformity with the current derivative of fa'al, the initial sabab must be made to contain the first letter of the root, and the vatad the two remaining ones in their proper order. Fa is therefore substituted for lun, and ilun for fa'u, forming together the above fa'ilun. By similar substitutions, which it would be tedious to specify in each separate case, mafa'ilun becomes 6. Mustaf'ilun for ilun mafa, that is, two sabab kafif, followed by vatad majmu, is the Latin epitratus tertius, or 7. Fa'ilatun for lun mafa'i, that is, vatad majmu between the two sabab kafif, is the Latin epitratus secundus. 8. Mutafa'ilun for alatun mufa, the reversed mufa alatun, that is, fasila followed by vatad majmu, is the Latin anapest succeeded by iambus. The last two secondary feet are transpositions of number 4, fa'ilatun, namely 9. Mafulatu for latun fa'i, that is, two sabab kafif, followed by vatad mafruk, is the Latin epitratus quartus. 10. Mustafilun for tun fa'ila, that is, vatad mafruk between two sabab kafif, is the Latin epitratus tertius. The branch foot fa'ilun, number 5, like its root fa'ulun, number 1, is quinquiliteral. All other feet, primary or secondary, consist necessarily of 7 letters, as they contain a triliteral vatad, see supra 1.2, with either two biliteral sabab kafif, 1.1, or a quadriliteral fasila, 1.3. They are, therefore, called sabai, is 7-lettered. 3. The same principle of the vatad taking precedence over sabab and fasila rules the arrangement of the Arabic meters, which are divided into 5 circles, dawair, plural of daira, so called for reasons presently to be explained. The first is named A, Dairat al-Muktalif, circle of the varied meter, because it is composed of feet of various length, the 5-lettered faulun, supra 2.1, and the 7-lettered mafailun, 2.2, with their secondaries failun, mustafilun, and fa'ilatun, 2.5 to 7, and it comprises 3 buhur or meters, plural of bar, C, the tawil, madid, and basit. A1. Al-tawil, consisting of twice, fa'ulun mafa'ilun, fa'ulun mafa'ilun, the classical scheme for which would be short, long, long, short, long, 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 short, long, long, short, long, long, long. If we transfer the vatad fa'u from the beginning of the line to the end, it would read lun mafai, lun fa'u, lun mafai, lun fa'u, which after the substitutions indicated above, 2.7 and 5, becomes A2, al-madid, consisting of twice, fa'ilatun, fa'ilun, fa'ilatun, fa'ilun, which may be represented by the classical scheme long, short, long, 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 short, long, long, short, long, 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 short, long. If again, returning to the tawil, we make the break after the watat of the second foot, we obtain the line ilun fa'u, lun mafa, ilun fa'u, lun mafa, and as metrically ilun fa'u, 2 sabab followed by watat, and lun mafa, 1 sabab followed by watat, are ilun mafa and lun fa'u respectively, their tafil is affected by the same substitutions as in 2.5 and 6, and they become A3, basit, consisting of twice, mustaf'ilun, fa'ilun, mustaf'ilun, fa'ilun, in conformity with the classical scheme long, long, short, long, long, short, long, 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 short, long, long, short, long. Thus, one meter evolves from another by a kind of rotation, which suggested to the prosodists an ingenious device of representing them by circles, hence the name daira, round the circumference of which on the outside the complete tafil of the original meter is written, while each moved letter is faced by a small loop, each quiescent by a small vertical stroke inside the circle. Then in the case of this present dairat al-muktalif, for instance, the loop corresponding to the initial F of the first fa'ulun is the beginning of the tawil, that corresponding to its L of the sabab fun as the beginning of the madid, and that corresponding to the ayn of the next mafailun as the beginning of the basit. The same process applies to all the following circles, but our limited space compels us simply to enumerate them, together with their buhur, without further reference to the mode of their evolution. B. Dairat al-Mutalif, circle of the agreeing meter, so called because all its feet agree in length, consisting of 7 letters each. It contains B1, al-Wafir, composed of twice, mufa'alatun, mufa'alatun, mufa'alatun. 2.3 is short, long, short, short, long, short, long, short, short, long, short, long, short, short, long, where the iambus in each foot precedes the anapest, and its reversal, B.2, al-kamil, consisting of twice, mutafa'ilun, mutafa'ilun, mutafa'ilun. 2.8 short, short, long, short, long, short, short, long, short, long, short, short, long, short, long, where the anapest takes the first place in every foot. C. Dairat al-Mujtalab, circle of the brought-on meter, so called because its 7-lettered feet are brought on from the first circle. C1. Al-Hazaj, consisting of twice, mufa'ilun, mufa'ilun, mufa'ilun. 2.2 short, long, 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 short, long, 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 short, long, long, long. C2. Al-Rajaz, consisting of twice, mustafilun, 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 and in this full form, almost identical with the iambic trimeter of the Greek drama. Long, long, short, long, 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 short, long, 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 short, long. C3. Al-Ramal, consisting of twice, fa'ilatun, 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 the trochaic counterpart of the preceding meter, long, short, long, 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 short, long, 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 short, long, long. D. Dairat al-Mushtabi, circle of the intricate meter, so called from its intricate nature, primary mingling with secondary feet, and one foot of the same verse containing a watat majmu, another a watat mafruk, that is, the iambic rhythm alternating with the trochaic and vice versa. Its buhur are D1, al-Sari, twice, mustafilun, mustafilun, mufulatu. long, long, short, long, 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 short, long, 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 short. D2. Al-Munzari, twice, mustafilun, mufulatu, mustafilun. Long, long, short, long, 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 short, long, long, short, long. D3. Al-Kafif, twice, fa'ilatun, mustafilun, fa'ilatun. Long, short, long, 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 short, long, long, short, long, long. D4. Al-Muzari, twice, mafa'ilun, fa'ilatun, mafa'ilun. Short, long, 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 short, long, long, short, long, long, long. D5. Al-Muktazib, twice, mafulatu, mustafilun, mafulatu. Long, 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 short, long, long, short, long, 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 short. D6. Al-Mujtaz, twice, mustafilun, fa'ilatun, mustafilun. Long, long, short, long, long, short, long, 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 short, long. E. Dairat al-Mutafiq, circle of the concordant meter, so called for the same reason why circle B is called the agreeing, that is, because the feet all harmonize in length, being here, however, quinquiliteral, not seven-lettered as in the Matalif. Al-Khalil, the inventor of the Ilm al-Aruz, assigns it to only 1 meter. E1. Al-Mutakarib, twice, fa'ulun, 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 fa'ulun. Short, long, long, short, long, long, short, long, long. Later prosodists added E2. Al-Mutadarak, twice, fa'ilun, fa'ilun, fa'ilun. Long, short, long, long, short, long, long, short, long. The feet and meters as given above are, however, to a certain extent merely theoretical. In practice the former admit of numerous licenses, and the latter of variations brought about by modification or partial suppression of the feet final in a verse. An Arabic poem, qasida, or if numbering less than 10 couplets, kata, consists of bites or couplets, bound together by a continuous rhyme, which connects the first 2 lines, and is repeated at the end of every second line throughout the poem. The last foot of every odd line is called aruz, feminine in contradistinction of aruz in the sense of prosody, which is masculine. Plural a'ayriz. That of every even line is called zarb, plural azrub, and the remaining feet may be termed hashf, stuffing, although in stricter parlance a further distinction is made between the first foot of every odd and even line as well. Now with regard to the hashf on one hand, and the aruz and zarb on the other, the changes which the normal feet undergo are of 2 kinds, zuhaf, deviation, and ila, defect. Zuhaf applies, as a rule, occasionally and optionally, to the second letter of a sabab in those feet which compose the hashf or body part of a verse, making a long syllable short by suppressing its quiescent final, or contracting 2 short quantities in a long one, by rendering quiescent a moved letter which stands second in a sabab sakil. In mustafilun 2.6, or long, long, short, long, for instance, the s of the first syllable, or the f of the second, or both, may be dropped, and it will become accordingly mutafilun, by substitution mufailun, short, long, or mustailun, by substitution muftailun, long, short, long, or mutailun, by substitution fa'ilatun, short, long. This means that wherever the foot mustafilun occurs in the hashf of a poem, we can represent it by the scheme short, long. That is, the Epictetus Tertius can, by poetical license, change into diambus, choriambus, or pion quartus. In mufa'alatun, 2.3, short, long, short, short, long, and mutafa'ilun, 2.8, short, short, long, short, long, again, the sabab ala and mute may become kafif by suppression of their final haraka and thus turn into mufa'altun, by substitution mafa'ilun, 2.2, short, long, 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 and mutfa'ilun, by substitution mustafilun, 2.6, long, long, short, short, as above. In other words, the 2 feet correspond to the schemes short, short, long, short, and short, long, short, long, short, long, whereas spondee can take the place of the anapest after or before the iambus respectively. Ila, the second way of modifying the primitive or normal feet, applies to both sabab and vatad, but only in the aruz and zarb of a couplet, being at the same time constant and obligatory. Besides the changes already mentioned, it consists in adding 1 or 2 letters to a sabab or vatad, or curtailing them more or less, even to cutting them off altogether. We cannot here exhaust this matter any more than those touched upon until now, but must be satisfied with an example or 2, to show the proceeding in general, and indicate its object. End of section 31. Recording by phone. Section 32 of the Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by phone. The Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 10, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. On the prose rhyme and the poetry of the nights. B. The verse. Part 3. We have seen that the meter basit consists of the 2 lines mustafilun, fa'ilun, mustafilun, fa'ilun, mustafilun, fa'ilun, mustafilun, fa'ilun. This complete form, however, is not in use amongst Arab poets. If by the zuhaf kabn, here acting as ila, the alif in the final fa'ilun is suppressed, changing it into a fa'ilun, short, short, long, it becomes the first aruz, called makbuna, of the basit, the first zaub of which is obtained by submitting the final fa'ilun of the second line to the same process. A second zaub results if in fa'ilun the final n of the watat ilun is cut off and the preceding l made quiescent by the ila kat, thus giving fa'il, and by substitution falun, long, long. Thus the formula becomes mustafilun, fa'ilun, mustafilun, fa'ilun, mustafilun, fa'ilun, mustafilun, fa'ilun, or falun. As in a hashf, that is, the first 3 feet of each line, the kabn can likewise be applied to the medial fa'ilun, and for mustafilun, the poetical licenses, explained above, may be introduced. This first aruz, or class of the basit with its 2 zarb or subdivisions, will be represented by the scheme short, 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 long, long, short, long, long, short, long, 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 short, 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 long, short, 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 and then either short, short, long, 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 short, long, long, short, long, or long, long. That is to say, in the first subdivision of this form of the basit, both lines of each couplet end with an anapest, and every second line of the other subdivision terminates in a spondee. The basit has 4 more a'aris, 3 called majua, because each line is shortened by a juz or foot, 1 called mashtura, halved, because the number of feet is reduced from 4 to 2, and we may here notice that the former kind of lessening the number of feet is frequent with the hexametrical circles B, C, D, while the latter kind can naturally only occur in those circles whose couplet forms an octameter A, E. Besides being majua, the second aruz is sahiha, perfect, consisting of the normal foot mustafilun. It has 3 azrub. 1. Mustafilan, long, long, short, long, with an overlong final syllable, see supra page 238, produced by the ila tajil, that is, addition of a quiescent letter at the end, mustafilun, with double N, by substitution mustafilan. 2. Mustafilun, like the aruz. 3. Mafulun, long, 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 produced by the ilakat. See the preceding page. Mustafilun, by dropping the final N and making the L quiescent, becomes mustafil, and by substitution mafulun. Hence the formula is mustafilun, failun, mustafilun, mustafilun, failun, and then either mustafiln, mustafilun, or mafulun, which, with its allowable licenses, may be represented by the scheme short, 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 long, long, short, long, long, short, long, 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 short, long. The above will suffice to illustrate the general method of the prosodists, and we must refer the reader for the remaining classes and subdivisions of the Basit, as well as the other meters, to more special treatises on the subject, to which this essay is intended merely as an introduction, with a view to facilitate the first steps of the student in an important, but I fear somewhat neglected, field of Arabic learning. If we now turn to the poetical pieces contained in the Nights, we find that out of the 15 meters, known to Al-Khalil, or the 16 of later prosodists, instances of 13 occur in the Makkan edition, but in vastly different proportions. The total number amounts to 1,385 pieces, some, however, repeated several times, out of which 1,128 belong to the first 2 circles, leaving only 257 for the remaining 3. The same disproportionality obtains with regard to the meters of each circle. The Mukhtalif is represented by 331 instances of Tawil and 330 of Basit against 3 of Madid. The Mutalif by 321 instances of Kamil against 143 of Wafir. The Mushtalab by 32 instances of Ramal and 30 of Rajaz against 1 of Hazaj. The Mushtabib by 72 instances of Kafif and 52 of Sari against 18 of Munsari and 15 of Mushtaz. And lastly, the Mutafik by 37 instances of Mutakarib. Neither the Mutadarak, E2, nor the Muzari and Muktazib, B4 and 5, are met with. Finally, it remains for me to quote a couplet of each meter, showing how to scan them, and what relation they bear to the theoretical formulas exhibited on page 242 to page 247. It is characteristic for the preponderance of the Tawil over all the other meters, that the first 4 lines, with which my alphabetical list begins, are written in it. One of these belongs to a poem which has for its author Baha al-Din Zuhair, born A.D. 1186 at Mecca or in its vicinity, died 1248 at Cairo, and is to be found in full in Professor Palmer's edition of his works, page 164. Sir Richard Burton translates the first bite, volume 1, 290, "And I quit Cairo and her pleasances. Where can I hope to find so gladsome ways?" Professor Palmer renders it, "Must I leave Egypt where such joys abound? What place can ever charm me so again?" In Arabic it scans 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔀𝐍 نَائِمِهِلْ فَأَيُّ مَكَانٍ بَدَهَا لِيَ شَيْكُ. In referring to 3.A.1, page 242, it will be seen that in the hash faulun, short long long, has become faulu, short long short, by a zuhav called kabz, suppression of the fifth letter of a foot if it is quiescent, and that in the aruz and zaub mafailun, short long long long, has changed into mafailun, short long by the same zuhav acting as ila. The latter alteration shows the couplet to be of the second zaub of the first aruz of the tawil. If the second line did terminate in mafailun, as in the original scheme, it would be the first zaub of the same aruz. If it did end in faulun, short long, or mafail, short long, it would represent the third or fourth subdivision of this first class respectively. The tawil has one other aruz, faulun, with a twofold zarb, either faulun also, or mafailun. The first instance of the basit occurring in the Nights are the lines translated volume 1, page 25. Containeth time a twain of days, this of blessing, that of bane, and holdeth life a twain of halves, this of pleasure, that of pain. In Arabic, Makan edition 1.2, Al-daru yaumani za amnun wa za hazaru, wal aishu shatrani za safun wa za kadaru. Turning back to page 243, where the a'arids and azrub of the basit are shown, the student will have no difficulty to recognize the bait as the one belonging to the first zaub of the first aruz. As an example of the madid, we quote the original of the lines, volume 5, 131. I had a heart, and with it lived my life. 'Twas seared with fire, and burnt with loving lowe. They read in Arabic, Kana li kalbun aishu bibi, faktava bil nari batarak. If we compare this with the formula 3.A.2, page 242, we find that either line of the couplet is shortened by a foot. It is, therefore, majou. The first aruz of this abbreviated meter is failatun, long short long, and is called sahiha, perfect, because it consists of the normal third foot. In the second aruz, failatun loses its end syllable tun by the ilahavs, suppression of a final sabab kafif, and becomes faila, long short long, for which failun is substituted. Shortening the first syllable of failun, that is, eliminating the alif by kabn, we obtain the third aruz failun, short long, as that of the present lines, which has two azrub. Failun, like the aruz and falun, long, here, again by kabn, further reduced to fa'al, short long. Ishak of Mosul, who improvises the piece, calls it so difficult and so rare that it went nigh to deaden the quick and to quicken the dead. Indeed, the native poets consider the meter madid as the most difficult of all, and it is scarcely ever attempted by later writers. This accounts for its rare occurrence in the Nights, where only two more instances are to be found, Makan edition 2, 244, and 3, 404. The second and third circle will best be spoken of together, as the wafir and kamil have a natural affinity to the hajaz and rajaz. Let us revert to the line 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝑍 fi kalbi wasaru. Translated, as it were, into the language of the prosodists, it will be mafailun, faulun, and this, standing by itself, might prima facie be taken for a line of the hazaj, 3.C.1, with the third mafailun shortened by havs, see above, into mafai, for which faulun would be substituted. We have seen that and how the foot mufa'alatun can change into mafailun, and if in any poem which otherwise would belong to the meter hazaj, the former measure appears even in one foot only along with the latter, it is considered to be the original measure, and the poem counts no longer as ℌ𝔌𝔏 but as ℌ𝔌𝔏. In the piece now under consideration, it is the second bite where the characteristic foot of the ℌ𝔌𝔏 first appears. Nad anil 𝔅𝔀𝐍𝔏𝔫𝔫𝔫 ℌ𝔌𝔏𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫. Anglicé, Volume 3, 296. Far lies the camp and those who camp therein. Far is our tent shrine where I ne'er shall tent. It must, however, be remarked that the ℌ𝔌𝔏 is not in use as a hexameter, but only with an aruz majua, or shortened by one foot. Hence it is only in the second aruz of the wafir, which is likewise majua, that the ambiguity as to the real nature of the meter can arise, and the isolated couplet, Yaridul ma'u an yuta muna'u, vayabal la'u ila mayuridu. Man wills his wish to him accorded be, but Allah naught accords save what he wills. Volume 4, 157. Being hexametrical, forms undoubtedly part of the poem in wafir, although it does not contain the foot mufa'alatun at all. Thus the solitary instance of ℌ𝔌𝔏 in the Nights is Abu Nuwah's Abomination, beginning with short, long, 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 short, long, 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 فَلَا تَسَوْا إِلَى ghayri. Short, long, 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 short, long, 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 فَإِنِّي مَدِينُ لِكَيْرِ. Makan edition, 2, 377. Steer ye your steps to none but me, who have a mine of luxury. Volume 5, 65. If in the second aruz of the wafir, mafailun, short, long, 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 is further shortened to mafailun, short, long, the meter resembles the second aruz of rajaz, where, as we have seen, the latter foot can, by license, take the place of the normal mustafilun, long, long, short, long. The kamil bears a similar relation to the rajaz, as the wafir bears to the ℌ𝔌𝔏. By way of illustration, we quote from Makan edition 2, 8, the first two bites of a little poem taken from the 23rd assembly of Al-Hariri. Ya katibal dunyal daniyati inaha, sharakul rada wa qiraratul aqdari, darun mata ma azakat fi yawmiha, abgat gadan budan laha mindari. In Sir Richard Burton's translation, Volume 3, 319, O thou who wooest a world unworthy, learn, 'tis house of evils, 'tis perdition's net, a house where whoso laughs this day shall weep the next, then perish house of fume and fret. The aruz of the first couplet is mustafailun, assigning the piece to the first or perfect sahiha class of the kamil. In the hajv of the opening line, and in that of the whole second bite, this normal mutafailun has, by license, become mustafilun, and the same change has taken place in the aruz of the second couplet; for it is a peculiarity which this meter shares with a few others, to allow certain alterations of the kind zuhav in the aruz and zarb, as well as in the hajv. This class has three subdivisions. The zarb of the first is mutafailun; like the aruz, the zarb of the second is falatun. A substitution for mutafail, which latter is obtained from mutafailun, by suppressing the final n and rendering the l quiescent. The zarb of the third is falun, for mutfa, derived from mutafailun by cutting off the watat ilun and dropping the medial a of the remaining mutafa. If we make the ayn of the second zarb fa'alatun also quiescent by the permitted zuhav ismar, it changes into falatun, by substituting mafulun, which terminates the rhyming lines of the foregoing quotation. Consequently, the two couplets taken together belong to the second zarb of the first aruz of the kamil, and the meter of the poem with its licenses may be represented by the scheme long, 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 short, short, long, short, long, short, short, long, short, long, short, short, long, short, long, 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 short, short, long, short, long, short, short, long, short, long, short, short, long, long. Taken isolated, on the other hand, the second bite might be of the meter rajaz, whose first aruz mustafilun has two asrub, one equal to the aruz, the other mafulun as above, but here substituted for mustafil after applying the ilakat to mustafilun. If this were the meter of the poem throughout the scheme with the licenses peculiar to the rajaz, would be short, 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 long, long, short, short, long, long, short, long, 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 short, long, short, 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 long, long, short, long, 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 short, long, 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 long. The pith of Al-Hariri's assembly is that the knight-errant not to say the errant white of the Romans, Abu Said of Sarouj, accuses before the Wali of Baghdad his pretended pupil, in reality his son, to have appropriated a poem of his by lopping off 2 feet of every bite. If this is done in the quoted lines, they read, Ya katibal dunyal dandi, Yati innaha sharukal gada, Darun mata ma'azakat, fi yamiha abdat gada, with a different rhyme and a different variation of meter. The amputated piece belongs to the 4th zarb of the 3rd aruz of Kamil, and its second couplet tallies with the second subdivision of the second class of rajaz. The rajaz, an iambic meter pure and simple, is the most popular, because the easiest, in which even the Prophet was caught napping sometimes, and at dangerous risk of following the perilous leadership of 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔌𝐻𝔌. It is the meter of improvisation, of ditties, and of numerous didactic poems. In the latter case, when the composition is called ℅𝔌𝐻𝔌𝐻𝔌, the 2 lines of every bite rhyme, and each bite has a rhyme of its own. This is the form in which, for instance, Ibn Malik's Alfiya is written, as well as the remarkable grammatical work of the modern native scholar Nasif al-Naziji, of which a notice will be found in Shinari's introduction to this translation of Al-Hariri. While the Hazash and Rajaz connect the 3rd circle with the 1st and 2nd, the Ramal forms the link between the 3rd and 4th daira. Its measure fa'ilatun, long, short, long, long, and the reversal of it, mafulatu, long, 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 short, affect the trochaic rhythm as opposed to the iambic of the 2 first named meters. The iambic movement has a ring of gladness about it, the trochaic a wail of sadness. The former resembles a nimble pedestrian, striding apace with an elastic step and a cheerful heart. The latter is like a man toiling along on the desert path, where his foot is ever and anon sliding back in the burning sand, Ramel, whence probably the name of the meter. Both combined in regular alternation impart an agitated character to the verse, admirably fit to express the conflicting emotions of a passion-stirred mind. Examples of these more or less plaintive and pathetic meters are numerous in the tale of Uns al-Wujud and the Wazir's daughter, which being throughout a story of love, as has been noted Volume 5, 33, abounds in verse, and in particular contains 10 out of the 32 instances of Ramal occurring in the nights. We quote, Ramal, 1st zarb of the 1st aruz, Makan edition, 2, 361. Ina lil bulbuli sautan fil sahar, ashgalal ashiki anhushnil vater. The bulbul's note, when as dawn is nigh, tells the lover from strains of strings to fly. Volume 5, 48. Sari, 2nd zarb of the 1st aruz, Makan edition, 2, 359. 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥 Ya Daiman Shukran ala Balvati. I heard a ringdove chanting soft and plaintively, I thank thee, O Eternal, for this misery. Kafif, full or perfect form, Sahih, both in Zarb and Aruz. Ya liman ashtakil ghirama lazibi, wa shujuni wa furqati an habibi. O to whom of my desire complaining sore shall I bewail my parting for my fair compelled thus to fly. Mujtas, the only Aruz, Majua Sahiha, that is, shortened by 1 foot and perfect, with equal Zarb. Radu alaya habibi, lahjatan li bimalin. To me restore my dear, I want not wealth untold. As an instance of the Munsari, I give the second occurring in the Nights, because it affords me an opportunity to show the student how useful a knowledge of the laws of prosody frequently proves for ascertaining the correct reading of a text. Makan edition 133, we find the line, Arba'atun mashtama'at 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔍𝌍𝐍𝐻𝔫𝔫𝔞𥥥. This would be Rajaz, with the license Muftailun for Mustafilun. But the following lines of the fragment evince that the meter is Munsari. Hence a clerical error must lurk somewhere in the second foot. In fact, on page 833 of the same volume, we find the piece repeated, and here the first couplet reads, Arba'atun majtamana katu siva, ala aza mujati wa safki dami. 4 things which ne'er conjoin unless it be to storm my vitals and to shed my blood. The Mutakarrib, the last of the meters employed in the Nights, has gained a truly historical importance by the part which it plays in Persian literature. In the form of trimetrical double lines, with a several rhyme for each couplet, it has become the Nibelungen stanza of the Persian epos. Firdausi's immortal Book of Kings and Nizami's Iskander Namah are written in it, not to mention a host of masnavis in which Sufic mysticism combats Mohammedan orthodoxy. On account of its warlike and heroical character, therefore, I choose for an example the knightly Jamrkan's challenge to the single fight in which he conquers his scarcely less valiant adversary Karajan. Makan edition 3-296. Annal Jamrakanu Kavin el Janani. Jamiul Favarsi Taksha Kitali. Here the third syllable of the second foot in each line is shortened by license, and the final kasra of the first line, standing in pause, is long, the meter being the full form of the Mutakarrib, as exhibited page 246, 3.e.1. If we suppress the kasra of al-Janani, which is also allowable in pause, and make the second line to rhyme with the first, saying, for instance, Anal Jamrakanu Kaviyul Janan Layaksha Kitali Shijal Zaman, we obtain the powerful and melodious meter in which the Shahnameh sings of Rustam's lofty deeds, of the tender love of Rudaba, and the tragic downfall of Siyavush. Shall I confess that in writing the foregoing pages it has been my ambition to become a conqueror, in a modest way, myself? To conquer, I mean, the prejudice frequently entertained, and shared even by my accomplished countryman, Ruckert, that Arabic prosody is a clumsy and repulsive doctrine. I have tried to show that it springs naturally from the character of the language, and intimately connected, as it is, with the grammatical system of the Arabs, it appears to me quite worthy of the acumen of a people, to whom, amongst other things, we owe the invention of algebra, the stepping stone of our whole modern system of mathematics. I cannot refrain, therefore, from concluding with a little anecdote anent al-Khalil, which Ibn Khalikan tells in the following words. His son went one day into the room where his father was, and on finding him scanning a piece of poetry by the rules of prosody, He ran out and told the people that his father had lost his wits. They went in immediately and related to Al-Khalil what they had heard, on which he addressed his son in these terms: "Had you known what I was saying, you would have excused me, and had you known what you said, I should have blamed you. But you did not understand me, so you blamed me, and I knew that you were ignorant, so I pardoned you." End of section 32. Recording by phone. Section 33 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by phone. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. L'Envoi. Here end, to my sorrow, the labors of a quarter century, and here I must perforce say with the poet's poet: "Behold! I see the haven nigh at hand, to which I mean my weary course to bend. Veer the main sheet, and bear up with the land, the which afore is fairly to be kenned." Nothing of importance now indeed remains for me but briefly to estimate the character of my work, and to take cordial leave of my readers, thanking them for the interest they have accorded to these volumes, and for enabling me thus successfully to complete the decade. Without pure malice or over-diffidence, I would claim to have fulfilled the promise contained in my foreword. The anthropological notes and notelets, which not only illustrate and read between the lines of the text, but assist the student of Muslim life and of Arabo-Egyptian manners, customs, and language in a multitude of manners shunned by books, form a repertory of Eastern knowledge in its esoteric phase, sexual as well as social. To assert that such lore is unnecessary is to state, as every traveler knows, an absurdum. Few phenomena are more startling than the vision of a venerable infant, who has lived half his long life in the midst of the wildest anthropological vagaries and monstrosities, and yet who absolutely ignores all that India or Burma enacts under his very eyes. This is crass ignorance, not the naive innocence of Saint Francis, who, seeing a man and a maid in a dark corner, raised his hands to heaven and thanked the Lord that there was still in the world so much of Christian charity. Against such lack of knowledge my notes are a protest, and I may claim success despite the difficulty of the task. A traveler familiar with Syria and Palestine, Herr Landberg, writes: "La plume refuserait non service, la langue serait insuffisante, si celui qui connaît la vie de tous les jours des Orientaux, surtout des classes élevées, voulait la dévoiler. L'Europe est bien loin d'en avoir la moindre idée." In this matter I have done my best, at a time too when the hapless English traveler is expected to write like a young lady for young ladies, and never to notice what underlies the most superficial stratum. And I also maintain that the free treatment of topics usually tabooed and held to be alecta, unknown and unfitted for publicity, will be a national benefit to an empire of opinion, whose very bases and buttresses are a thorough knowledge by the rulers of the ruled. Men have been crowned with gold in the Capitol for lesser services rendered to the Respublica. That the work contains errors, shortcomings, and many elapses, I am the first and foremost to declare. Yet in justice to myself I must also notice that the maculae are few and far between. Even the most unfriendly and interested critics have failed to point out an abnormal number of slips. And before pronouncing the vos plaudite, or as Easterns more politely say, I implore that my poor name may be raised aloft on the tongue of praise, let me invoke the fair field and courteous favor which the Persian poet expected from his readers. Veil it, and fault thou find, nor gibe nor jeer, None may be found of faults and failings clear. Richard F. Burton, Athenaeum Club, September 30, '86. End of section 33. Recording by phone. End of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton.